Chapter 2602. Captain Qin Yu. Duan Ling Tian nodded in response to Qin Yu's greeting. Duan Ling Tian had a rough idea of what had happened on the way here. As it turned out, Qin Yu was Zhen Qiuping's centurion. He had come out of his closed-door cultivation and challenged Zhen Qiuping. Since Zhen Qiuping had admitted defeat, Qin Yu had replaced Zhen Qiuping as the new captain while Zhen Qiuping was demoted to a centurion. No wonder Zhen Qiuping called himself a centurion when he challenged me. Duan Ling Tian finally understood the situation after he learned about the ins and outs of the matter. Lord Captain. Lord Captain. At the same time, a series of respectful greetings rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and saw his subordinates from the Black Dragon Army had gathered together and bowed to him. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised by this. Although he knew that he had intimidated his subordinates to a certain extent when he made his move last time, it was still not enough. However, he didn't expect that after that incident, this group of people's attitude towards him would change so drastically. So he's the new captain, Duan Ling Tian? It should be him. Didn't you see the group of people who used to be under Captain Huang Jiabing's command greeting him? Isn't he just a violet moon heavenly celestial? If he's just a violet moon heavenly celestial, there's no way these people would treat him with such respect, right? Who knows? Based on the current situation, there's no doubt everyone has their reasons. As for the new captain's strength, we'll find out after the battle between him and Zhen Qiuping. In the Valley of Ares, the Black Dragon Army's soldiers looked at Duan Ling Tian and sized him up. Apart from Duan Ling Tian's subordinates, it was the first time the other soldiers had seen Duan Ling Tian, their new chili arch. I didn't expect that the first time I saw the new chili arch would be when he was fighting another veteran chili arch of the Black Dragon Army, Zhen Qiuping, who had just been promoted to a centurion. I'm curious. How capable is the person who found chili arch Huang Jiabing's identity token? I'm looking forward to this battle. The Black Dragon Army soldiers shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian before they shifted their attention to Zhen Qiuping, who was standing in the middle of the Valley of Ares. Duan Ling Tian. Zhen Qiuping. He was today's main character. Duan Ling Tian, you actually came. Zhen Qiuping stood on the first battle in the Valley of Ares as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. His tone was filled with disdain. I thought you would hide in your tent and pretend to be in closed-door cultivation even if you knew I was going to challenge you. I didn't expect you to come. Zhen Qiuping's words were filled with disdain. He was clearly provoking Duan Ling Tian. For a moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many people shifted their gazes from Zhen Qiuping to Duan Ling Tian. How presumptuous! Faced with Zhen Qiuping's disdain, Duan Ling Tian flew past Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, and landed in the Valley of Ares where Zhen Qiuping was. Whoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he hovered in the air above the first battle and looked down at Zhen Qiuping. Whoosh! Zhen Qiuping was furious when he saw how Duan Ling Tian dared to look down on him. His expression changed drastically. Whoosh! Following that, he rose into the air and hovered in the air parallel to Duan Ling Tian. He glared at Duan Ling Tian as he hovered in the air. The aura of celestial origin energy spread out from his body. It was clear that he had completed the accumulation of energy in his body in an instant. I really don't know where a mere violet moon heavenly celestial like you gets the courage to say I, Zhen Qiuping, am presumptuous. Zhen Qiuping said in a deep voice as he stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhen Qiuping calmly. However, he did not seem to care about Zhen Qiuping at all. He stood there motionless like a statue. Of course, Duan Ling Tian, I have to admit that you're quite capable. At the very least, you're able to get your subordinates to help and protect you in such a short time. They even spread fake news that you're not a violet moon heavenly celestial and that you're not weaker than me. In fact, you're even stronger than me. Zhen Qiuping's expression darkened when he saw Duan Ling Tian ignoring him. His words were filled with ruthlessness. Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he heard Zhen Qiuping's words. He turned to look at the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. He didn't expect that his subordinates had done so much for him without his knowledge. The centurion who was injured by Duan Ling Tian earlier stepped forward when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him. Sir Chiliarch, Centurion Jian Qiuping came to our camp today and said that he will defeat you and replace you as our Chiliarch and teach us a lesson after that. However, we believe that Lord Chiliarch will never give him the chance to do so. The Centurion's emotions were stirred up when he spoke. That's right. Lord Chiliarch, we believe in you. Lord Chiliarch, we believe that you won't give him the chance to replace you. After the Centurion had stirred up the emotions of the Black Dragon Army, Duan Lingtian's subordinates, as well. All of them looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly, anticipating the victory of their new Chiliarch. What nonsense are you talking about? Jian Qiuping's expression changed drastically as he glared at the Centurion under Duan Lingtian's command. He did not expect Duan Lingtian's subordinate would repeat his words in such a situation. After all, the commander of the Black Dragon Army was present as well. Although it was not taboo in the Black Dragon Army to seek revenge on one's subordinates, it was still despicable. At the very least, the commander of the Black Dragon Army would not sit idly by and do nothing. Jian Qiuping. As expected, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, was furious when he heard Jian Qiuping's words. He glared at Jian Qiuping and asked in a deep voice, "Is what he said true?" "Commander, I was just joking with them." Jian Qiuping hurriedly bowed and tried to salvage the situation. At this time, he also knew that he could not deny it. Duan Lingtian's subordinates, the Black Dragon Army, could easily drown him with just a spit of saliva. Humph. Chen Xuanba snorted coldly as he looked at Jian Qiuping coldly. Jian Qiuping was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. Chen Xuanba turned to Qin Yu and said, "Captain Qin Yu, if Jian Qiuping defeats Duan Lingtian today and replaces him, you'll switch places with him. You'll take over Captain Duan Lingtian's subordinates, and Jian Qiuping will return to lead his old subordinates." "I'll follow your arrangements, Commander." Qin Yu replied immediately. This commander actually made such an arrangement? The Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of the Ares God were stunned when they heard Chen Xuanba's arrangement. When they regained their senses, a commotion broke out again. It seems like even Commander Chen thinks highly of Centurion Jian Qiuping. Isn't it obvious? If Commander Chen didn't think highly of Centurion Jian Qiuping, why would he make such an arrangement? Lord Commander is planning to hand over Captain Duan Lingtian's subordinates to Captain Qin Yu after Centurion Jian Qiuping defeats Captain Duan Lingtian and replaces him. He's doing this to prevent Centurion Jian Qiuping from bullying his subordinates after he becomes the new captain of Duan Lingtian. It seems like Captain Duan Lingtian has no chance of winning today. Since Commander Chen doesn't think highly of Captain Duan Lingtian, there's no doubt about the outcome of this battle. Now that Chen Xuanba had spoken to Qin Yu, other than Duan Lingtian's subordinates, almost everyone in the Valley of the Ares God was certain that Duan Lingtian would lose. If they had not seen Duan Lingtian fight with their own eyes and heard Chen Xuanba's words, even Duan Lingtian's subordinates would doubt Duan Lingtian's strength. However, even after hearing Chen Xuanba's words, they were still confident in Duan Lingtian's strength. With Captain Chen's strength, no matter how weak he is, he'll still be able to fight Jian Qiuping to a draw. Jian Qiuping is dreaming if he wants to be our captain. Captain Chen's strength is definitely not below Jian Qiuping's. Duan Lingtian's subordinates all looked at Duan Lingtian. They were blindly confident in Duan Lingtian. "Replace me and take care of my men?" Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the words of the centurion he had injured. When he looked at Jian Qiuping again, his eyes were cold. Jian Qiuping. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's body swayed. He seemed to have transformed into an eagle as he soared into the sky. At the same time, he looked at Jian Qiuping coldly and shouted, "I'll give you 3 breaths to prepare. You can use all the techniques you have at your disposal. After 3 breaths, if I, Duan Lingtian, can't defeat you in one move, I, Duan Lingtian, will give up my position as captain of the Black Dragon Army." Duan Lingtian's voice was so cold that it seemed to cause the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. Most of the Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of the Ares God felt as though winter had arrived. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. Chapter 2603. Jian Qiuping. I'll give you 3 breaths to prepare. You can use all the techniques you have at your disposal. After 3 breaths, if I, Duan Lingtian, can't defeat you in one move. I, Duan Lingtian, will give up my position as the captain of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Lingtian's cold voice reverberated in the Valley of Ares. The entire place fell silent. His voice lingered in the ears of the people in the Valley of Ares for a long time. Everyone, including Commander Chen Xianba of the Black Dragon Army and the other main character today, Centurion Jian Qiuping, were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It took them a long time to regain their senses. This was because Duan Lingtian's words were too terrifying. Captain Duan Lingtian. Did I really underestimate him? Chen Xianba was the first to regain his senses. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. As the commander of the Black Dragon Army, he had his own judgment. Although Duan Lingtian's actions seemed arrogant, when he observed Duan Lingtian carefully, he discovered that Duan Lingtian was confident. Duan Lingtian exuded confidence from head to toe. This level of confidence was not something an ordinary person could possess. It was impossible for someone who was deliberately mystifying to have such confidence. This was Chen Xianba's judgment. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Chen Xianba was still looking at Duan Lingtian in shock when Jian Qiuping, who had just regained his senses, burst out laughing. It was as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Jian Qiuping's laughter caused the others in the Valley of Ares to regain their senses as well. Captain Duan Lingtian. He said he's going to defeat Centurion Jian Qiuping in one move? My God. Is he joking? Defeat Centurion Jian Qiuping in one move? Lord Commander is probably the only person in the Black Dragon Army who has the ability to do so, right? If he's really that strong, why would he be a captain in the Black Dragon Army? I feel that he's most likely just deliberately mystifying things. Perhaps he's using this as a psychological attack against Centurion Jian Qiuping. Psychological attack? Based on the current situation, Centurion Jian Qiuping isn't affected by his words at all. Most of the soldiers in the Black Dragon Army felt that Duan Lingtian was bluffing. They did not believe Duan Lingtian had the ability to defeat Jian Qiuping. Sir Chili Arch, although I believe that his strength is not below Jian Qiuping's, it seems impossible for him to defeat Jian Qiuping in one strike, right? Captain Duan Lingtian. He actually said that if he couldn't defeat Jian Qiuping in one go, he would give up the position of Chili Arch? Does he not want to be our Chili Arch that much? Even Duan Lingtian's subordinates were shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Although they had confidence in Duan Lingtian, they were certain Duan Lingtian would not lose to Jian Qiuping. However, they did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. They did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Jian Qiuping in one move. If Jian Qiuping was just an ordinary centurion who had not become a golden celestial, they believed Duan Lingtian would be able to defeat Jian Qiuping in one move. However, not only was Jian Qiuping not an ordinary centurion, but he was also a golden celestial who had been a Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army for a long time. Duan Lingtian was the only person in the entire Black Dragon Army who was capable of defeating Jian Qiuping in one move. How arrogant! He's out of his mind. Other than Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing, who only frowned slightly, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu could not help but laugh out loud. When they found out Duan Lingtian was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, they had looked down on Duan Lingtian from the bottom of their hearts. However, Duan Lingtian had said he would defeat Jian Qiuping in one move. Naturally, they did not believe him. As far as they were concerned, Duan Lingtian had simply lost his mind. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Jian Qiuping finally stopped laughing. He looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of disdain in his eyes as he said, "You're just a violet moon heavenly celestial. There's no need for me to go all out to defeat you. I only need to use half of my strength to defeat a mere violet moon heavenly celestial." As soon as Jian Qiuping finished speaking, the celestial origin energy that he had accumulated in his body surged out of his body like dragons that had escaped from their cages. As soon as they broke out of their cages, they were filled with fighting spirit as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Duan Lingtian, I don't even need to use my celestial weapon. I'll defeat you with just a swing of my staff. Jian Qiuping's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he rose into the air. At this moment, the dragon-like celestial origin energy that coiled around his body transformed into a pair of wings. It was a movement divine ability that he had mastered. He did not use the movement celestial technique he had mastered since he did not think it was necessary. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the void, a sound that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves resounded. As Jian Qiuping opened and closed his hands, the celestial origin energy that was swirling around his body quickly condensed into a long rod. It was obvious Jian Qiuping was skilled in using a staff. Staff quaking mountains and rivers. Jian Qiuping cried out. He was not far away from Duan Lingtian. With his current speed, it would only take him a blink of an eye to catch up to Duan Lingtian. Bas, 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 bas. As soon as Jian Qiuping finished speaking, the long rod formed from his celestial origin energy tore through the air as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. It was as though his rod was capable of shaking the heavens and the earth with just one strike. With Jian Qiuping's strength, he can easily defeat a violet moon heavenly celestial with just a swing of his staff. Jian Qiuping's staff contains the profundity of celestial methods and divine abilities. The staff quaking mountains and rivers is a combination of his celestial methods and divine abilities. Its strength is not to be underestimated. Captain Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were standing behind Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, looked at Jian Qiuping, who was charging toward Duan Lingtian with a hint of admiration in their eyes. At this moment, they could already see Duan Lingtian being defeated by Jian Qiuping. I'd like to see what makes you think you can defeat Jian Qiuping with just a swing of your hand, Chen Xianba muttered to himself as he stared at Duan Lingtian. In his field of vision, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm even though Jian Qiuping had not unleashed his full strength. It was as if Jian Qiuping's ferocious attack was nothing in his eyes. At this moment, Chen Xianba, who was staring at Duan Lingtian, saw a hint of disdain in Duan Lingtian's eyes. At this moment, Jian Qiuping's staff was already charging toward Duan Lingtian with a force that could shake mountains and rivers. He was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. In the end, he was only a foot away from Jian Qiuping. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At this critical moment, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, dazzling sword rays suddenly bloomed from all over Duan Lingtian's body. These sword rays seemed to have flashed out from every pore on his body. There were countless of them. With a rough look, there were at least 10,000 of them. Everyone in the Valley of Ares was attracted by the dazzling sword rays that shot out of Duan Lingtian's body. Bang! A loud, muffled sound was transmitted into everyone's ears like the beating of a drum. Boom! 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 Accompanied by thunderous explosions, the Valley of the War God was swept up by a tyrannical gale, causing some of the weaker soldiers of the Black Dragon Army to squint their eyes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic sword had appeared under Duan Lingtian's feet. This gigantic sword was formed from the thousands of sword rays that shot out from Duan Lingtian's body. It hovered under his feet like a sturdy wall and blocked Jian Qiuping's ferocious and powerful staff attack. Jian Qiuping's hands shook violently as he smashed his staff against the gigantic sword under Duan Lingtian's feet. Wah! When the long rod formed by his celestial origin energy dissipated, he was sent flying like an arrow released from a bow. While he was being sent flying, he spat out a large mouthful of blood in an extremely sorry state. His blood splattered in the air. Duan Lingtian, I want you dead. I want you dead. Just as everyone present was completely stunned by the scene in front of them, Jian Qiuping roared from the depths of his throat after his figure was shaken to a halt. His eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. It was as though he could burn everything. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A ghostly wail rang in the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Jian Qiuping attacked again, not only did he take out his celestial artifact, the long staff, but he also cast the assist-type divine ability that he had not used before. It raised his celestial origin energy to a whole new level. Then, he cast his offensive technique again. Staff shaking mountains and rivers. It was the same technique, but this time, it was completely different from before. Jian Qiuping attacked with all his might. The celestial weapon staff in his hand shot out like a towering pillar. At this moment, it felt as though heaven and earth were about to be destroyed. Bang! Finally, the celestial weapon long rod in his hand landed on the gigantic sword that was hovering under Duanling Tian's feet like a sturdy barrier. The force of the staff that could shake mountains and rivers surged out once again. Chapter 2604. Bang! When Jian Qiuping's celestial weapon, the long rod, landed on the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation under Duanling Tian's feet, an earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Many of the Black Dragon Army's soldiers with a weaker cultivation base felt a piercing pain in their eardrums. Whoosh! 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 As the sound of the collision reverberated in the air, ripples began to spread out from the gigantic sword beneath Duanling Tian's feet. It was as if a huge rock had landed on the surface of a calm lake, causing circles of ripples. The ripples were especially vivid. Boom! 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 Ripples spread out in all directions in the void. At the same time, waves of vibrating power swept out in all directions. When the shock waves shrouded the Black Dragon Army soldiers in the Valley of Ares, many of them retreated. It was obvious they were under great pressure. Otherwise, they would not have reacted in such a manner. Is Centurion Jian Qiuping using all his strength? Centurion Jian Qiuping is attacking with all his might. When the Black Dragon Army's soldiers in the Valley of Ares thought of this, they turned to look at the sky above the first battle arena in unison. When their gazes landed on the scene in the void, they were completely dumbfounded. In the vast void, a purple-robed young man stood on a giant sword like a deity. Below him, Jian Qiuping's hands were bleeding profusely as he gripped the celestial staff tightly. That was not all. Currently, Jian Qiuping was forced to take more than 10 steps back. His face was pale as though a storm was brewing. Barf! Sensing the surrounding gazes, Jian Qiuping, who was originally still stubbornly holding on, finally could not help but open his mouth and spit out a large mouthful of blood once again. His blood splattered in the air, causing many of the Black Dragon Army's soldiers to tremble. This Duanling Tian Chili Arch has not made a move since the beginning. All he did was defend. Yet, he managed to put Centurion Jian Qiuping into such a sorry state? It's one thing for Centurion Jian Qiuping to be at a disadvantage because he didn't use his full strength earlier. This time, Centurion Jian Qiuping attacked with all his might in anger, but he still couldn't hurt Chili Arch Duanling Tian at all? And he's injured again. Oh my god! How can this Duanling Tian Chili Arch be so strong? In the Valley of the Ares, some of the Black Dragon Army soldiers who had recovered from their shock looked at Duanling Tian in shock and disbelief. Previously, the commander of the Black Dragon Army did not think highly of Duanling Tian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, so they thought Duanling Tian would definitely lose. But no one expected that. The outcome was actually so unexpected. Jian Qiuping, a veteran Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army, could not even break through the defense of this new Chili Arch. One could only imagine the strength of this new Chili Arch. Sir Chili Arch is so strong. Oh my god! Is this really our Chili Arch? I'm not dreaming, am I? Based on the Chili Arch's current strength, I'm afraid even Chili Arch Huang Jiabing is no match for him. When the Black Dragon Army soldiers under Duanling Tian recovered from their shock, they were also shocked by the strength that Duanling Tian had displayed. Apart from being shocked, they were also overjoyed. In the future, with such a Chili Arch protecting them, they would be able to do whatever they wanted in the Black Dragon Army. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, many of the Black Dragon Army soldiers shifted their attention to Duanling Tian's subordinates. A hint of envy and jealousy could be seen in their eyes. The reason for their envy and jealousy was similar to the reason why Duanling Tian's subordinates were overjoyed. Who is he? Why is he here in the Black Dragon Army? Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, stared at Duanling Tian with a burning gaze. He knew even he might not be able to block Jian Qiuping's attack so easily with just a defensive technique. Chen Xianba was completely stunned by Duanling Tian's defensive technique. How's this possible? Isn't he a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial? Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were standing behind Chen Xianba, looked at each other when they regained their senses. They could see the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. How powerful! The other two captains, Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing, were shocked when they looked at Duan Lingtian again. They were also shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Is this all you've got? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian stood on the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked like a high and mighty emperor as he looked down at Jian Qiuping, who was injured by him again. Jian Qiuping's heart skipped a beat when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he had just seen a devil. His eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Although Jian Qiuping could not figure out how Duan Lingtian was so powerful, he did not have time to think about it. He hurriedly admitted defeat so he could leave this person in front of him as soon as possible. At this moment, face, honor, and disgrace had been tossed to the back of his mind. All he knew was that if this battle continued, he would only be tortured. He had attacked with all his might, but he could not even break through Duan Lingtian's defense. There was no need for him to continue this battle. Take this. If you don't die, I'll allow you to admit defeat. Duan Lingtian only glanced at Jian Qiuping indifferently when he saw Jian Qiuping admitting defeat. It was as though he was a high and mighty emperor who was giving out a supreme order. At the same time, the gigantic sword formed by the sword formation under Duan Lingtian's feet rose into the air and released a dazzling sword ray. This gigantic sword ray was formed by the tens of thousands of sword rays in the sword formation. As soon as it shot out, everyone in the Valley of Ares could feel the sharp sword qi emanating from it. No. Jian Qiuping's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He finally realized something. Duan Lingtian wanted to kill him. You can't kill me. There are rules in the Black Dragon Army. Unless there's a life and death agreement, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army are not allowed to kill each other. If you kill me, you'll be violating the rules of the Black Dragon Army. You'll be severely punished by the Black Dragon Army. Jian Qiuping looked at Duan Lingtian in horror as he roared hysterically. When he mentioned the rules of the Black Dragon Army, it was as though he had found a straw to clutch at. Boom, boom, boom. However, Duan Lingtian's reply to Jian Qiuping was the gigantic sword that seemed to blot out the sun. The gigantic sword was not pointed at Jian Qiuping. Instead, it was aimed at Jian Qiuping. However, when the gigantic sword descended, it was as though a gigantic mountain had fallen. At the same time, it locked onto Jian Qiuping. It was as though it would follow him wherever he went until it suppressed him. Naturally, Jian Qiuping wanted to escape. However, he soon discovered that he had been locked onto by the gigantic sword. There was no way for him to escape. He could only take the attack head-on. However, how could he possibly take the attack in his current state? Not to mention that he had already been injured twice. Even if he was in his peak condition and attacked with all his strength, he was doomed to die under this sword. The power contained in the giant sword that came crashing down had completely exceeded the scope of what he could withstand. Boom, boom, boom. The gigantic sword continued to descend. Its wide body continued to envelop Jian Qiuping as though it was trying to suppress him. No, no. Lord Commander, save me. Lord Commander, save me. In just a blink of an eye, the gigantic sword had traversed more than half the distance and was right above his head. Jian Qiuping's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He immediately turned to look at Commander Chen Xianba of the Black Dragon Army and cried for help. However, Chen Xianba did not move at all. It was as though he was stunned by the scene before him. Bang! Finally, when Jian Qiuping's eyes were filled with despair, the giant sword that looked like it had been thrown by a god landed on Jian Qiuping's body. The terrifying power caused Jian Qiuping's body to explode into a bloody mist. Only a long staff and a ring were left in the bloody mist. They were Jian Qiuping's celestial weapon and spatial ring. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Jian Qiuping was killed by the gigantic sword, Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the air, raised his hand. Jian Qiuping's celestial weapon and spatial ring flew into his hand before he put them away. The Valley of Ares once again fell into a deathly silence. After a while, the people in the Valley of Ares finally regained their senses. Gasp! 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 When the people regained their senses, they gasped in unison. When they looked at Duan Lingtian again, a hint of respect could be seen in their eyes. Even the 4 captains standing behind Chen Xianba were no exception to this. The 2 captains, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, looked at Duan Lingtian in awe. However, a hint of remorse could be seen in their eyes at the same time. They regretted not recognizing Mount Tai. At the same time, they hated Zhen Qiuping, who was killed by Duan Lingtian. If Zhen Qiuping had not misled them, they would not have alienated Duan Lingtian because they thought he was just a violet moon heavenly celestial. Captain Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2605. Rules. Upon hearing Chen Xianba's question, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Chen Xianba. He stared at Chen Xianba for a moment before he said unhurriedly, "Commander, rules are made by people, right? You're the Black Dragon Army's commander. It's up to you to decide if I've broken the rules today." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly when he reached the end of his sentence. "Captain Duan Lingtian, what do you want from the Black Dragon Army?" Chen Xianba asked in a deep voice. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, he could tell that Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Not only was Duan Lingtian's strength not inferior to his, it was even possible that Duan Lingtian was stronger than him. Would such a person be willing to serve as a Chili Arch in the Black Dragon Army willingly? Naturally, even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, he was not worried about losing his position as the Black Dragon Army's commander. After all, becoming the Black Dragon Army's commander was not as simple as being a Decurion, Centurion, or Chili Arch. According to the Black Dragon Army's rules, as long as one was strong enough, one would be promoted. However, the Black Dragon Army's commander was personally appointed by the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Unless the city governor approved and gave the order, it was impossible to replace Chen Xianba as the Black Dragon Army's commander. "I'm looking for a place to cultivate," Duan Lingtian said as he opened his eyes. From the beginning until the end, Chen Xianba had been staring at Duan Lingtian as though he was trying to figure something out from Duan Lingtian's eyes. However, he was destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He did not reveal any emotions at all. There's nothing in the Black Dragon Army that's worth his attention. After thinking for a while, Chen Xianba could not figure out what Duan Lingtian was planning to do to the Black Dragon Army. In the end, he decided not to think about it anymore. After looking at Duan Lingtian for a while, he turned around and left the Valley of Ares. Chen Xianba's departure clearly showed his attitude toward Duan Lingtian's killing of Zhen Qiuping. He would not pursue the matter. The black armored soldiers in the Valley of Ares were not surprised by Chen Xianba's departure. Although the commander of the black armored army had never fought with Captain Duan Lingtian before, he was still a commander. However, based on Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to Chen Xianba. Duan Lingtian might even be stronger than Chen Xianba. In other words, even if the commander of the black armored army wanted to pursue the matter, he might not be able to do anything to Duan Lingtian, unless Chen Xianba reported this matter to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. However, if news of this reached the ears of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he would not hold Duan Lingtian accountable as long as Duan Lingtian did not do anything that would harm the interests of Bloody Spectre City. After all, in the eyes of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian was not worth much. After all, Zhen Qiuping, who was killed by Duan Lingtian, could not be compared to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, even if Chen Xianba reported this matter to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he would not be able to do anything about it. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was not surprised at all. After Chen Xianba left, everyone in the Valley of Ares turned to look at Duan Lingtian. "Captain Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so secretive. To think that Zhen Qiuping said you're a violet moon heavenly celestial. He must be blind. That's right. That's right. That Zhen Qiuping deserved to die. It's his greatest fortune to die in your hands, Captain Duan Lingtian." Captain Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu immediately flew forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian. They seemed to be very enthusiastic. Duan Lingtian sneered inwardly when he saw Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's attitude. When Zhen Qiuping had said he was only a violet moon heavenly celestial, These two fellows had turned hostile faster than flipping the pages of a book. They were just short of telling him that they did not want to be friends with Duan Ling Tian. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian completely ignored their enthusiasm. Ignoring Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu's embarrassment, Duan Ling Tian flew up to the other two captains, Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu, and greeted them. Captain Zhao Dongxing, Captain Qin Yu. I'm in a hurry to cultivate. I'll take my leave first. Take care, Captain Duan Ling Tian. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu hurriedly replied. Previously, Duan Ling Tian was only an ordinary captain to them. However, at this moment, they no longer dared to treat Duan Ling Tian as an ordinary captain. After the battle earlier, they could see that Duan Ling Tian's strength was not weak at all. Based on what they saw, Duan Ling Tian's strength was not inferior to the Black Dragon Army's Lord Commander. After greeting Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at the Black Dragon Army's soldiers. Under their excited gazes, Duan Ling Tian nodded at them before he left the Valley of Ares. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian left, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu followed suit. After all, they were in an awkward situation. They took the initiative to greet Duan Ling Tian and even tried to flatter him. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored them. Although they were dissatisfied with this, they didn't dare to show it. Based on the strength that Duan Ling Tian had displayed earlier, Duan Ling Tian was not someone they could afford to offend. After Qin Yu and Zhao Dongxing left, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army in the Valley of the War God were like wild horses that had broken free of their reins. I didn't expect our new captain, Duan Ling Tian, to be so powerful. I'm afraid his strength is not inferior to the Lord Commander's. A centurion was the first to exclaim. His words immediately gained the approval of many people. Indeed. I wonder why someone as powerful as Duan Ling Tian would want to join the Black Dragon Army? Didn't you hear him say that he's looking for a place to cultivate? Apart from the City Lord's cultivation room, the tents of the Black Dragon Army's generals and Kiliarchs, and the tents of the Silverworm Army's generals and Kiliarchs are the best places to cultivate. Now that you mention the Silverworm Army, I'm curious. When the Silverworm Army finds out that we have a Kiliarch who isn't any weaker than our Black Dragon Army's Lord Commander, what expression will they have? It'll definitely be exciting. In the Valley of Ares, the Black Dragon Army was in an uproar. None of them left even after a long time had passed. Their conversation revolved around the new Kiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. At this moment, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, who had left the Valley of Ares and the Black Dragon Army's camp, entered Bloody Spectre City and made his way to the city governor's mansion. He went to look for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was Lu Fenggu. He was a tall and majestic middle-aged man. When Chen Xianba arrived, he was cultivating but not in closed-door cultivation. When he heard Chen Xianba's arrival, he immediately stopped cultivating and came out to greet Chen Xianba. Xianba, why are you in such a hurry to look for me? Is there something urgent? In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Lu Fenggu sat at the head of the table and looked at Chen Xuanba, who was sitting below him. Chen Xianba was one of the two generals under his command. He was in charge of the Black Dragon Army, and had always been cautious and conscientious. He had never made a mistake. For this reason, he liked this subordinate very much. Moreover, after so many years of working together, he no longer treated Chen Xianba as an outsider. Lord City Governor. Chen Xuanba went straight to the point. Didn't I announce that anyone who finds the identity medallion of the Black Dragon Army's fallen Kiliarch will become the new Kiliarch of the Black Dragon Army? I heard about that. Lu Fenggu nodded. He asked in surprise, what? Did someone find it? I heard that the Kiliarch under your command had accidentally entered the little world in the mountain ridge to the south of Bloody Spectre City. That's why he died. What? He didn't enter the little world? Lu Fenggu's curiosity was piqued as he asked. He died in the little world. Someone brought his identity token out of the little world, Chen Xianba said. Lu Fenggu nodded. What? As soon as Chen Xianba finished speaking, Lu Fenggu rose to his feet in shock. He stared at Chen Xianba with burning eyes as he asked, Xianba, are you sure? Yes. Chen Xianba nodded. Then, He repeated what Duan Lingtian had told him to Lu Fenggu.
After that, I went to the south and discovered that the entrance to the little world had indeed disappeared.
Chen Xianba replied. That little world was left behind by a celestial king from the blissful sect? Lu Fenggu's eyes widened in shock as he muttered to himself. No wonder so many powerhouses from high-rank celestial kingdoms couldn't decipher the secret of the little world. As it turns out, it's a little world left behind by a celestial king. The blissful sect is much stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom.
A hint of reverence could be seen in his eyes when he reached the end of his sentence.
He was filled with reverence for the blissful sect. In his opinion, even a high-rank celestial kingdom was something he could only look up to, let alone the blissful sect that was much stronger than a high-rank celestial kingdom. But, from what you've just said, your new Chili Arch is quite lucky to be able to come out of that small world alive. Lu Fenggu said.
Lord City Governor, I'm here for him.
I saw him make a move today. He's not any weaker than me. Chapter 2606. What? His strength is on par with yours. Lu Fenggu's eyes widened in shock when he heard Chen Xianba's words. Yes. Chen Xianba nodded. Then, he recounted everything that had happened in the Valley of Ares to Lu Fenggu. Then, he took out a celestial talisman and crushed it. In just an instant. Whoosh! Accompanied by a soft sound, a light screen appeared out of thin air in this huge hall. On it was a constantly changing mirror image. The mirror image was the scene of the battle between Duan Lingtian and Jian Qiuping in the Valley of Ares. It began with Jian Qiuping's first attack that ended in failure. Jian Qiuping's second attack that ended in failure as well. Then the young man in purple, who stood with his hands behind his back like a god, raised the huge sword under his feet and shot out a dazzling sword light. Then, he pressed down on Jian Qiuping with the body of the sword. In just a blink of an eye, Jian Qiuping exploded into a mist of blood. Gasp! After watching the mirror image that Chen Xianba had recorded with a celestial talisman, even Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Indeed, his strength is on par with yours. Lu Fenggu's expression was solemn as he spoke. Naturally, there were many things Lu Fenggu did not say. He saw the purple-clad young man's calm expression when he made his move. It did not seem as though he had used his full strength. There was another thing. From the beginning until the end, the purple-clad young man did not use any celestial weapons. I wonder what my chances of winning are if I were to fight him. Lu Fenggu thought to himself. After a while, Lu Fenggu looked at Chen Xianba and asked solemnly, Xianba, what do you think this person wants from the Black Dragon Army? I've asked him about this before. He said he's looking for a place to cultivate, Chen Xianba replied. Looking for a place to cultivate? Lu Fenggu was stunned. The camp of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had gone to look for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. After leaving the Valley of Ares, he returned to his tent and continued to cultivate. It's a pity I don't have a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. Otherwise, the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I cast with my celestial origin energy would be able to raise my strength by more than 2 levels. Duan Lingtian sighed. Wen Hualao, the pagoda spirit of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, was still alive. He had told Duan Lingtian that the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, he had obtained was considered a powerful divine ability even in the Devata realms. However, the assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms could only be fully unleashed by one's celestial origin energy that had been tempered by a graded cultivation method. In other words, although Duan Lingtian had mastered the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, his celestial origin energy was still not tempered by a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. Due to this reason, the strength of the assist-type divine ability was limited. Once he cultivated a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms and tempered his celestial origin energy, the strength of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would be much stronger than the current elementary devouring tactic. I heard from the waiter that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City has a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. However, it said that in the entire Bloody Spectre City, only the city governor, the Black Dragon Army, and the Silverworm Army's commanders have cultivated this technique. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he muttered to himself, in the Devata realms, there's no doubt the importance of a graded cultivation method. The most basic function of a graded cultivation method in the Devata realms is to temper one's celestial origin energy. Most importantly, it can increase a person's cultivation speed.
The better the cultivation method, the faster the speed at which one can increase their cultivation. Perhaps, I should try and see if I can obtain the cultivation method from the city governor of Bloody Spectre City.
When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes began to shine brightly.
Once he was able to obtain that cultivation technique, his cultivation speed would increase even further.
Of course, he also knew that not everyone would be able to obtain that cultivation technique.
In Bloody Spectre City, only the city governor of Bloody Spectre City and the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army had cultivated the cultivation method.
With my current strength, I might not be able to defeat Lu Fenggu if I fight him with my full strength.
However, it's not realistic for me to use brute force to obtain the cultivation method from him, Duan Lingtian thought to himself.
Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. In fact, ever since Duan Lingtian had left the little world behind by the Celestial King from the Blissful Sect, he had discovered that he was now a Celestial King.
Now that he had become a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial, even the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City might not be a match for him. However, it was impossible for him to replace the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. After all, to become the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army, one had to be acknowledged by the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. As for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, even if Duan Lingtian was stronger than the city governor, it was impossible for him to force the city governor to become the commander of the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army. It was even more impossible for him to kill the city governor and seize control of Bloody Spectre City. After all, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was backed by the 9 Spectres County. If Duan Lingtian wanted to become the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he had to be acknowledged by the 9 Spectres County. If he forced the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to submit to him, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City could easily send a message to the 9 Spectres County to send reinforcements to deal with him. If Duan Lingtian killed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, the 9 Spectres County would not let him off. For this reason, Duan Lingtian could only be a captain of the Black Dragon Army. This was the only way he could survive in Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian had thought about going to 9 Spectres County or somewhere bigger than 9 Spectres County. However, he felt he was still lacking in strength. If he was attacked by someone stronger than him on his way to 9 Spectres County or somewhere bigger than 9 Spectres County, it would be difficult for him to survive. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's plan was to improve his strength. Once he was certain that he had the ability to protect himself, he would leave Bloody Spectre City and head to a broader stage to increase his strength. Currently, Duan Lingtian was not carefree. He had too many responsibilities on his shoulders. He was no longer living purely for himself. He was also living for his family and his friends. Cultivation methods. Cultivation methods from the Devata realms. Since Duan Lingtian could not stop himself from thinking about the cultivation methods in the Devata realms, he could not calm himself down to cultivate for a long time. In the end, he decided to stop cultivating and left his tent. Commander.
When Duan Lingtian walked out of his tent, he saw Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, who had just returned. Captain Duan Lingtian. Chen Xianba walked up to Duan Lingtian and greeted him politely. From the beginning until the end, he did not act like he was in a superior position. Instead, he greeted Duan Lingtian as an equal. The reason he acted this way was naturally because he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength that was not inferior to his own. Commander, I heard that there's a yellow-grade cultivation method in Bloody Spectre City? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Chen Xianba.
The yellow-grade cultivation method he was referring to was the one the city governor of Bloody Spectre City possessed.
In the Devata realms, similar to celestial methods and divine abilities, cultivation methods were divided into many grades. Among them, yellow-grade cultivation methods were the worst. Naturally, it was only the worst among the graded cultivation methods in the Devata realms.
It was much better than cultivation methods that were not graded at all.
Duan Lingtian's 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was not graded at all in the Devata realms.
Although he could continue cultivating with it, his cultivation speed was much slower than other graded cultivation methods.
Moreover, the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique could not temper his celestial origin energy, so he could use his assist-type divine abilities to boost his strength.
Yes.
Chen Xianba nodded.
That cultivation method was given to Lord Governor of Bloody Spectre City by the County Governor of 9 Spectres County. In Bloody Spectre City, only Lord Governor, the commander of the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards have cultivated that cultivation method.
The Golden Serpent Guards?
Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised since he did not know the Golden Serpent Guards who followed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had cultivated the same cultivation method.
Yes. Chen Xianba nodded.
Does this mean the reason the 100 Golden Serpent Guards are all Golden Celestials is because of the yellow grade cultivation method?
Previously, when Duan Ling Tian heard from the waiter that all 100 members of the Golden Snake Guards were Golden Celestials, he was shocked. After all, the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army only had slightly more than 10 Golden Celestials each. 100 Golden Serpent Guards? However, Chen Xianba shook his head when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. 100 Golden Serpent Guards is just a rumor. In fact, there are only 18 Golden Serpent Guards by Lord City Governor's side. Although there are only 18 Golden Serpent Guards, their strength far surpasses the captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Chen Xianba paused for a moment before he added, "Naturally, that doesn't include you, Captain Duan Ling Tian. Commander, if I want that cultivation method, will Lord Governor be willing to teach it to me?" Chapter 2607. It's very difficult. In response to Duan Ling Tian's question, Chen Xianba replied truthfully, "Lord City Governor values that cultivation method a lot. Unless the person's cultivation base has reached a certain level and he can trust the person completely, he won't easily pass it to them." Chen Xianba looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he said, "Duan Ling Tian, your cultivation base should be sufficient. However, if you're willing to stay in the Black Dragon Army for a few decades or even 100 years, Lord City Governor might be willing to pass the cultivation method to you." A few decades or even 100 years. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Chen Xianba's words.
Let alone the Black Dragon Army, it was impossible for him to stay in Bloody Spectre City for a few decades or even 100 years.
Forget it.
Even if I don't have a graded cultivation method for now, with my 99 heavenly veins, my cultivation speed won't be any slower than the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City.
After Duan Ling Tian figured this out, he no longer bothered himself with this matter.
For the time being, he did not have a graded cultivation technique to cultivate, but he had 99 heavenly veins that ordinary people could only dream of.
In the Devata realms, the more heavenly veins one had, the more benefits one would gain. Not only would he be able to circulate his celestial origin energy faster during a battle, but his cultivation speed would also be faster. In his opinion, he would be able to increase his cultivation base. As long as his strength increased, it would be much easier for him to obtain a graded cultivation method after he left Bloody Spectre City. In Bloody Spectre City, a yellow grade cultivation method was like a peerless treasure.
However, in the 9 Spectres County, there were many forces that had a graded cultivation method.
Moreover, I heard from the waiter that there are also graded cultivation methods in the auction house in the 9 Spectres County that can be auctioned off at a higher price. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian felt much more at ease. After bidding farewell to Chen Xianba, Duan Ling Tian returned to his tent. This time, he quickly calmed down and immersed himself in his cultivation. After cultivating for about an hour, a voice rang in the air. "Lord Captain." A condensed voice penetrated Duan Ling Tian's tent and entered his ears.
Not only that, but it also woke Duan Ling Tian, who was in the midst of cultivating.
"HM?" When Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes, he frowned slightly. In the end, he still walked out of the tent. Based on the voice, he could tell it belonged to one of his subordinates, a centurion. It was the centurion he had injured earlier. "What's the matter?" Duan Ling Tian could hear the urgency in the centurion's voice.
It was clear the centurion had something urgent to tell him. "Lord Captain, I'm here to report to you that 2 of our centurions and 7 of our decurions have been grounded in a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City by Captain Yong Kong Ping of the Silverworm Army.
Yong Kong Ping has specifically asked for you to personally bring them back. The centurion quickly explained the purpose of his visit to Duan Ling Tian when he saw him.
You mean, the 2 centurions and 7 decurions under my command were grounded by the chilly arch of the Silverworm Army?
Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened immediately. Previously, when he was in the Valley of Ares, the Black Dragon Army soldiers trusted him. Moreover, they had done so much for him that he was touched. At that time, he had accepted them as his subordinates. Now, someone was telling him Duan Ling Tian's subordinates had been grounded by the captain of the Silverworm Army? Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's heart was burning with rage. Bring me there. As soon as Duan Ling Tian gave the order, the centurion rose into the air and led the way. What's your name? Duan Ling Tian asked the centurion who was leading the way. Lord Captain, my name is Tong Zheng. Although the centurion was injured by Duan Ling Tian not long ago and had yet to recover from his injuries, he did not complain at all. Instead, he was still respectful to Duan Ling Tian, because he knew very well in his heart that this chilly arch had only hurt him because he deserved a beating. Tell me about the conflict between you and the Silverworm Army.
Although the Black Dragon Army doesn't get along well with the Silverworm Army, I don't think the captain of the Silverworm Army would bully you for no reason, right?
Duan Ling Tian asked. Lord Captain, it's like this. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's question, Tong Zheng explained everything in detail as he led the way. He also told Duan Ling Tian the whole story. As it turned out, this matter had something to do with him as well. Today, after he had killed Jian Qiuping in the Valley of Ares, his 3 centurions and 7 decurions, including Tong Zheng, had gone to a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City to have a drink to vent their joy.
Who knew that when they were talking about what had happened in the Valley of War God, a chilly arch and a few centurions of the Silverworm Army happened to overhear them?
The captain of the Silverworm Army told them that they were bragging about their new captain.
Due to the presence of the captain of the Silverworm Army, the other customers in the restaurant also agreed that Tong Zheng and the others were bragging.
Naturally, Tong Zheng and the others felt indignant when they were accused by so many people. However, in the end, their voices were drowned out by the voices of the other customers. At this moment, they had no choice but to leave the restaurant under the disdainful gazes of the other customers. However, someone refused to let them leave.
The person who refused to let them leave was none other than the captain of the Silverworm Army.
Only one of you can leave.
The one who leaves, go and inform your new captain of the Silverworm Army, and ask him to come here and get his men.
Tell him that I, Yong Kong Ping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, have detained his men. I, Yong Kong Ping, would like to see what kind of person the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army is.
These were the exact words of the captain of the Silverworm Army.
The 10 people under Duan Ling Tian's command were powerless in front of the captain of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, only 9 of them were left behind. Tong Zheng was the only one who left the restaurant and returned to the Black Dragon Army's camp to look for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian knew what happened after that. Captain of the Silverworm Army, Yong Kong Ping? How awe-inspiring! Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes after listening to Centurion Tong Zheng's narration. A cold gleam flashed across his eyes. At this moment, although Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm, Tong Zheng, who was leading the way, could feel the coldness behind him. It was as if a gust of cold air had attacked him from behind, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Lord Chilly Arch is angry. At this moment, it was not difficult for Tong Zheng to sense Duan Ling Tian's anger. Lord Captain, Tong Zheng continued to say before they arrived at Bloody Spectre City, Captain Yong Kong Ping of the Silverworm Army is strong. He's ranked in the top 3 among the 10 captains in the Silverworm Army. In addition, he has another identity.
Other than being a chilly arch of the Silverworm Army, he is also the brother-in-law of the commander of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, even our previous captain, Captain Huang Jibing, didn't dare to provoke him even though his strength was on par with Yong Kong Ping. When Tong Zheng reached the end of his sentence, he turned around to look at Duan Ling Tian. So, if it's possible, later on, Chilly Arch, you should display a little of your strength to intimidate Yong Kong Ping and bring our men away. Try not to hurt Yong Kong Ping. The commander of the Silver Worm army is very protective of his men.
Tong Zheng's heart skipped a beat when he saw Duan Lingtian's expressionless face. He hastily added, "Of course. I'm not saying this to question your strength. I just don't want to cause you too much trouble because of our matter." Tong Zheng had gained a better understanding of Duan Lingtian's strength in the Valley of Aries. Duan Lingtian knew Duan Lingtian could easily defeat Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silver Worm army. However, it was hard to say if Duan Lingtian could defeat the commander of the Silver Worm army. "I know what I'm doing," Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly when he heard Tong Zheng's words. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and Tong Zheng arrived in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. After entering Bloody Spectre City, Duan Lingtian, who was furious, followed Tong Zheng to the entrance of a rather luxurious restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. A plaque with the words Lai Feng Restaurant was hung on the entrance of the restaurant. Based on the strength of the words, it was obvious it was written by a man. Now the entrance of the restaurant was crowded with people, both on the ground and in the air. Without exception, they were all stretching their heads to look inside the restaurant, as if there was something interesting going on inside. "He's here! He's here! It's the centurion of the Black Dragon Army who just left. He's back." The purple-clad young man next to him is the new chili arch behind him and the 9 men from the Black Dragon Army in the restaurant. When the people outside the restaurant saw Tong Zheng, the people outside the restaurant also shifted their attention to Tong Zheng and Duan Lingtian. Even more people were sizing up Duan Lingtian from top to bottom as though they had discovered a new continent. "Lord Captain, please enter." Tong Zheng stood at the entrance of the restaurant respectfully and made way for Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian walked forward with a calm expression. Everywhere he passed, the crowd that filled the entrance of the restaurant would open up a path for him, not daring to hesitate. After all, the purple-clad young man was a captain of the Black Dragon Army. He was someone they could not afford to offend. Tong Zheng followed Duan Lingtian into the restaurant with Duan Lingtian. "It's you." Chapter 2608. There were only slightly more than 10 people in the Lai Feng restaurant's main hall. It was obvious the restaurant had been cleared beforehand. There were more than 10 people in the hall, and only one young man was sitting in front of a table. Behind him, 3 figures stood straight like javelins, emitting a murderous aura. The young man was dressed casually. He was tall and had a determined expression on his face. He looked majestic as though he was the most powerful person in the world. The 3 people behind him were dressed in silver armor. It was the standard armor of the Silver Worm Army in Bloody Spectre City. Based on the insignia on their chests, one could tell they were the captains of the Silver Worm Army. They were the centurions of the Silver Worm Army. Apart from that, there were 9 people standing in front of the 4 men. All 9 of them were wearing black armor. It was the armor of the Black Dragon Army in Bloody Spectre City. Based on the insignia on their chests, one could tell they were the captains of the Silver Worm Army. Among the 9 people, there were 2 centurions and 7 decurions from the Black Dragon Army. They were none other than the 9 captains of the Black Dragon Army. In this way, the identity of the only young man sitting in the restaurant's lobby was also on the verge of being revealed. He was none other than the captain of the Silver Worm Army, Yang Kongping. "It's you?" When Duan Lingtian stepped into the restaurant's lobby and appeared in front of more than 10 people, a middle-aged centurion of the Silver Worm Army standing behind Yang Kongping cried out in surprise when he saw Duan Lingtian. His exclamation was filled with waves of shock and disbelief. It was as though he had just seen something terrifying. When the middle-aged centurion from the Silver Worm Army cried out in surprise, Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air. Duan Lingtian, who had just entered the restaurant's lobby, instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. He saw the person with just a glance and recognized him. He recognized the centurion from the Silver Worm Army. It was one of the 2 centurions from the Silver Worm Army he had met at the Celestial Ascension Pool when he had just ascended. The other centurion from the Silver Worm Army had tried to kill Duan Lingtian with a soul attack. "What a coincidence. We meet again," Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at the middle-aged centurion from the Silver Worm Army. "Lord Captain. Lord Captain." At the same time,
The 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army bowed respectfully as they looked at Duan Lingtian. He's the captain of the Black Dragon Army who replaced Huang Jibing. The centurion of the Silverworm Army who had met Duan Lingtian at the Celestial Ascension Pool was shocked when he saw the 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army greeting Duan Lingtian and addressing him as Lord Captain. He had also heard the voice of Tong Zhang, the centurion of the Black Dragon Army, outside. Because of this, he knew that the first person to step into the restaurant would be the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army who had replaced Huang Jibing. However, when he saw the first person who stepped into the restaurant and recognized him, his heart wavered again. He could not figure it out at all. How could a person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven become a captain of the Black Dragon Army? Moreover, the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army seemed to respect him. He was from the Silverworm Army. Naturally, he knew it was impossible to obtain the respect of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, just because their new captain had found the identity token of their previous captain.
If that was the case, it would not be enough to obtain their respect. If one wanted to obtain the respect of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army, one must possess strength that was on par with one's position. Now, the scenes in front of him confirmed his suspicions. The person before him was indeed the captain of the Black Dragon Army, who had replaced Huang Jibing. However, the fact that he killed Zhong Gang proved that his strength is not inferior to an ordinary Golden Immortal Realm expert.
I forgot about that. With his strength, it's not difficult for him to secure his position as a captain of the Black Dragon Army. When the centurion recalled the scene of Duan Lingtian killing Zhong Gang, who was also a centurion of the Silverworm Army, he felt relieved.
You're the new captain of the Black Dragon Army who replaced Huang Jibing? Yang Kongping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, asked in a questioning tone as he stared at Duan Lingtian coldly. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at Yang Kongping indifferently before he shifted his gaze to the 9 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. He looked at the 9 soldiers and asked, "Are all of you all right? Did they touch any of you?"
A cold gleam flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he reached the end of his question.
His tone turned low as well. "Lord Captain, we're fine."
"We're fine."
Duan Lingtian's 9 subordinates shook their heads. Then they took a few steps forward and stood behind Duan Lingtian with Tong Zheng.
They stared at the people from the Silverworm Army with piercing eyes.
"Good. Very good. Very good." Yang Kongping, the commander of the Silverworm Army who was completely ignored by Duan Lingtian, had a dark expression on his face. He glared at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Even your Black Dragon Army's captain He Jin Kuan wouldn't dare to be as arrogant as you are in front of me." He Jin Kuan was the most powerful person among the 10 captains of the Black Dragon Army. He was known as the Black Dragon Army's captain.
Naturally, in the eyes of the soldiers of the Black Dragon Army who went to the Valley of Ares today, this was all in the past.
The current Black Dragon Army's captain was Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army. Naturally, Yang Kongping was unaware of this. Until now, he still did not think Duan Lingtian, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, would have the strength to kill Jian Qiuping in one hit.
After all, even if Jian Qiuping was not as strong as the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the commander of the Silverworm Army, he was not much weaker. In his opinion, a powerhouse with such strength would never lower himself to become a chilly arch in the Black Dragon Army.
"Fortunately, you didn't touch my men." Facing the furious Yang Kongping, Duan Lingtian still didn't have the intention to pay attention to him. He just coldly glanced at him and lightly said, "Otherwise you will die today. Luckily you didn't touch my men. Otherwise you will die today." As soon as Duan Lingtian said this, the restaurant fell into a dead silence. Even outside the restaurant, there was a deathly silence. Now the crowd outside the restaurant could clearly see and hear the situation in the restaurant's lobby. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, they were all dumbstruck. The new chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army is too strong, isn't he? This was the same thought that appeared in their minds at the same time. After all, Yang Kongping, the chilly arch of the Silverworm Army, who was sitting in the restaurant's lobby, was not an ordinary chilly arch of the Silverworm Army. Not only was he a chilly arch of the Silverworm Army, but he was also the brother-in-law of the commander of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, even the strongest chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, He Jin Kuan, did not dare to offend Yang Kongping. For this reason, they were shocked by Duan Ling Tian, the new chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army. What did you say? In the restaurant's lobby, Yang Kongping finally regained his senses and stood up abruptly. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Even he Jean Kuan doesn't dare to speak to me like this. I think you're seeking death. Duan Ling Tian ignored Yang Kongping's killing intent and continued to speak nonchalantly. Today, you'll cripple one of your arms, and this matter will come to an end. If you don't do it, I won't just cripple one of your arms. At that time, I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs, just like how I crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army. His words were also very clear. Yang Kongping, cripple one of your arms, and this matter will come to an end. If you don't do it yourself and let me do it for you, I'll cripple one of your arms and one of your legs. Domineering. Domineering. This new chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army is too domineering. That's Yang Kongping we're talking about, but he doesn't seem to have any scruples at all. In my opinion, this isn't domineering, he's seeking death. However, based on his words, he even crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army's arm and one of his legs. Outside the restaurant, the onlookers discussed among themselves. In the restaurant, the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army standing behind Duan Ling Tian looked at each other. They did not expect this. Their chilly arch had even crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army. Crippled the Decurion of the Silverworm Army's arm and one of his legs? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Yang Kongping's eyes narrowed immediately as a thought appeared in his mind. Half a month ago, one of the celestial ascension pools that his subordinates were in charge of had an ascender who seemed to have obtained a shocking legacy from the mundane realm. Not only did the ascender cripple one of his Decurions, but he even killed one of his centurions. Yang Kongping thought about it carefully. Ever since he became a chilly arch of the Silverworm Army, he had never heard of a deaconess in the Silverworm Army being crippled. Lord Chilly Arch. Chai Ming, the centurion of the Silverworm Army standing behind Yang Kongping, said, "This person is the one who killed Zhonggang and crippled Wang Wei half a month ago. He's the one who ascended from the Celestial Ascension Pool." Zhonggang. Wang Wei. As soon as Chai Ming finished speaking, the other 2 centurions of the Silverworm Army standing next to him widened their eyes in shock. Earlier, when Chai Ming saw the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army standing in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise. How did Chai Ming know the new chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army? Realization dawned on them when they heard Chai Ming's words. Chapter 2609. It's him? Upon hearing Chai Ming's words, even Yang Kongping, the chilly arch of the Silverworm Army, could not help but narrow his eyes as his heart trembled violently. Zhonggang was a centurion under his command. Half a month ago, he died at the hands of an ascender. Wang Wei was a deaconess under his command. Half a month ago, one of his arms and one of his legs were crippled by the same ascender. Now, Yang Kongping finally understood. Why did this chilly arch of the Black Armored Army say that he had crippled a deaconess of the Silver Dragon Army? This was because this chilly arch of the Black Armored Army was the person who had ascended half a month ago. It was also the ascender that the Silver Dragon Army had spent half a month searching for. Ascender. Immortal Ascension Pool? At the same time, when the 10 Black Armored Army soldiers standing behind Duan Ling Tian heard the words of the Silverworm Army centurion Chai Ming, their gazes simultaneously landed on the purple silhouette in front of them. Their hearts trembled. If what the centurion of the Silverworm Army said was true in that case, their new captain was actually an ascender who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Lord Chilly Arch is actually an ascender? And he's not an ascender from the Golden Immortals Immortal Ascension Pool, but an ascender from the Heavenly Immortals Immortal Ascension Pool. How is this possible? This centurion of the Silver Dragon Army is lying, right? The 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army whispered to each other among themselves, but they all came to the same conclusion. The centurion of the Silver Dragon Army was lying. If the other party had said that their chilly arch had ascended from the Golden Immortals Immortal Ascension Pool, they might have believed it. This was because those who ascended to the Golden Celestial Ascension Pool were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when they were still in the mundane realm. Once they ascended to the Golden Celestial Ascension Pool, they would immediately become golden celestials. Those who ascended from the celestial ascension pool were only eminent celestials when they were still in the mundane realms. When eminent celestials ascended to the celestial ascension pool, they could only become heavenly immortals. Moreover, he was a scarlet moon heavenly immortal. Most importantly, not only did this centurion of the silverworm army say that their chiliarch ascended from the immortal ascension pool, he also said that their chiliarch ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Half a month ago, those who had ascended to the celestial ascension pool were considered monsters amongst monsters if they were able to become orange moon celestial immortals. However, even the orange moon celestial could not possibly possess such frightening strength as their chiliarch. They had witnessed the strength of their chiliarch with their own eyes. Even if he wasn't as strong as the commander of the Black Dragon army, he wasn't too far off. Because of this, the 10 soldiers of Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon army did not believe the words of the centurion. Ascender? And he just ascended to the immortal ascension pool half a month ago? Outside the entrance of the restaurant, the crowd of onlookers clearly heard the words of the centurion of the Silverworm army, Chai Ming. Is this centurion of the Silver Dragon army crazy? I think he's out of his mind. How could someone who just ascended to the immortal ascension pool half a month ago become a chiliarch of the Black Dragon army? That's right. Even if this person was lucky enough to find the identity token of Captain Huang Jibing in the Black Dragon army and become a chiliarch of the Black Dragon army, how could 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon army treat a heavenly celestial so respectfully? The fact that the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon army treat him so respectfully means his cultivation base is at least at the golden celestial stage. The crowd of onlookers outside the restaurant discussed among themselves. Similar to the 10 soldiers of Duan Lingtian's Black Dragon army, they thought the centurion of the Silverworm army, Chai Ming, was spouting nonsense. Chai Ming's words were impossible. Just when the 10 Black Dragon army soldiers under Duan Lingtian's command and the onlookers outside were certain centurion Chai Ming of the Silverworm army was talking nonsense, a voice rang out. Ha ha ha, Yang Kong Ping, the chiliarch of the Silverworm army, suddenly burst out laughing in the restaurant's lobby. Yang Kongping's laughter had successfully attracted the attention of everyone except Duan Lingtian. He fixed his eyes on Duan Lingtian and said excitedly, Duan Lingtian, you're the only one who can do this. It's really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. Brat, if you hid in the Black Dragon army's camp, I might not have known that you're in the Black Dragon army. Since you've delivered yourself to me, follow me back to the Silverworm army. The moment his words left his mouth, Yang Kongping's eyes that were staring at Duan Lingtian suddenly lit up as though he had just seen a peerless treasure. In his eyes, Duan Lingtian was indeed a peerless treasure. After all, he knew the chiliarch of the Black Dragon army must have mastered a profound celestial method and divine ability that allowed him to possess strength comparable to a golden celestial even though he was just a crimson moon heavenly celestial. If Yang Kongping could obtain the celestial arts and divine abilities that the other party had mastered, then his strength would also increase to a very exaggerated level. If the commander of the Silverworm army could obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities, then the strength of the Silverworm army's commander would increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, the commander of the Silverworm army might even be able to go to Nine Spectres County and look for the county governor of Nine Spectres County to become the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. He would never forget this. When he told the commander of the Silverworm army, who was also his brother-in-law, about the chiliarch of the Black Dragon army, who was also the one who ascended half a month ago, the commander of the Silverworm army was very excited. For this reason, the Silverworm army had been searching for the chiliarch of the Black Dragon army for more than half a month. Who would have thought? The chiliarch of the Black Dragon army had become a chiliarch. Since you've delivered yourself to me, follow me back to the Silverworm army. As soon as Yang Kongping finished speaking, boom! Yang Kongping's celestial core power, which had been accumulating in his body for a long time, suddenly whizzed out and dissipated on the surface of his body. It was as if a ball of flame had enveloped his entire body. He looked even more majestic and awe-inspiring like a god of war. Bang! At the same time, Yang Kongping stomped his foot in the air, causing the air to tremble. A gust of wind swept up and blew away many tables and chairs in the restaurant. Whoosh! In the next instant, Yang Kongping pounced on Duan Lingtian like a tiger. He spread his arms wide open, But he did not use any killing techniques. He merely made a grabbing motion. It was obvious he wanted to capture Duan Ling Tian. Yang Kongping did not want to kill Duan Ling Tian.
In his opinion, capturing the Chili Arch of the Silverworm Army was 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times better than killing the Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army. At that time, Yang Kongping and the commander of the Silverworm Army would be able to obtain the celestial methods and divine abilities from the Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army. As for his current identity as a Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army, he couldn't care less about it. At most, he would wait until he captured him and brought him back to the camp of the Silverworm Army. Then, he would let the commander of the Silverworm Army, who was also his brother-in-law, deal with the commander of the Black Dragon Army.
Be careful, Lord Chili Arch. Be careful, Lord Chili Arch. When Yang Kongping flew out and was about to reach Duan Ling Tian, the 10 Black Dragon Army soldiers under Duan Ling Tian finally regained their senses. They instinctively cried out in alarm to warn Duan Ling Tian. When they saw Yang Kongping charging at them menacingly, they were so anxious that they had completely forgotten about the Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army. This Chili Arch of theirs was much stronger than the other 9 Chili Arcs of the Black Dragon Army. On the other hand, Yang Kongping's strength was not comparable to Captain He Jin Kuen, the strongest person in the Silverworm Army other than their captain. When the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army instinctively cried out to warn Duan Ling Tian, whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of swords whistling rang in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian, who was standing there calmly, suddenly emitted a white glow. It was the dazzling sword rays that shot out from his body. There were many sword rays. At first glance, there were at least 10,000 of them. Everyone's attention was attracted by the sword rays that shot out from Duan Ling Tian's body. Ah! A shrill cry of agony suddenly rang in the air. The cry was so shrill that it caused everyone's hearts to tremble. They felt chills running down their spines. Bang! With another loud noise, the people present finally saw the situation in front of them clearly. They saw Yang Kongping, the Chili Arch of the Silverworm Army, who was charging at Duan Ling Tian, had his right arm severed at the shoulder. When his right arm was severed, his entire body was sent flying like an arrow, leaving the bow by Duan Ling Tian's kick. It was obvious the shrill cry came from Yang Kongping. No! Yang Kongping, who was sent flying by Duan Ling Tian's kick, could not help but let out another shrill cry when he saw the white sword rays shooting toward his severed arm. Although his arm was severed, it could be reattached as long as it was not damaged. However, if it was damaged, his arm would be crippled. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A white sword ray shot out like a swarm of locusts, turning Yang Kongping's severed arm into a bloody mist. Only his palm was left. The reason his palm was not destroyed was due to the glove he was wearing. The glove was Yang Kongping's celestial weapon. Barf! Yang Kongping, who was already injured, could not help but spit out a mouthful of black and red blood when he saw his right arm was crippled. Kongping! A furious woman's voice rang in the air when Yang Kongping spat out the blood. Everyone only saw a flash in front of their eyes as a huge but agile female figure flashed out and appeared in the direction where Yang Kongping was flying and caught him. Chapter 26:10. Bang! As the huge yet agile female figure caught the flying Yang Kongping and landed on the ground, another earth-shattering bang suddenly came from the floor of the restaurant. The entire restaurant seemed to tremble violently. At the same time, the figure that caught Yang Kongping also showed up at the right time. Surprisingly, it was a tall and fat woman. The woman's height was not shorter than Yang Kongping. Her horizontal length was more than half of Yang Kongping's height. She looked like a mountain of flesh. Yang Kongping was being carried by her like a princess, just like a little doll. In terms of size, Yang Kongping was not even a third of the woman's size. It's the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, Miao Lai Feng. This is my first time seeing the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant. Miao Lai Feng is not an ordinary person. She's the sister of Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. I heard the plaque of Lai Feng Restaurant was personally written by the commander of the Silverworm Army. You can see how much he loves his sister. She's the wife of Yang Kongping, the Chili Arch of the Silverworm Army. As soon as the woman appeared,
A commotion broke out outside the restaurant.
Duan Lingtian could not help but raise his eyebrows when he heard the commotion. His subordinates actually chose to drink in a restaurant owned by the family of the Silverworm Army? Wasn't he just looking for trouble for himself? You still have a leg.
However, even if Duan Lingtian knew the tall and fat woman was the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army, he did not intend to let her go.
As soon as he finished speaking, he began to move again.
It was as though he had transformed into an eagle hunting for its prey.
Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Duan Lingtian's figure flashed out, the sword under his feet once again emitted a series of ear-piercing sword-whistling sound. By the time everyone regained their senses, Duan Lingtian had already returned to his original spot and stood in front of the 10 Black Dragon Army soldiers. However, he did not come back alone. He was also carrying a person under his hand. It was none other than the captain of the Silverworm Army, Yang Kongping, who was in the woman's arms earlier. Kongping. When Duan Lingtian returned with Yang Kongping, the tall and fat woman, Miao Lifeng, who was the sister of the Silverworm Army's commander, finally snapped out of her daze. She shouted anxiously as a murderous intent flashed across her face. Whoosh! In the next moment, Miao Lifeng's figure flashed as she charged toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! 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 Miao Lifeng's mountain-like body. Just like the tanks in Duan Lingtian's previous life, they charged forward violently. Everywhere they passed, the void trembled, and bursts of deafening explosions rang out. Miao Lifeng's huge body seemed cumbersome, but when he moved, it was as if he had turned into a gust of wind. He was ridiculously fast. She's a golden celestial as well. Based on Miao Lifeng's speed, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to tell she was a golden celestial. However, her speed was slightly slower than Yang Kongping's. Bas, 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 bas. When Miao Lifeng approached Duan Lingtian, a short and wide saber that resembled a kitchen knife appeared in her hand.
As soon as the saber appeared, it shone with a dazzling saber chi as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian could tell the saber in Miao Lifeng's hand was a celestial weapon when he sensed the aura from the saber.
Humph! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he saw Miao Lifeng charging at him menacingly. He exerted force in his hand and swung Yang Kongping toward Miao Lifeng's saber. Duan Lingtian could tell Miao Lifeng was not weak at all. Miao Lifeng was not as strong as Yang Kongping. Despicable! Miao Lifeng let out a furious roar, but in the end, she could only withdraw her attack. As a result, she suffered quite a bit of backlash and was sent flying back over 10 steps before she managed to stabilize herself.
She couldn't help but open her mouth and spit out a mouthful of blood.
Whoosh! After forcing Miao Lifeng to retreat, Duan Lingtian no longer paid any attention to her. With just a thought, a sword ray shot out and severed Yang Kongping's left leg. Yang Kongping's severed leg fell to the ground with a thud. Ah! Yang Kongping once again let out a miserable shriek. When Duan Lingtian tossed Yang Kongping to Miao Lifeng, his eyes flashed coldly as he looked at Yang Kongping's severed leg. If you dare to destroy my husband's leg, I, Miao Lifeng, won't just make you pay with your life, I'll make your entire family pay with their lives. At this moment, Miao Lifeng, who had caught Yang Kongping, noticed Duan Lingtian's gaze. Her chubby face was filled with killing intent as she threatened him. Her voice was so cold that it felt as though she had fallen into an ice cellar. At this moment, Miao Lifeng was extremely anxious. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to say that she wanted Duan Lingtian's entire family to pay with their lives. After all, Duan Lingtian had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Even though Miao Lifeng had just shown herself, she had been observing everything that had happened from the shadows. It was only when she saw her husband's arm being crippled that she couldn't hold herself back anymore and rushed out. I'll be waiting. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold when he heard Miao Lifeng's threat. Then, he lifted his leg and his celestial origin energy surged out in reverse before he stomped on Yang Kongping's severed leg. No! Yang Kongping's eyes widened again. He cried out in panic before his body trembled violently and he passed out. Naturally, the body of a golden celestial was not that weak. The reason why Yang Kongping fainted was that he could not accept the truth in front of him. Subconsciously, he wanted to escape. Let's go back. After destroying Yang Kongping's arm and leg, Duan Lingtian glanced at Miao Lifeng, who was glaring at him like a venomous snake. Then, he turned around and called out to the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army behind him. Outside the entrance of the restaurant, the crowd that was originally squeezed together very tacitly and obediently opened up a path for Duan Lingtian's group, and sent them off with their gazes. Everyone only regained their senses when Duan Lingtian's group swaggered off and disappeared before their eyes. Heavens! The captain of the Black Dragon Army is too domineering, right?
He broke an arm and a leg of the commander of the Silverworm Army's brother-in-law in front of the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army.
Even the commander of the Black Dragon Army wouldn't dare to do that, right? Where did he get the courage to do that? I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out. There's no need to think about it. I'm afraid things are going to get interesting after today. The commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, won't let this go. Of course, the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, Miao Lai Feng, is Miao Lai Long's sister. Moreover, she's Miao Lai Long's only relative in this world. He won't let anything happen to his sister. The crowd of onlookers outside Lai Feng Restaurant all had a feeling that a storm was coming, and the city was about to be destroyed. The current calm was just the calm before the storm. Bang! Just as the group of people outside the restaurant were discussing animatedly, a loud sound suddenly came from inside the restaurant. Then, everyone saw a flash before their eyes. Whoosh! A huge figure was leading another figure out of the restaurant at an extremely fast speed. They rose into the air and flew northeast. In just a blink of an eye, they disappeared behind the clouds in the sky. It was as though they had never appeared before. Whoosh! 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 Another 3 sounds of wind whistling rang in the air. The 3 centurions of the Silverworm Army, including Chai Ming, had also left the restaurant and followed after them. At this moment, the 3 centurions of the Silverworm Army did not look too good. How could they look good? Their chilly arch, their superior, had 1 arm and 1 leg crippled right in front of their eyes. From the beginning until the end, they could not do anything. They did not even dare to do anything. After all, if their captain could not deal with this person, it was impossible for them to deal with him. Did Miao Lai Feng bring her husband to the Silverworm Army's camp? Many of the onlookers outside of Lai Feng Restaurant easily guessed this. The Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army are really going to fight this time. In the past, they've only had small conflicts. They've never caused such a huge commotion before. That's right. It's going to be really interesting this time. However, I really didn't expect the new chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army to be so powerful. He defeated the Silverworm Army's chilly arch, Yang Kongping, in just 1 move and crippled 1 of his arms. So what if he's strong? Is he stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army? Of course, he's not stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army. If he's stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army, why would he lower himself to be a captain of the Black Dragon Army? Let's see if Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, is able to protect him this time. I don't think so. It's fine if he's just causing trouble. However, this time, he actually crippled the arm and leg of the brother-in-law of the Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long. The commotion outside Lai Feng Restaurant continued for a long time. As the crowd outside the Lai Feng Restaurant dispersed, news of what had happened in the Lai Feng Restaurant spread like wildfire across the entire Bloody Spectre City. In Bloody Spectre City, as long as they were not in closed-door cultivation or were not well informed, they had all heard about what had happened in Lai Feng Restaurant. The new captain of the Black Dragon Army, Duan Lingtian, had crippled Miao Lai Feng, the sister of the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant and the commander of the Silverworm Army, in front of her. She was the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's arm and leg could not be reattached. I'm afraid Bloody Spectre City is going to change soon. This matter is too big. I wonder how the Black Dragon Army is going to deal with this. Duan Lingtian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, is going to pay with his life. Chapter 26:11. What did it mean to become famous after a single battle? Currently, Duan Ling Tian had become famous in Bloody Spectre City due to his battle with Yang Kong Ping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, in Lai Feng Restaurant. Before today, no one in Bloody Spectre City knew about Duan Ling Tian. However, after today, no one in Bloody Spectre City did not know about Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Yang Kong Ping was one-sided. They did not even exchange blows. This was because when Yang Kong Ping made the first move to attack, Duan Ling Tian controlled the sword formation and severed one of Yang Kong Ping's arms. From the beginning until the end, Yang Kong Ping did not even have time to dodge. Their strength was on a completely different level. While Bloody Spectre City was in an uproar, Duan Ling Tian led 10 black generals and flew toward the Black Dragon Army's camp at a leisurely pace. All of you are really bold.
You actually went to a restaurant owned by the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army?
Duan Ling Tian said to the 10 black generals behind him. Hee hee. Tong Zheng chuckled.
Centurion Tong Zheng chuckled and said, Lord Chili Arch, we were too happy because of your victory in the Valley of the Gods of War. We didn't notice that the restaurant we went to was owned by the younger sister of the Silverworm Army's commander. Really?
Before Tong Zheng could finish speaking, he felt guilty when Duan Ling Tian turned around and looked at him. Lord Captain, you're wise.
Tong Zheng smiled wryly and said, We went to Lai Feng Restaurant because we know the Silverworm Army often patronizes Lai Feng Restaurant. So, Duan Ling Tian interrupted Tong Zheng again and said indifferently, Are all of you trying to let the Silverworm Army know that the Black Dragon Army has a captain like me?
Lord Captain, you're wise. Tong Zheng quickly nodded in response.
Lord Chili Arch.
After a few moments, Tong Zheng asked solemnly as he followed behind Duan Ling Tian, Is it really okay for you to cripple Yang Kong Ping's arm and leg today? After all, you know about Yang Kong Ping's identity as well. Tong Zheng continued. What problem could there be?
Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as a cold light flashed in them, and he continued to say indifferently, I'm already being extremely merciful by not killing him today.
Today, Yang Kong Ping had not only forcefully detained his Black Dragon Army soldiers. When he attacked him, he even looked like he wanted to capture him and bring him back to the Silverworm Army's camp. As for why Yang Kong Ping wanted to capture him and bring him back to the Silverworm Army, it wasn't difficult for him to guess that it was surely because of the immortal techniques and divine abilities that he possessed. After all, the others did not believe he was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. However, the people from the Silverworm Army were 100% certain he was a heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. They also knew he was so strong because he had mastered some profound celestial techniques and divine abilities. If he was really captured by Yang Kong Ping and brought back to the Silverworm Army, one could only imagine what would happen to him. If he could not obtain any celestial techniques and divine abilities from Yang Kong Ping, he would definitely die. Naturally, this was based on the premise that he was not strong enough to break free from the Silverworm Army's restraints. With his current strength, he did not think the Silverworm Army would be able to restrain him. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian felt he was being merciful by not killing Yang Kong Ping when he crippled Yang Kong Ping's arm and leg. I'm already being merciful by not killing him today. Tong Zheng and the other soldiers from the Black Dragon Army were shocked when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. For a time, they did not say anything. However, on their way back, they secretly discussed among themselves using voice transmissions that Duan Ling Tian could not hear.
Based on Lord Captain's attitude, it seems like he's not afraid of the commander of the Silverworm Army at all.
Could it be that Lord Captain is stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army? That's possible.
However, even if Lord Captain is stronger than the commander of the Silverworm Army, don't forget that the commander of the Silverworm Army can ask the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to stand up for him. If the city governor intervenes, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome.
If it really comes to that, I only hope that the commander of the Black Dragon Army can support the Chili Arch.
After all, compared to the commander of the Silverworm Army, the commander of the Black Dragon Army is more valued by the city governor.
Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the discussions among his subordinates through voice transmissions. At this moment, he was thinking of a problem.
The commander of the Silverworm Army has also cultivated the graded cultivation method from the city governor of Bloody Spectre City.
Why don't I strike first and beat him into submission before he attacks me? After that, we'll force him to hand over the graded cultivation technique that he possesses? Duanling Tian's eyes brightened when he thought of this. At the same time, he felt this idea was feasible. All of you can return first. I just remembered that I have something to do in Bloody Spectre City. Duanling Tian abruptly stopped moving and looked at his 10 subordinates that had stopped as well, and he called out to them. After that, Duanling Tian left in a flash, disappearing before the eyes of the 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army. He had always been a man of action. Since he felt his idea was feasible, he would follow it. Target at the Silverworm Army's camp. The 10 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army, including Centurion Tong Zhang, finally regained their senses when Duanling Tian's figure disappeared from their sight. However, they did not think too much about it since they thought Duanling Tian really had something to do. If they knew the reason Duanling Tian left, they would have been scared out of their wits. Their captain was going to enter the Silverworm Army's camp to look for Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. When Tong Zhang and the others returned to the Black Dragon Army's base, news of Duanling Tian's actions in Laifeng restaurant spread like wildfire in the Black Dragon Army's base. It was as though an earthquake had occurred in the base. Captain Duanling Tian crippled Captain Yang Kongping's arm and leg. Moreover, he did it in front of Yang Kongping's wife, Miao Laifeng, the sister of the commander of the Silverworm Army. Heavens! Captain Duanling Tian is too awesome, right? Even the commander wouldn't dare to go against the commander of the Silverworm Army, right? I'm afraid the commander of the Silverworm Army will be furious when he finds out about this. Similar exclamations could be heard everywhere in the Black Dragon Army's camp. The Black Dragon Army's new captain, Duanling Tian, made them feel proud since the Black Dragon Army had never suppressed the Silverworm Army in such a manner before. However, at the same time, many of the Black Dragon Army soldiers were worried. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, won't let Captain Duanling Tian off the hook so easily. I'm afraid this matter is going to blow up. Now, let's see if Captain Duanling Tian and the commander are able to deal with the Silverworm Army's commander's wrath. Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, also received the news while the soldiers in the camp were discussing among themselves. Captain Duanling Tian crippled Yang Kongping? Chen Xianba could not help but smile bitterly. If Miao Lai Long finds out about this, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome. Miao Lai Long was Chen Xianba's old rival. Naturally, Chen Xianba was familiar with Miao Lai Long's temper. In the Silverworm Army's camp. As one of the 2 armies under Bloody Spectre City, the Black Dragon Army's camp was in charge of one of the celestial stone veins controlled by Bloody Spectre City, while the Silverworm Army's camp was in charge of the other celestial stone vein controlled by Bloody Spectre City. Since half a month ago, the Silverworm Army's camp had not been peaceful since something had happened to one of the celestial ascension pools. Today, along with an enormous figure flashing into the Silverworm Army's campsite, the Silverworm Army's campsite was bound to be chaotic. Is that Miss Laifeng? It's Miss Laifeng. He seems to be carrying Captain Yang Kongping. Am I seeing things? One of Chili Arch Yang Kongping's arms and legs were gone? What's going on? When Miao Laifeng left Bloody Spectre City and entered the Silverworm Army's camp while carrying her husband, Yang Kongping, many of the Silverworm Army soldiers vaguely saw her huge figure. It's Chiming. The Silverworm Army soldiers were curious about what had happened when they saw Yang Kongping's 3 centurions following Miao Laifeng back to the Silverworm Army's camp. They quickly stepped forward and stopped the 3 centurions. Chiming, what's going on? What's going on? Miss Laifeng doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Moreover, Captain Yang Kongping seems to have lost an arm and a leg. Since there were many centurions among the Silverworm Army's soldiers, Chai Ming and the other 2 centurions patiently explained what had happened before they continued to follow Miao Laifeng. The Silverworm Army's soldiers were stunned when they heard what Chai Ming and the other 3 centurions said. The new captain of the Black Dragon Army crippled Captain Yang Kongping's arm and a leg? Does this mean the new captain of the Black Dragon Army is stronger than He Jin Kuen, the first captain of the Black Dragon Army? That's not the point. Most importantly, he actually dared to touch Captain Yang Kongping. After all, Captain Yang Kongping is the brother-in-law of the Lord Commander.
Now that Miss Lai Feng has returned, I'm afraid Lord Commander is going to be furious.
Chapter 26:12. The Silverworm Army's camp was located northeast of Bloody Spectre City. Whether it was heading to Bloody Spectre City or the Black Dragon Army's camp southwest of Bloody Spectre City, they were on the same route. This route was the only route from the Silverworm Army's camp to the Bloody Spectre City and the Black Dragon Army's camp. Unless they intentionally took a detour, they would usually take this route. And now on this path, a tall purple figure stood in the air. His eyes were calmly looking in the northeast direction, as if there was something he was waiting for. The purple figure was none other than Duanling Tian, who had returned to Bloody Spectre City after bidding farewell to the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army. Although Duanling Tian passed by the Bloody Spectre City, he did not enter it. He flew above Bloody Spectre City and arrived at a place that was still some distance away from the Silver Dragon Army's camp. He hovered in the air and waited patiently. It was as if he was waiting for something. It also seemed like it was waiting for someone. About half an hour later. He's here. In the blink of an eye, Duanling Tian, who had been standing there for half an hour without any change in his expression, raised his eyebrows as he thought to himself, "What a coincidence." Whoosh! Almost at the same time as Duanling Tian thought to himself, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. It was coming towards Duanling Tian. In the blink of an eye, it was less than a kilometer away from Duanling Tian. The sound of something breaking through the air was made by a person who was traveling at an extremely fast speed. After this person discovered Duanling Tian, he suddenly slowed down and quickly stopped. When he came to a complete stop, he was only 100 meters away from Duanling Tian. And the reason why he stopped was because he realized that Duanling Tian had been staring at him the moment he appeared, giving him the feeling that the Duanling Tian had been waiting for him. The Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long? Duanling Tian raised his brows and asked indifferently as he looked at the 2-meter-tall burly man with a face full of stubble. The burly man in front of Duanling Tian resembled the owner of Lai Feng Restaurant, Miao Lai Feng, the wife of Yang Kong Ping, a chilly arch of the Silverworm Army. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to guess who this person was. This was the person he was waiting for. The Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long. "Who are you?" Miao Lai Long raised his thick eyebrows when he heard the purple-robed young man say his name. His voice was as loud as a bell, and it was deafening to the ears. Miao Lai Long's Miao Lai Feng. Duanling Tian replied calmly when he heard Miao Lai Long's question. Swoosh! As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Miao Lai Long's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as he asked, "You're Duanling Tian, the new chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army?" Today, when the 10 soldiers of the Black Dragon Army mentioned Duanling Tian's actions in the Valley of Ares, they had mentioned Duanling Tian's name as well. For this reason, those who knew Duanling Tian as a chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army knew his name as well. As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. His celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a ball of flame that shot up into the sky. His aura was terrifying. At the same time, his eyes that were as big as a gong that was staring at Duanling Tian burned with fury. It was so furious that it felt as though it could burn anything. Miao Lai Long's face that was covered with stubbles trembled slightly due to his anger. Duanling Tian was right. Indeed, Miao Lai Long had left the Silverworm Army's camp and rushed toward the Bloody Spectre City and the Black Dragon Army's camp because of him. Earlier, Miao Lai Long's younger sister had brought her husband back to the Silverworm Army's camp and complained tearfully in front of Miao Lai Long. Miao Lai Long was furious and made a promise to his sister. He had promised to capture Duanling Tian and bring him to his sister so she could do whatever she wanted with him. After that, he had left the Silverworm Army's camp to capture Duanling Tian, the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, who had crippled his brother-in-law. However, he did not expect Duanling Tian would encounter Duanling Tian. Not long after he left the Silverworm Army's camp, he had encountered Duanling Tian. Moreover, it was obvious Duanling Tian had intentionally waited for him here. "It's me," Duanling Tian responded unhurriedly. His expression remained calm,
And he didn't show any unusual emotions just because the person in front of him was the commander of the Silverworm army. In his eyes, the commander of the Silverworm army was not much different from the chilly arch of the Silverworm army.
Because none of them were a match for the current him. Are you waiting for me? Miao Lai Long's expression darkened. At the same time, he scanned the surroundings vigilantly. It seemed like he wanted to see if Duan Ling Tian had brought any helpers with him. You don't have to. I came here alone. Duan Ling Tian saw through Miao Lai Long's thoughts and said lightly, Do you think I'll believe you? Miao Lai Long sneered.
At the same time, he extended his divine sense and patiently probed the surroundings. No wonder they said the city governor of Bloody Spectre City favors Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army.
Before I met you, Miao Lai Long, I couldn't make a comparison. However, based on the current situation, you're indeed inferior to Commander Chen Xianba of the Black Dragon Army. Duan Ling Tian suddenly laughed. What did you say? Duan Ling Tian's words were akin to pouring salt on Miao Lai Long's wound. Miao Lai Long was so angry that he immediately withdrew his divine sense. He glared at Duan Ling Tian furiously as killing intent flashed in his eyes. Didn't you hear what I said? Duan Ling Tian's smile widened. You're seeking death. The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face was extremely unpleasant to Miao Lai Long. He could no longer hold himself back. His body trembled as he shot out at lightning speed. His body trembled as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian like a ferocious tiger. Swoosh! When Miao Lai Long charged toward Duan Ling Tian, his celestial origin energy surged again. As expected of a golden celestial who has cultivated a graded cultivation method, just the assist-type divine ability alone has raised his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Its effect isn't any weaker than the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I cast. It was not difficult for Duan Ling Tian to see Miao Lai Long charging toward him. I've heard from Tong Zhang that the commander of the Silverworm army is a green sun golden celestial. His assist-type divine ability alone is enough to raise his celestial origin energy to the level of an indigo sun golden celestial. With just a thought, Miao Lai Long's figure had already traversed half the distance between Duan Ling Tian and himself. Bass, 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 bass. The sound of a saber buzzing rang in the air. A thick and broad saber appeared in Miao Lai Long's hand. As soon as the saber appeared, it was shrouded by his celestial origin energy. A saber ray that was more than 100 feet long shot out of the saber. Wherever this over 10 feet long blade ray passed, countless tiny blade rays would whiz out with it. It was like 100 flowers blooming. It was an exceptionally beautiful sight. Duan Ling Tian, I've heard from my sister that you're as strong as He Jin Kuen, the first captain of the Black Dragon Army. Now try me. As soon as Miao Lai Long's voice rang in the air, the saber ray on his saber shot toward Duan Ling Tian. Bass! The saber ray streaked across the sky, and its target was Duan Ling Tian. It was as if it carried the force to split mountains and rivers, and it wanted to slash Duan Ling Tian into 2. Humph! Faced with Miao Lai Long's preemptive strike, Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. Swoosh! 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 Following that, Duan Ling Tian's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as soon as Miao Lai Long appeared. It transformed into tens of thousands of sword rays that formed a sword formation before it transformed into a gigantic sword. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian brought out a celestial sword and turned it into a part of the sword formation. At the same time, the gigantic sword that was formed by the sword formation shone even brighter than before. Naturally, this celestial sword was not the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, that had merged with Duan Ling Tian's body. Although the 7 Orifices exquisite sword had lost its sword soul and was no longer as powerful as a Devata artifact, it was still comparable to a top celestial weapon. Duan Ling Tian did not plan to use the 7 Orifices exquisite sword unless it was absolutely necessary. Swoosh! 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 With just a thought from Duan Ling Tian, the gigantic sword formed from the sword formation met Miao Lai Long's saber strike head-on. It was as though it had received an order from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's saber shone brilliantly as he slashed at the gigantic sword. Miao Lai Long's cultivation base was at the green sun golden celestial stage. When he cast his assist-type divine ability, his strength would increase by 2 levels. Moreover, his saber was a celestial weapon that contained offensive divine abilities and celestial methods. Currently, his strength was 5 levels higher than a green sun golden celestial without his celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. Since Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial stage, his assist-type divine ability would increase his strength by 2 levels. The 99 heavenly veins in his body would increase his strength by another 2 levels. The Sovereign Heart Sword, offensive divine ability, and celestial sword would increase his strength by 3 levels. Currently, his strength was 11 levels higher than a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial without his celestial methods, divine abilities, and celestial weapons. There was a difference of 6 levels between a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial and a Green Sun Golden Celestial. If this was the case, the strength of Duan Lingtian's gigantic sword was on par with the strength of Miao Lai Long's saber. However, there was a difference of 1 stage between a Heavenly Celestial and a Golden Celestial. Chapter 26:13. A heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a little over half a month ago is only slightly weaker than me? Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm army, could not help but widen his eyes when he saw the energy contained in Duan Ling Tian's gigantic sword. His heart was filled with shock as well. No wonder Kong Ping couldn't even last 1 round against him. His strength is only slightly weaker than mine. Miao Lai Long thought to himself. Kong Ping was none other than Yang Kong Ping. Miao Lai Long had planned to hold back at the critical moment, but at this moment, he realized there was no need for him to hold back at all. Even if he did not hold back, he would not be able to kill Kong Ping with just 1 strike. Although Miao Lai Long had left the Silverworm army's camp in a huff, he had no intention of killing Duan Ling Tian. He only wanted to capture Duan Ling Tian and bring him back to the Silverworm army's camp to avenge his sister. Then, he would be able to snatch the brilliant celestial methods and divine abilities from Duan Ling Tian. A heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a little over half a month ago is, at most, an Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial. For an Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial to possess such strength, his celestial methods and divine abilities must be top tier even in the Devata realms, right? Miao Lai Long's eyes lit up when he thought about this. A hint of excitement could be seen on his face. Bas! At the same time, the saber ray from Miao Lai Long's celestial saber landed on the gigantic sword formed by Duan Ling Tian's sword formation and collided with the gigantic sword. When the 2 forces collided, there was a momentary silence. After a few moments, boom! Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the energy from Duan Ling Tian's gigantic sword collided with the energy from Miao Lai Long's celestial saber. It was a white-hot battle. At first, the 2 of them were evenly matched. However, the power of Duan Ling Tian's giant sword began to run out of strength and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. You're just a heavenly immortal who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Yet you're able to force me, Miao Lai Long, to use my full strength. Even if you're defeated today, you should be proud. Miao Lai Long said to Duan Ling Tian as though he was the victor of the battle. It's still not certain who will be the one to lose. As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian, who had a solemn expression on his face, suddenly laughed. Miao Lai Long had a bad feeling when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words and saw Duan Ling Tian smile. Could it be that this kid still has some tricks up his sleeve? You're deliberately mystifying things. Although Miao Lai Long had a bad feeling about this, he did not hesitate to say that Duan Ling Tian was deliberately mystifying things. Didn't your subordinates tell you not to use your celestial weapon in front of me? The smile on Duan Ling Tian's face turned into a sneer in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, a mysterious aura extended from the gigantic sword that was formed from the sword formation. The aura spread and covered a large area in just a blink of an eye. Submission of 10,000 soldiers. Miao Lai Long and the celestial saber in his hand were shrouded by the aura that spread in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial saber flew out of Miao Lai Long's hand and was pulled into Duan Ling Tian's sword formation by Miao Lai Long's mysterious aura. How's this possible? What kind of technique is this? Miao Lai Long only regained his senses when his celestial weapon was taken away and his hand was injured. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face as though he had just seen a ghost. At this moment, he recalled something. More than half a month ago, when Yang Kong Ping, the chili arch under his command, reported to him about the Ascender, he had mentioned that the Ascender knew a technique that could allow him to steal celestial weapons. However, at that time, Miao Lai Long had thought his centurion was too weak. That was why his celestial weapon was taken away. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Duan Ling Tian indeed knew a mysterious technique to steal celestial weapons. Boom! Rumble! Initially, Miao Lai Long had the upper hand. However, after his celestial weapon was taken away by Duan Ling Tian, he lost a lot of his strength and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. In the end, his strength was completely suppressed. Bang! With a loud explosion, a huge sword ray shot out and shattered Miao Lai Long's hastily cast defensive technique. Miao Lai Long was sent flying. Barf! Miao Lai Long, who had been sent flying, spat out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. When he finally regained his footing, he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. Oh no! Miao Lai Long's expression changed drastically, and his heart trembled. Whoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian's figure appeared in front of Miao Lai Long like a ghost. Tens of thousands of sword rays appeared around Duan Lingtian's body. The tips of the sword rays were pointed at Miao Lai Long. The sword rays were scattered around Duan Lingtian's body, and they seemed to be connected to each other. If you dare to kill me, Lord City Governor won't let you go, Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Miao Lai Long indifferently. Although Miao Lai Long seemed calm, Duan Lingtian could see a hint of fear in the depths of Miao Lai Long's eyes. Hand over the yellow-grade cultivation method you've mastered, and I'll spare your life. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. He had come here for the graded cultivation technique that Miao Lai Long had imparted to him by the City Lord of Bloody Spectre City. If he could master the cultivation method, not only would his cultivation speed increase by leaps and bounds, but his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, would also become more powerful. After all, according to Hua Lao, the three-legged golden crow, the pagoda spirit of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda, the elementary devouring tactic of the seven treasures exquisite pagoda. The elementary devouring tactic was considered a rare and amazing assist-type divine ability even in the Devata realms. Impossible! Miao Lai Long's eyes widened in shock. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would want his cultivation method. He instinctively turned around and refused. What a joke! When the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had passed the cultivation method to him, he had warned him that if he dared to teach it to another person, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. At that time, not only would he be unable to stay in Bloody Spectre City, but he would also be unable to stay in Nine Spectres County. After all, it was a rule set by the Nine Spectres County, and the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had to abide by the rules set by the Nine Spectres County. If he passed the cultivation method to another person, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. Under such circumstances, how could he pass the cultivation method to another person? One had to know that even if it was his most beloved sister, he wouldn't dare to impart that cultivation technique to her. Impossible? Duan Lingtian sneered. Are you sure it's impossible? If you don't pass the cultivation method to me, you'll die today. If I pass the cultivation method to you, I won't be able to escape the death penalty. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. If you don't tell me and I don't tell you, who's going to find out? Could it be that you think I'm stupid enough to tell a third person about the cultivation method that you taught me? Wouldn't I be courting death then? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you're still unwilling or unable to make a decision after 10 breaths, I'll send you on your way. Duan Lingtian gave Miao Lai Long an ultimatum. If you kill me, there'll be no place for you in Bloody Spectre City and Nine Spectres County, Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. He was reminding Duan Lingtian that he would have to pay a price for killing him. So what? At most, I'll leave Nine Spectres County. You should know that I've just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. I don't have any attachments. Isn't the world my home? Duan Lingtian did not fall for Miao Lai Long's trick. Naturally, he knew that if he killed Miao Lai Long, he would not hesitate to kill Miao Lai Long. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Miao Lai Long's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect this would happen. He wanted to snatch Duan Lingtian's celestial methods and divine abilities. However, before he could do that, Duan Lingtian would snatch his cultivation method away. Moreover, if the cultivation method was leaked, he would not be able to escape the death penalty. However, for the sake of his life, he chose to compromise.
"I'll pass it to you."
In just a few breaths, Miao Lai Long gave in. A bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Miao Lai Long's expression. He had obtained it. After obtaining the yellow-grade cultivation method from Miao Lai Long, Duan Lingtian turned around and left. He kept his promise and did not kill Miao Lai Long. It was not difficult for him to kill Miao Lai Long. However, if he killed Miao Lai Long, he would attract unnecessary trouble. The first trouble would be the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian was not afraid of the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. If he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, even if it was only as strong as a peak celestial weapon, he would be able to easily defeat or even kill the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. However, he had to consider the trouble he would face if he killed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. With his current strength, he might not be a match for the powerhouses in Nine Spectres County, even if he used the Seven Orifices exquisite sword. For this reason, if he killed Miao Lai Long, it would be difficult for him to stay in Bloody Spectre City or Nine Spectres County, unless he was willing to hide in a remote place. But right now, there was no way he could just find a place to hide no matter what. He had to find a place with the best cultivation environment. Only then would he be able to raise his cultivation base as quickly as possible. Chapter 26:14. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Black Dragon Army's camp, he could hear the soldiers talking about him along the way. The soldiers of the Black Dragon Army were discussing Duan Lingtian's actions in Lai Feng Restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. Most of the soldiers were worried about his safety since they felt Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, would not let him off so easily. Miao Lai Long? Won't let me off? He has to have the guts to do so. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled before he returned to his tent. Although Duan Lingtian knew the Black Dragon Army's soldiers were worried about his safety because the strength he had displayed was enough to help the Black Dragon Army defeat the Silverworm Army in the future. In other words, he was valuable to the Black Dragon Army. However, he still felt warmth in his heart. The crystal clearance tactic. After Duan Lingtian returned to his tent, he took out a jade token. It was the jade token that Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, had used to record the yellow-grade cultivation method that Duan Lingtian had forced him to. The jade token contained the contents of the crystal clearance tactic. As long as Duan Lingtian spent some time, he would be able to master it. A graded cultivation method in the Devata realms. I'm really looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath to suppress the excitement in his heart before he began to cultivate according to the content recorded in the jade token. Since he had been cultivating the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique in the past, he needed some time to adapt to the crystal clearance tactic. Only then would he be able to change and solidify the celestial origin energy in his body. After closing his eyes, Duan Lingtian started to immerse himself in the cultivation of the crystal clearance technique, completely immersing himself in it and ignoring everything that was happening outside. Captain Duan Lingtian. After a while, Chen Xianba's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears again. I've heard about what you did in Lai Feng Restaurant in Bloody Spectre City. You've crossed the line. You see, shouldn't we discuss how to deal with Miao Lai Long's accusation? With his character, he'll definitely report this matter to Lord City Governor. Chen Xianba said. Duan Lingtian, who was fully immersed in his cultivation of the crystal clearance tactic, was interrupted by Chen Xianba. He opened his eyes abruptly, and a hint of impatience could be seen on his face. Commander, I'm at a critical juncture in my cultivation. Please don't disturb me before Miao Lai Long comes to find me. Duan Lingtian said impatiently. Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. It took him a while to regain his senses.
Duan Ling Tian's impatience gave him the feeling of, the emperor is not anxious but the eunuch is, and it caused him to be slightly speechless.
Duan Ling Tian is really... Chen Xianba thought to himself. Chen Xianba was speechless.
However, since Duan Ling Tian said he was at a critical juncture in his cultivation, he did not disturb him. However, Miao Lai Long should be here by now.
Chen Xianba thought to himself.
On second thought, Chen Xuanba felt that something was amiss.
Could it be that
Miao Lai Long went to the city governor's mansion before coming to the Black Dragon Army's camp? Chen Xianba did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be defeated by Miao Lai Long. Miao Lai Long had just been defeated by Duan Ling Tian and was even forced to hand over the graded cultivation method that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had taught him. It was impossible for him to come looking for trouble with Duan Ling Tian for the time being.
In the Silverworm Army's camp.
Brother, why did you come back so quickly? Miao Lai Feng, who had been waiting for news in her tent, immediately walked up to Miao Lai Long.
How was it?
Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. Did you manage to capture him?
Miao Lai Feng's eyes, which were narrowed by her fat, flashed with anticipation as she asked the question.
Miao Lai Long's expression darkened when he heard Miao Lai Feng mention Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army.
A hint of hatred flashed in his eyes.
Brother, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Miao Lai Feng noticed something was amiss with Miao Lai Long. Do you know who I met when I left the Silverworm Army's camp?
Miao Lai Long asked Miao Lai Feng.
Who?
Miao Lai Feng was stunned.
She knew her brother would not bring this up for no reason. Duan Ling Tian. Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed coldly as he said. He intentionally blocked my path on the way from the Silverworm Army's camp to the Black Dragon Army's camp.
What? Miao Lai Feng was shocked. Duan Ling Tian intentionally blocked your path? Did he have a death wish?
Death wish. Miao Lai Long shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly.
Lai Feng, I almost didn't make it back. He found help?
Was it Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army?
Miao Lai Feng's expression changed drastically. He didn't have help.
Miao Lai Long shook his head again. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as he said. He came alone. If he didn't have that mysterious technique that allows him to snatch other people's celestial weapons, I would have been stronger than him. However, when he used that ability to seize my immortal artifact, my strength was instead slightly inferior to his. You should know that at my level, a slight difference in strength is enough to determine the outcome of a battle. Miao Lai Long said with a bitter smile on his face.
What?
His strength is even stronger than you, big brother? Miao Lai Feng's huge and fat body trembled as an expression of disbelief appeared on her face.
She shook her head, clearly unable to accept this fact.
Yes.
Miao Lai Long nodded.
Brother Lien, you're not a match for him.
Are we just going to let this matter slide? Miao Lai Feng could not accept this fact at all. Soon after, she seemed to have recalled something.
Her eyes flashed fiercely as she looked at Miao Lai Long and said, Brother, you said he's only slightly stronger than you. This means he's definitely weaker than the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Brother, you should ask the city governor for an explanation. I don't believe he'll be able to do anything to the city governor. A vicious look appeared on Miao Lai Feng's face as he spoke, and the light in his eyes grew sharper and sharper.
No. Miao Lai Long rejected Miao Lai Feng's suggestion.
Why?
Miao Lai Feng's expression changed rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, the viciousness on her face was replaced by sorrow.
Brother, are we just going to let this matter slide?
Brother, I can't accept this. I can't accept this.
Lai Feng, I understand how you feel, but I really can't go and look for Master City Governor. Once I do, that Duan Ling Tian will expose the fact that I gave him the yellow grade cultivation method, and I'll be finished. Miao Lai Long said with a bitter smile on his face. You should know that imparting the yellow grade cultivation method to another person is a crime punishable by death.
Brother, why did you impart the cultivation method to him?
Miao Lai Feng's expression changed again.
I had no choice.
He said he would kill me if I didn't impart the cultivation method to him, Miao Lai Long said. Miao Lai Long said. He's a bachelor.
He said he'll only leave Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County after killing me. After all, he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. He has nothing to worry about. He has such profound celestial methods and divine abilities. Why doesn't he have a graded cultivation method? Miao Lai Feng could not figure out why Duan Ling Tian would ask her brother for the cultivation method. I also feel that he must have a graded cultivation method, and it might even be more profound than the crystal clearance tactic. Perhaps, the reason he asked me to pass the cultivation method to him is to use it to threaten me, so that I won't dare to seek justice from the city governor for this matter. Miao Lai Long guessed. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he was right. Brother, I still can't accept this. Although Miao Lai Feng still said the same thing, her voice had weakened. Because she also knew that with the current situation, wanting to avenge her husband was simply more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Lai Feng, I know you're not willing to accept this, and I'm not willing to accept this as well. Bear with it for now. I'll see if I can borrow someone else's knife to kill him. Miao Lai Long comforted Miao Lai Feng. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Whether it was the people from Bloody Spectre City or the Black Dragon Army's camp, they were certain Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, would not let the matter rest after his brother-in-law was crippled by Captain Duan Ling Tian of the Black Dragon Army. Most of the people in the Black Dragon Army's camp were worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. Most of the people in Bloody Spectre City were waiting to watch the show. However, as the days passed, the Silverworm Army's camp was completely peaceful. It was as though nothing had happened. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month ago, Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, had forcefully crippled Yang Kong Ping, the captain of the Silverworm Army, in a domineering manner. What's going on? This isn't Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, at all. Could it be that Miao Lai Long is in closed-door cultivation? Otherwise, how could he have kept his cool about what happened a month ago? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in Bloody Spectre City. In the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. In the main hall. Lai Long, rumors say that you're in closed-door cultivation. However, I know that even if you're in closed-door cultivation, if something happens to your sister, you'll come out immediately to share her burden. Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, looked at Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army. Based on his words, it was clear he knew Miao Lai Long very well. Upon hearing this, Miao Lai Long did not reply. He only smiled awkwardly. You're here today to deliver the celestial stones the Silverworm Army mined this month? Chapter 26:15.
Yes, Lord City Governor.
Miao Lai Long nodded in response to Lu Fenggu's question.
He had come to deliver the celestial stones that the Silverworm Army had mined last month to the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Both the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army were required to hand over 80% of the celestial stones they mined every month. The remaining 20% would be used to pay the soldiers. At the beginning of every month, the commanders of the Silverworm Army and the Black Dragon Army had to come to the city governor's estate to hand over the celestial stones. Miao Lai Long was here today to hand over the celestial stones. I heard that a month ago, Captain Duan Ling Tian of the Black Dragon Army crippled one of your subordinates, Captain Yang Kong Ping. Yang Kong Ping is your brother-in-law. After the incident, your sister brought him to the Silverworm Army's camp immediately, Lu Fenggu said. Lu Fenggu looked at Miao Lai Long meaningfully before he asked, "Didn't your sister ask you to stand up for her husband? Aren't you going to stand up for your sister and brother-in-law?" Lord City Governor.
Miao Lai Long seemed to have expected this. As soon as Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he quickly replied, "I've already investigated the matter a month ago. It was my subordinate, Captain Yang Kong Ping, who was at fault. Even if he's at fault, don't you think Captain Duan Ling Tian of the Black Dragon Army's actions are a little too much? Can you tolerate him?" Lu Fenggu asked with a smile on his face. He knew Miao Lai Long's temper very well. Not only was Yang Kong Ping a captain, but he was also Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law. Even if Yang Kong Ping was just a chilly arch under Miao Lai Long's command, Miao Lai Long would never let this matter rest. I can't tolerate it. However, for the sake of Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County, I've decided to tolerate it.
Miao Lai Long said righteously. For the sake of Bloody Spectre City?
For the sake of 9 Spectres County?
Lu Fenggu was stunned.
What do you mean?
Lord Governor, do you know that Duan Ling Tian, the Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army, ascended from the mundane realm 1.5 months ago?
Miao Lai Long said solemnly. I've heard about that.
Lu Fenggu said nonchalantly. A month ago in Lai Feng Restaurant, the centurion under your command said that Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army, had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago. Moreover, he said that Duan Ling Tian came out from the immortal ascension pool.
Ridiculous.
A celestial immortal who came out of the celestial immortal ascension pool can be as powerful as Duan Ling Tian.
Lu Fenggu shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence.
A person who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven and had just become a heavenly celestial had crippled a chilly arch of the Silverworm army? In his opinion, this was something that was utterly impossible.
City Lord. Doesn't seem to believe me?
Miao Lai Long smiled bitterly.
What? Do you believe me?
Lu Fenggu asked.
City Lord.
Although there's no lightning penalty oath in the Devata realms, I can't guarantee you with my life, Miao Lai Long said solemnly. Miao Lai Long looked at Lu Fenggu solemnly before he said, however, I'm willing to swear on my honor that Duan Ling Tian ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 1.5 months ago. At that time, apart from my centurions and decurions, some of the people who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian saw him in the immortal ascension pool. If you're worried my men are lying, you can ask those who ascended at the same time as Duan Ling Tian to verify this. Miao Lai Long said as he gave Lu Fenggu a suggestion. Lai Long, you've been my subordinate for many years. It's not that I don't believe you. When Lu Fenggu saw how serious Miao Lai Long was, to the extent that he was willing to let Lu Fenggu find an ascender to verify his theory, he began to waver.
However, do you think that's possible?
A heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven is stronger than a chilly arch under your command. If I'm not mistaken, your captain, Yang Kong Ping, is an orange sun golden celestial with extraordinary strength. Among the 10 captains under your command, he's ranked in the top 3. Let alone a heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. Even a golden celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven wouldn't be a match for Yang Kong Ping. Although Lu Fenggu was slightly shaken, he still found it hard to believe. Lord City Governor, as far as I know, the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Ling Tian has mastered are extremely profound. Not only that, but he even knows a technique that allows him to snatch other people's celestial weapons. Half a month ago, 2 of my centurions fought with him and lost their celestial weapons.
Miao Lai Long continued to say.
It's because I'm certain he's a heavenly celestial who has mastered profound celestial methods and divine abilities that I feel he's a great talent for Bloody Spectre City and 9 Spectres County. That's why I decided not to pursue the matter from a month ago.
Miao Lai Long put on a righteous look again.
Otherwise, with my temper, I wouldn't have let go of what happened a month ago. City Lord, if you want to confirm it with the people who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven with Duan Ling Tian, you can follow me to the Silverworm Army's camp and confirm it with them. Miao Lai Long looked at Lu Fenggu solemnly as he said, those people have just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for a month. In their eyes, you're much more powerful than me, the commander of the Silverworm Army. They won't lie to you because of me. Since you've said so much, I'll follow you.
Lu Fenggu was beginning to believe Miao Lai Long's words. However, he still wanted to confirm it with Miao Lai Long. It was just as Miao Lai Long had said.
For someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, his authority as the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was far greater than the commander of the Silverworm Army. Therefore, it was impossible for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to lie to him. Moreover, if Miao Lai Long's words were true, it would explain why Miao Lai Long did not make things difficult for Duan Ling Tian.
City Lord, this way please. Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed as he rose to his feet and gestured for Lu Fenggu to follow him. After a while, Lu Fenggu made his move. Miao Lai Long followed closely behind him. When Miao Lai Long followed Lu Fenggu out of the city governor's mansion and Bloody Spectre City, a hint of smugness could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he thought to himself, "That's right." He thought to himself, "Duan Lington, this is just the beginning. If I have the chance, I'll spread the news that you possess a precious treasure. Of course, you'll have to get past the city lord first." A hint of viciousness flashed in the depths of Miao Lai Long's eyes when he thought about this. Ever since Miao Lai Long had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, he knew there was nothing he could do to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Miao Lai Long had taught Duan Lingtian a graded cultivation method. Since Duan Lingtian had something on him, he could not make things difficult for the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. However, even if he could not use the incident a month ago to make things difficult for the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, it did not mean he could not use the celestial methods and divine abilities that Duan Lingtian had mastered as bait to lure the city governor of Bloody Spectre City to deal with Duan Lingtian. He believed the city governor of Bloody Spectre City would definitely be interested in the various profound celestial techniques and divine abilities Duan Lingtian had mastered. No one could resist the temptation of immortal arts and divine abilities. The camp of the Black Dragon Army. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was still in closed-door cultivation. He had no idea what Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, was doing. In a month's time, he had grasped the basics of the new cultivation method, the crystal clearance method. At the same time, he could clearly feel that the celestial origin energy in his body had also become purer. He knew this was the effect of the crystal clearance tactic, a grade 1 cultivation method in the Devata realms, on his celestial origin energy. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also discovered that the crystal clearance method was much better. Compared to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique in the mundane realm, the crystal clearance tactic's cultivation speed was more than twice as fast. One could clearly feel the increase in one's cultivation base. In just a blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. "I've made a breakthrough." Inside the tent, Duan Lingtian, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes that were as bright as the stars. A hint of an excited smile appeared on his originally calm face in a timely manner. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had officially broken through and become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. He was only a step away from becoming a violet moon heavenly celestial who was at the peak of the heavenly celestial stage. If I were to face Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, now, even if I don't use my celestial weapon, I'll still be able to defeat him easily. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he sensed the transformation of his celestial origin energy. Currently, his celestial origin energy had also broken through to the next level. Naturally, if this was all, he would not be able to defeat Miao Lai Long without using his celestial weapon or taking his celestial weapon. However, after this cultivation session, Duan Lingtian's strength had improved a lot. His celestial origin energy had been tempered by the crystal clearance tactic, a graded cultivation method in the Devata realm. Now that he had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the strength of his celestial origin energy had increased as well. It was completely different from before. I wonder how much my celestial origin energy will increase if I cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian quickly cast the elementary devouring tactic and began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area around his tent. Fortunately, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area was abundant. Chapter 26:16. HM? My celestial origin energy has only risen by 3 levels? It's only 1 level higher than before? Duan Lingtian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to test it out. However, he could not help but frown when he saw the result. He was greatly disappointed. According to Hua Lao, my assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, shouldn't be so weak. Even the assist-type divine ability cast by the Silverworm Army's commander, Miao Lai Long, can raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. However, my elementary devouring tactic is only slightly stronger than his assist-type divine ability? Duan Lingtian was bewildered for a long time and still didn't dare believe it. Initially, he had planned to continue cultivating after testing the elementary devouring tactic's strength. However, he was no longer in the mood to cultivate.
Lord City Governor.
Why are you here? At this moment, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, called out to Duan Ling Tian. His voice caught Duan Ling Tian's attention. City Governor? Could it be the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City? Why is the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City here? Could it be because of what happened last time? No. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, passed the crystal clearance tactic to me. This means I have something against him. It's impossible for him to take the risk and gamble his life just to take revenge on me. Although Duan Ling Tian did not have much contact with Miao Lai Long, he could tell Miao Lai Long was not a coward. He was certain Miao Lai Long was not someone who would risk his life to take him down with him. I'm looking for Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. Soon after, another voice that Duan Ling Tian had never heard before resonated from outside. As soon as the person spoke, he said he was looking for him. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu. Although Duan Ling Tian had not met the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, he had heard a lot about him. He knew the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was the strongest powerhouse in Bloody Spectre City. The city governor of Bloody Spectre City was a subordinate of the county governor of Nine Spectres County. If it's not because of that incident, why is Lu Fenggu looking for me? Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with confusion.
Lord City Governor.
Lord City Governor. At the same time, a few more familiar voices entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears through the tent.
Duan Ling Tian could tell the voices belonged to the other 4 captains of the Black Dragon Army, who were currently in the camp.
Hu Ji, Kai Wenyu, Zhao Dongxing, Qin Yu. Duan Ling Tian disdained to associate himself with the former 2 because they were trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. For the time being, Duan Ling Tian generals, and Duan Ling Tians. However, after listening to their voices, Duan Ling Tian could tell that they were flattering Lu Fenggu. Regardless of whether it was Hu Ji or Kai Wenyu, both of their voices were especially flattering. Only Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu's voices were a bit normal. Lord City Governor, are you looking for Captain Duan Ling Tian because of the incident at Lai Feng restaurant a month ago? Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, asked Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu frowned slightly when they heard Chen Xianba's question. Although they did not have a close relationship with Duan Ling Tian, they did not want to offend him. However, from the Black Dragon Army's perspective, they did not want anything to happen to Duan Ling Tian. The other 2 captains of the Black Dragon Army, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, looked at each other. They could see the glee in each other's eyes. Commander Miao Lai Long has already told me that he won't pursue the matter. Since he's not pursuing the matter, it's only natural that I won't pursue the matter as well. I'm here to look for Captain Duan Ling Tian because I have other matters to discuss with him. I can assure you that I won't make things difficult for him. Therefore, you don't have to worry about that. Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu's eyes lit up when they heard Lu Fenggu's words. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu looked at each other again. However, they discovered that the gloating look in each other's eyes had disappeared and was replaced by disappointment. It was obvious they hoped that something would happen to Duan Ling Tian. How's this possible? Lord City Governor said that Commander Miao Lai Long personally told him that he won't pursue the matter? This isn't Miao Lai Long's style. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu communicated through voice transmission. Their voices were filled with disbelief. They could not figure out why Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, did not pursue the matter of Duan Ling Tian crippling Yang Kong Ping. After all, Yang Kong Ping was not only a captain under Miao Lai Long's command, but he was also Miao Lai Long's brother-in-law. Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. However, at the same time, they found it hard to believe. After all, they knew Commander Miao Lai Long's temper very well. They knew that he was not someone who would let things go easily. Lord City Governor, Captain Duan Ling Tian is currently in closed-door cultivation. I'm afraid he doesn't know you're here. I'll call him out now. You're here, Chen Xianba said. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian's tent, intending to wake Duan Ling Tian up. No need. However, just as Chen Xianba was about to speak, Lu Fenggu stopped him. Since Captain Duan Ling Tian is in closed-door cultivation, I won't disturb him. Let me know when he's done with his closed-door cultivation, and I'll look for him. When Chen Xianba and the others heard Lu Fenggu's casual words, they were dumbfounded.
Moreover, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had told him to wait for Duan Ling Tian to come out of closed-door cultivation and inform him so that he could look for Duan Ling Tian.
Even Chen Xianba and the commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, did not receive such treatment.
If the two of them were in his place, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City would have said, "That's right. When he comes out of seclusion, tell him to come find me at the city lord's mansion."
Yes. Although Chen Xuanba was shocked and did not know why the city governor was so polite to Duan Ling Tian, the chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, he still responded immediately. "I'm done with my closed-door cultivation." Just as Lu Fenggu was about to leave, Duan Ling Tian walked out of the tent and looked at Lu Fenggu. Although he had not seen Lu Fenggu before, he knew who he was. However, he knew everyone in the crowd. Therefore, he was able to recognize Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, at a glance.
City governor.
Duan Ling Tian nodded at Lu Fenggu and greeted him casually. He did not greet Lu Fenggu as though he was a superior. Instead, he greeted Lu Fenggu as though he was an equal. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Lu Fenggu smiled and was about to respond to Duan Ling Tian's greeting.
"How dare you? How dare you be so rude in front of the city governor?"
Before Lu Fenggu could say anything, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu from the Black Dragon Army glared at Duan Ling Tian angrily. It was as though they were here to denounce Duan Ling Tian for his crimes. At this moment, they only had one thought in mind.
He had to perform well in front of the city lord of Bloody Spectre City and win his favor.
However, they seemed to have forgotten that Lu Fenggu was very polite to Duan Ling Tian. He had even said that he would ask the commander of the Black Dragon Army to inform Duan Ling Tian after Duan Ling Tian came out of closed-door cultivation. After that, he would personally look for Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened. Lu Fenggu's expression changed as well. "How dare you act so presumptuously in front of Chili Arch Duan Ling Tian?" Lu Fenggu suddenly roared furiously. He raised his hand and a boundless power swept out, slamming into Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, who were caught off guard and unable to react, heavily injuring them and sending them flying. Barf! Pfff! Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. When they finally regained their footing, they looked at Lu Fenggu in disbelief.
They could not understand why the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had such a huge reaction.
This, Chen Xianba, Zhao Dongxing, and Qin Yu were stunned when they saw this. What was going on? Previously, they thought the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was only being polite to Duan Ling Tian, the captain of the Black Dragon Army. However, it seemed like the city governor of Bloody Spectre City was not only being polite to Duan Ling Tian, but he was also being respectful to Duan Ling Tian. They could not understand. Why was the city governor of Bloody Spectre City so polite to Duan Ling Tian? In fact, even Duan Ling Tian himself was slightly stunned at this moment. Earlier, when Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu had shouted at him, he was displeased. Therefore, he was prepared to make a move on them. However, before he could make a move, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, appeared. This is my first time meeting him, right? Why does it feel like he's not only being polite to me, but he's also taking care of me? Duan Ling Tian could not figure it out. "Captain Duan Ling Tian, may I have a word with you?" After punishing Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu, the anger on Lu Fenggu's face disappeared. It was replaced with a smile as he asked Duan Ling Tian politely, "What do you think?" "Sure." Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he followed Lu Fenggu and left the valley. Duan Ling Tian looked at Lu Fenggu's back as he followed behind him. He could not figure out why Lu Fenggu was so polite to him. Perhaps, I'll find out soon enough. There must be something he wants from me. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian decided not to dwell on it any longer. In the valley, the high-ranking officials of the Black Dragon Army, led by Commander Chen Xianba, finally regained their senses after Duan Ling Tian and Lu Fenggu disappeared from their sight. When they regained their senses, They looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Nobody said a word. Chapter 26:17. In the sky 1,000 miles away from the Black Dragon Army's camp, Duan Lingtian and Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, faced each other. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu calmly, waiting for him to speak. Lu Fenggu looked at the purple-clad young man in front of him. He could not calm down when he recalled how he had gone to the Silverworm Army's camp to verify his identity. The purple-clad young man in front of him, the new captain of the Black Dragon Army, was really someone who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven a month and a half ago. Moreover, he was someone who had just ascended to the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool. The Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool was exclusive to eminent celestials from the mundane realms after they ascended to the Devata realms. Eminent celestials could become Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestials through the Celestial Ascension Pool. There were many Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pools in Bloody Spectre City that were controlled by the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Those who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven from the mundane realm and appeared in the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool in Bloody Spectre City would be sent by the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army to mine celestial stones for the Black Dragon Army and Silverworm Army. In the spirit overarching heaven, very few ascenders could escape this fate. Lu Fenggu did not expect this. While he was the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, a monstrous ascender had appeared in the Heavenly Celestial Ascension Pool. As soon as he ascended, he killed a centurion of the Silverworm Army. After that, he left and even infiltrated the Black Dragon Army, becoming a chiliarch of the Black Dragon Army. Moreover, he was stronger than the captains of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. In fact, he might not be any weaker than the commanders of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army. Captain Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian for a while before he said, "If I'm not mistaken, you must have fought and defeated Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, right? Did he tell you about it?" Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow in surprise. "No." Lu Fenggu shook his head. "I guessed it myself." Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. He had thought that Miao Lai Long wouldn't have told Lu Fenggu about this. After all, once he said it, it would mean that he had completely fallen out with him. Miao Lai Long had passed the cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic, to him, which was a capital offense. Therefore, unless Miao Lai Long was out of his mind, there was no way Miao Lai Long would turn against him openly. Miao Rulong has been my subordinate for many years. I know his temper and character very well. Lu Fenggu continued to say, if he hadn't fought with you and lost to you, with his temper, there's no way he would have let the matter go so easily. However, I'm very curious. Even if he loses, he can always find me to stand up for him. Even if I'm not your match, I still have the county governor's office behind me. However, he didn't look for me and even said he has no intention of pursuing the matter. Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, if I'm not mistaken, you must have something on Miao Lai Long, right? Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu in surprise. Based on Lu Fenggu's words, it seemed as though Lu Fenggu had personally witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Miao Lai Long. This was truly shocking. Some time ago, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, came to look for me and told me you wanted to cultivate the cultivation method I passed to him, the crystal clearance tactic. If I'm not mistaken, Miao Rulong must have passed the crystal clearance tactic to you under your threat, right? Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed slightly. However, Lu Fenggu still managed to catch the change in Duan Lingtian's expression. It seems like I'm right. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's expression, Lu Fenggu continued to say, you don't have to be nervous. I have no intention of pursuing the matter. HM? Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian was even more surprised. In his opinion, since Lu Fenggu knew about this matter, he would most likely make a move on him and Miao Lai Long. He did not expect Lu Fenggu would say he had no intention of pursuing the matter. It's precisely because Miao Rulong passed the crystal clearance tactic to you that he didn't look for me and ask me to look for trouble with you for the incident from a month ago, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. Lu Fenggu continued to say.
Lu Fenggu's words made Duan Lingtian feel as though there was nothing he could hide from Lu Fenggu.
Lu Fenggu's deductive ability was truly terrifying. Am I right? After Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. It's as though you saw it with your own eyes and heard it with your own ears. Duan Lingtian sighed.
Following that, Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush as he asked. Since you have no intention of pursuing the matter, may I know why you're looking for me?
I'd like to make a deal with you, Captain Duan Lingtian. Lu Fenggu said bluntly with a glint in his eyes.
Since Duan Lingtian was being so direct, there was no need for him to hide anything.
A deal?
Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow.
What kind of deal? I want to kill someone, but I don't have the ability to do so. As Lu Fenggu spoke, a chilling light flashed in his calm eyes.
It was as if he had turned into a venomous snake, sending chills down the spines of those who saw him.
It was as though he was reminded of his enemy who had killed his father and stolen his wife.
For this reason, I hope you'll be able to capture that person and bring him to me so that I can kill him with my own hands when you're strong enough.
After Lu Fenggu finished speaking, the coldness in his eyes gradually disappeared.
Don't you think too highly of me, city governor?
Duan Lingtian said indifferently. If you're not strong enough to kill that person, what makes you think I, Duan Lingtian, will be strong enough to capture that person and bring him to you for you to kill? Because you've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven 1.5 months ago. Because you're only a heavenly celestial. Lu Fenggu said as he stared at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. No one believes the words of the Silverworm army. Unless, City Lord, you believe them? Duan Lingtian smiled.
Although the Silverworm army said that he was a heaven immortal who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago, no one believed the Silverworm army. After all, normally speaking, it was impossible for a heaven immortal who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a month ago to possess the strength to cripple a chilly arch of the Silverworm army with just a single blow.
I didn't believe it in the beginning as well. However, under Miao Lai Long's suggestion, I went to look for the people who ascended at the same time as you. Lu Fenggu said. Miao Rulong? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly. He didn't think that Miao Lai Long would dare to do something behind his back after the previous incident. There was only one reason why Miao Lai Long suggested that Lu Fenggu confirm that he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. He wanted Lu Fenggu to know that Duan Lingtian possessed profound celestial methods and divine abilities. If Lu Fenggu became greedy, he would make a move on Duan Lingtian and steal his celestial methods and divine abilities. After all, in Miao Lai Long's opinion, Lu Fenggu was only slightly stronger than him and might not be a match for Lu Fenggu, the city lord of Bloody Spectre City. Lu Fenggu continued to say, Of course, I know what Miao Lai Long is trying to tell me, that the reason you're so strong as a heaven immortal is because you've mastered profound celestial methods and divine abilities. Lu Fenggu continued to say, The reason he told me all this is because he wants to kill you with a borrowed knife. He wants to kill you with my knife. Lu Fenggu's words revealed Miao Lai Long's intentions. Apart from that, Miao Lai Long also told me that you have a soul defense celestial weapon that's at least mediocre. When he tried to probe your soul with his divine consciousness, it seemed to have been devoured by something before it could even get close to your soul. Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, This isn't something that can be done by concealing one's cultivation base. No wonder Miao Lai Long didn't use a soul attack on me that day. As it turns out, he was certain I had a soul defense celestial weapon that could block his soul attack when he tried to probe my cultivation base with his divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian thought to himself with a glint in his eyes. As for the item that Lu Fenggu had mistaken for a soul defense celestial weapon, it had to be the defective metal piece. Since you already know my background, don't you want my celestial methods, divine abilities, and the soul defense celestial weapon in my possession? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Lu Fenggu calmly. Indeed, I did think about it. Lu Fenggu replied honestly. However, I dismissed the idea as soon as it appeared in my mind. Why? Duan Lingtian was curious about how Lu Fenggu managed to suppress his greed. First of all, I'm not sure if I'm a match for you. Secondly, even if I'm a match for you, it'll be difficult for me to pry the celestial methods and divine abilities out of you. If you didn't willingly teach me your celestial methods and divine abilities, I wouldn't be able to obtain them. Although this is my first time meeting you, ever since you killed Jian Choping in the Black Dragon Army and Chen Xianba reported it to me, I've had my subordinates, the Golden Serpent Guards, investigate you. Ever since you became a chilly arch of the Black Dragon Army, you haven't shown your face much. But from your behavior and the arrogance that you're showing, it's clear that you're not a simple person. Even if I force you, it'll be difficult for me to obtain your celestial methods and divine abilities if you're unwilling. Chapter 26:18. Governor, with your intelligence and courage, it's a waste for you to be the governor of a small city like Bloody Spectre City. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. I wasn't the governor of Bloody Spectre City in the past. I was a strategist under the county governor of Nine Spectres County. However, I offended someone and was demoted to be the governor of Bloody Spectre City. As Lu Fenggu spoke, he seemed to be reminiscing about the past.
His eyes gleamed as he said, "Back then, if it wasn't for the county governor thanking me for my many years of service, I might have already been killed by that person."
Is that person the governor wants to kill?
Duan Lingtian asked with a glint in his eyes when he recalled the deal Lu Fenggu had mentioned earlier.
Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Upon seeing Lu Fenggu nodding, Duan Lingtian shrugged and said, although I've killed many people along the way, I've only killed those who deserved it. You want me to help you kill someone I don't even know? That's equivalent to killing the innocent. Forgive me for not agreeing to this. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he finished speaking. I haven't even told you what I'm offering, and you're already rejecting me? Lu Fenggu was stunned. I'm not interested in anything, Duan Lingtian said. He had his own principles. Let me tell you a story, Lu Fenggu said. He was not angered by Duan Lingtian's rejection. Instead, he continued to speak. Once, there was a person in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, who accepted a direct disciple and treated the disciple as his son. When the disciple grew up, he displayed shocking innate talent and was very proud of it. At that moment, the first revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, who's only second to the county governor, took a liking to that person's direct disciple. He made that person's direct disciple betray his master and join his sect. The first revered elder of the county governor's estate, who was also the second strongest person in Nine Spectres County, was enraged and killed the first revered elder of the county governor's estate. When that person found out that his direct disciple was killed, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights. When he woke up, he knew it was impossible for him to avenge his direct disciple with his strength. Therefore, he went to look for the county governor of Nine Spectres County to ask for help. However, in this cruel world, the strong are revered. Although the Lord County Governor is sympathetic to the death of his direct disciple, it's impossible for him to do anything to the county governor's revered elder because of that person's direct disciple. When that revered elder of the county governor's mansion found out that person went to seek justice from the county governor, he wanted to kill that person in a fit of rage. At this moment, the county governor was grateful for that person's great contributions while following him. So he asked that revered elder of the county governor's mansion for some face and fought for a way out for that person. Although the person survived, it was impossible for him to stay in the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu did not continue to speak at this point. His eyes, which had become round at some point in time, were suffused with a bloody light and emitted a murderous intent. If that's the case, then the revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County should be killed. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew the person in Lu Fenggu's story was Lu Fenggu. However, according to Lu Fenggu's story, the revered elder of the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County should be killed. However, who knew if Lu Fenggu had made up the story himself? Although Lu Fenggu's emotions were flawless, Duan Lingtian was not 100% certain Lu Fenggu was not lying. I understand your concerns, Captain Duan Lingtian. Although Duan Lingtian did not say anything else, Lu Fenggu had already guessed Duan Lingtian's thoughts. Therefore he quickly added, that's right, Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian continued to say, how about this? 6 months later,
when you visit the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, if you find out that my story is false or if you think the revered elder of the county governor's estate doesn't deserve to be killed, you can choose to ignore our deal.
It won't be considered a violation of our agreement, Lu Fenggu said. A year later? The county governor's estate? A puzzled expression appeared on Duan Lingtian's face.
A month ago, I received an order from the county governor's estate asking Bloody Spectre City to send 2 young talents with the most potential to report to the county governor's estate under the guidance of a special envoy from the county governor's estate. Although the county governor's estate did not state the reason, I believe it has something to do with King Qin's mansion.
Lu Fenggu's eyes gleamed as he spoke. King Qin's mansion? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. This was not the first time he had heard of the King Qin's mansion. Therefore, he knew that the Nine Spectres County was only one of the counties under the King Qin's mansion. All the other counties, including the Nine Spectres County, were under the jurisdiction of the King Qin's mansion. You'll find out when you arrive at the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu did not intend to waste time on this topic. Soon after, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, "Chilly Arch Duan Lingtian, I've said enough. Are you willing to make a deal with me now? Since the city governor has given me a way out, it would be unreasonable of me to refuse. However, since it's a deal, what can you give me in return?"
Since Lu Fenggu had said that if he felt the revered elder of the county governor's estate was not a person who deserved to be killed, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, relieved.
He immediately agreed to Lu Fenggu's deal. At the same time, he was curious.
What did the city governor of Bloody Spectre City intend to give him?
"What I can give you is the best cultivation environment and cultivation resources for the next 6 months,"
Lu Fenggu said with a glint in his eyes.
"City governor, do you intend to let me cultivate in your quiet room?" Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up immediately. The quiet room had the best cultivation environment in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. Moreover, Lu Fenggu had said that he was going to give him the best cultivation resources. Apart from celestial stones, there should also be medicinal pills. There were medicinal pills in the Devata realms as well, but they were celestial pills. They could not be compared to the medicinal pills in the mundane realms. However, it was rare to see medicinal pills in a small place like Bloody Spectre City. "That's right." Lu Fenggu nodded. "Although it said that my quiet room has a better cultivation environment than the tents of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army, people say it's not that good. However, the truth is that the cultivation speed in my quiet room is twice as fast as the cultivation speed in your quiet room.
This is because the heaven and earth spirit energy in the cores of the 2 celestial stone veins is drawn to my quiet room through a formation,"
Lu Fenggu said. "Twice as fast." Duan Lingtian was shocked by Lu Fenggu's words. It was as Lu Fenggu had said. Previously, he had thought that Lu Fenggu's cultivation room was only slightly better than his current cultivation environment, but the difference was not that great. He did not expect the difference to be so great. "Apart from that, I'll also give you some medicinal pills and prominent celestial stones. The 2 celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City can't produce prominent celestial stones. Only the celestial stone veins near the county city of Nine Spectres County can be mined. These are the things I'm giving you in exchange for our deal. Are you satisfied with these?" Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "Deal." Duan Lingtian did not hesitate at all as he agreed to Lu Fenggu's proposal. A smile appeared on Lu Fenggu's face immediately.
"City governor." Duan Lingtian recalled Lu Fenggu's words and asked, "You said there'll be a special envoy from the county governor's estate coming to bring me and another person to the county city of Nine Spectres County in 6 months?"
"Yes." Lu Fenggu nodded. "It's a long journey from Bloody Spectre City to the county city of Nine Spectres County. During this journey, there are many powerful celestials who specialize in killing and plundering. There are even many peak golden celestials.
Therefore, when the time comes, the county governor's estate will send a special envoy to bring all of you safely to the county city and the county governor's estate,"
Lu Fenggu said. "There are peak golden celestials?
"And there are many of them?"
Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. Fortunately, he had stayed in Bloody Spectre City since he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. A peak golden celestial was a violet sun golden celestial. "Yes." Lu Fenggu nodded confidently.
When I left the county governor's estate and came to Bloody Spectre City, I encountered 3 peak golden celestials who wanted to kill and plunder. Fortunately, I revealed my identity in time. Otherwise, I would have been killed by them. The road from the county city of Nine Spectres County to Bloody Spectre City was the territory of the Nine Spectres County. In this area, the Nine Spectres County was a deterrent. Even the Celestials who liked to kill and plunder did not dare to touch the people and cities in the Nine Spectres County. After all, not only would the Nine Spectres County hunt them down, but the King Qin's mansion would also hunt them down if the Nine Spectres County reported this matter. For this reason, nobody dared to covet the 2 celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City. As for the powerful Celestials who were not afraid of the Nine Spectres County and King Qin's mansion, they naturally did not care about the 2 celestial stone veins in Bloody Spectre City. With my current strength, if I use the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, even a peak golden celestial might not be a match for me. At this moment, Duanling Tian also realized that there was no other choice. With his current strength, he could head to the county city of Nine Spectres County alone. However, he was prepared to wait for 6 months. After all, he might not be able to find a better cultivation environment in the county city.
Chapter 26:19.
When Duanling Tian and Lu Fenggu left the Black Dragon Army's camp, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, spread the news of the incident a month ago to everyone in the Black Dragon Army's camp. The reason why he did this was to stabilize the morale of the army. Since the incident at Lai Feng restaurant in Bloody Spectre City a month ago, most of the soldiers in the Black Dragon Army were worried that something might happen to their new captain, Duanling Tian. As soon as Chen Xianba spread the news, a commotion broke out in the Black Dragon Army's camp. I knew Captain Duanling Tian would be fine. I didn't expect Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, to take the initiative to say he won't pursue the matter. This isn't his style.
That's right.
I've long heard that Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, is a vengeful person. I didn't expect him to take the initiative to say he won't pursue the matter.
Did the sun rise from the west today?
In the Black Dragon Army's camp, the soldiers were excited. However, they found it hard to believe as well. However, they did not doubt the authenticity of the news. That was because the news came from the Black Dragon Army's commander. The Black Dragon Army's camp was in an uproar.
Meanwhile, Duanling Tian had also agreed to Lu Fenggu's deal.
City Governor. Duanling Tian seemed to have recalled something as he looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, I know the assist-type divine ability I mastered is a brilliant divine ability. However, after cultivating the crystal clearance tactic and tempering my celestial origin energy, I discovered it didn't improve much compared to before.
That's normal. Lu Fenggu was in a good mood now that Duanling Tian had agreed to the deal.
He smiled and said, the assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms rely on one's celestial origin energy and one's cultivation base. For example, even if a heavenly celestial has cultivated a graded cultivation method and his celestial origin energy has been tempered, he'll still be able to improve his celestial origin energy. However, if he completely grasps a yellow-grade assist-type divine ability, the increase in his celestial origin energy is only 1 level. Even if he completely grasps a mysterious grade auxiliary divine ability, it can only increase his celestial origin energy by 1 level.
Lu Fenggu said, that's because his cultivation base is only at the Heaven Immortal realm.
Then, what if a Heaven Immortal can increase his celestial origin energy by 2 levels by performing an assist-type divine ability when he has yet to cultivate a graded cultivation technique?
What is the grade of that support-type divine ability? Duanling Tian asked. At the same time, he was looking forward to it.
This was because the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was similar to this. Then, the assist-type divine ability that this heavenly immortal cultivates is at least a heaven-grade divine ability.
Lu Fenggu replied immediately.
At the same time, he looked at Duanling Tian with a bright gleam in his eyes. It was clear he had figured out something. If a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability is cast by a heavenly celestial who has cultivated a graded cultivation method, it can raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words,
Duan Ling Tian finally obtained the answer he was looking for. If this is the case, then the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that I mastered, is indeed not as simple as Elder Hu said. It's actually a heaven-grade divine ability. Duan Ling Tian was overjoyed. In the Devata realms, cultivation methods, divine abilities, and celestial methods were divided into different grades. Currently, Duan Ling Tian only knew of 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. Among them, the Yellow grade was the lowest while the Heaven grade was the highest. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he learned the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, was a Heaven-grade divine ability. City Governor. Duan Ling Tian continued to ask, based on what you said, a heavenly celestial who cast a Heaven-grade assist-type divine ability would only be able to raise his or her celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. How many levels would the celestial origin energy of a Heaven-grade assist-type divine ability increase if the celestial origin energy of a Heaven-grade assist-type divine ability was activated? A hint of anticipation could be seen in Duan Ling Tian's eyes as he asked these questions. 5 levels. Lu Fenggu replied. Only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger can fully unleash the power of a Heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Naturally, even if it's an Earth-grade or profound-grade assist-type divine ability, only a great overarching golden celestial or stronger can fully unleash its power. After listening to Lu Fenggu's explanation, Duan Ling Tian gained a better understanding of the assist-type divine abilities in the Devata realms. The assist-type divine abilities were at the Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow grade. Yellow grade assist-type divine abilities and profound-grade assist-type divine abilities. Regardless of whether a heavenly immortal had cultivated a graded Devata realms cultivation method or not, he could only raise his celestial origin energy by 1 level. On the other hand, if a golden celestial did not cultivate a graded Devata realms cultivation method, he could only raise his celestial origin energy by 1 level. If he cultivated a graded Devata realms cultivation method, he could raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels. Raising one's celestial origin energy by 2 levels was the limit of a yellow-grade assist-type divine ability. On the other hand, a great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels by casting a profound-grade assist-type divine ability. Earth-grade assist-type divine ability. A heavenly immortal could raise his celestial origin energy by 2 levels at most. A golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. A great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels at most. Heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. A heavenly immortal could raise his celestial origin energy by 3 levels at most. For example, Duan Ling Tian. A golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 4 levels at most. A great overarching golden celestial could raise his celestial origin energy by 5 levels at most. After listening to Lu Fenggu's explanation, Duan Ling Tian confirmed it. The elementary devouring tactic was a heaven-grade assist-type divine ability. Governor, what about the other divine abilities? At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also wanted to know the grade of his offensive divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, in the Devata realms. The other divine abilities aren't restricted by one's cultivation base and celestial origin energy. Lu Fenggu continued to patiently explain to Duan Ling Tian. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian learned that the 13 green lotus swords was an earth-grade offensive divine ability. Apart from that, he also learned that the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, was equivalent to an earth-grade celestial method. Moreover, it was an offensive and defensive celestial method. Captain Duan Ling Tian. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly. Although I don't know the grades of your celestial methods and divine abilities, based on your ability to defeat Miao Ru Long, your celestial methods and divine abilities should be heaven grade or above. This was Lu Fenggu's conjecture. Lu Fenggu's conjecture was based on Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base being, at most, an orange moon heavenly celestial. Governor, you're wrong. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. Among all the celestial methods and divine abilities that I've mastered, only the assist-type divine ability is at the heaven grade. The other divine abilities and celestial methods are only at the earth grade. How's that possible? Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. You've only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for a month and a half, and you've only joined the Black Dragon Army for a month. Even if you're talented, you'll only be an Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial in a month's time. For an Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial to defeat Miao Rulong, his celestial methods and divine abilities must be heaven grade or above. Lu Fenggu voiced his conjecture. Governor, your conjecture is correct. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly and said, the problem is, I'm not an Orange Moon Heavenly Celestial. A month ago when I fought Miao Rulong, my cultivation base was already a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial. After I obtained the crystal clearance tactic from Miao Rulong, my cultivation base became an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial in a month's time. Now, I'm an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial. Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Lu Fenggu was stunned. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. How did your cultivation base improve so quickly? However, when Duan Lingtian heard Lu Fenggu's words, he could not help but think of a beautiful figure. She was none other than the mysterious woman, Murong Bing, whom he had met 1.5 months ago when he had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. She was the reason his cultivation base had improved from a Crimson Moon Heavenly Celestial to a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial a month ago. After I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I obtained some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian found an excuse and said half-heartedly, during the 1.5 months since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, my cultivation base has only improved from a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial to an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew this was the case. Apart from the yellow-grade cultivation method, the crystal clearance tactic, the reason he was able to become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial in such a short time was because he had become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial. He had broken through to become a Blue Moon Heavenly Immortal a month ago. His cultivation base was very close to that of an Indigo Moon Heavenly Immortal. If he had only become a Blue Moon Heavenly Celestial a month ago, it would have been impossible for him to become an Indigo Moon Heavenly Celestial in such a short time. Most of the credit went to Murong Bing. I see. Lu Fenggu nodded. He could tell Duan Lingtian did not intend to reveal the details. Although he was curious, he did not ask any further questions. However, he could vaguely guess Duan Lingtian's fortuitous encounter had to have come from the little world in the southern mountain ridge of Bloody Spectre City. Previously, Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, had mentioned this to him. Governor, Commander Chen of the Black Dragon Army should have told you about me entering the little world in the south. Do you know which sect the celestial weapon, the world-cleansing horsetail whisk, is from? Chapter 26-20. I don't know either. Lu Fenggu shook his head when he saw Duan Lingtian's expectant gaze. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian was slightly disappointed. The celestial king who left the minor world behind is from the blissful sect. It's a sect that transcends the celestial kingdoms, Duan Lingtian said. Since the powerhouse who entered the little world with you was able to leave the little world alive, it means he's very powerful. His origin must be extraordinary as well. In fact, it's very likely that his sect is on par with the blissful sect. Even if his sect is weaker than the blissful sect, it shouldn't be too far off. Lu Fenggu continued to speak. However, I've been in the county city of Nine Spectres County for many years, and I've never heard of a celestial weapon called the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. If you want to know which sect the world-cleansing horsetail whisk belongs to, I'm afraid you'll have to go to King Qin's mansion or the capital. I can't say for sure about King Qin's mansion, but if you go to the capital, there's at least a 50% chance you'll be able to find out the origin of the world-cleansing horsetail whisk. Lu Fenggu said. The capital. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He knew the capital Lu Fenggu mentioned was the capital of the intermediate rank Celestial Kingdom. Duan Lingtian. Captain. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Lingtian and said solemnly, even if your celestial methods and divine abilities aren't all heaven grade, it's best if you keep a low profile when you go to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Even Earth-grade celestial methods and divine abilities are coveted by some people. Lu Fenggu reminded Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded. He understood the saying, A man's wealth is his own ruin. After chatting for a while, Lu Fenggu brought Duan Ling Tian back to the Black Dragon Army's camp. In the same valley, Lord City Governor Chen Xianba and the 4 captains of the Black Dragon Army walked out of their tents and bowed respectfully to Lu Fenggu. Xianba, after today, choose a new captain to replace Captain Duan Ling Tian. Later, Captain Duan Ling Tian will follow me back to the city lord's estate.
Half a year later, he and another person will follow the special envoy of the county governor's estate to the county capital, and head to the county governor's estate.
Lu Fenggu went straight to the point. City Lord, are you saying that one of the 2 spots will be reserved for Chiliarch Duan Ling Tian? Chen Xuanba asked. It was clear that Chen Xuanba also knew about this matter. However, of the 4 Chiliarchs behind him, only Qin Yu's eyes flickered slightly, while the other 3 had blank looks on their faces. They had no idea what Lu Fenggu and Chen Xuanba were talking about. Of course, they still learned one thing from the conversation between the 2.
In half a year's time, Bloody Spectre City would have 2 spots to head to the county governor's estate. It must be good news for the special envoy of the county governor's estate to come to Bloody Spectre City personally.
Zhao Dongxing, Hu Ji, and Kai, when you all realize this. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded and continued. As for the other spot, I'll choose from the Black Armored Army, the Silver Worm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. 5 months later, before the special envoy of the county governor's estate arrives, I'll set up an arena in the city lord's estate. The Black Dragon Army, the Silver Worm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. Any Golden Celestials below the age of 100 can participate in the arena and fight for the other spot to head to the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu finished speaking in one breath. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu shook their heads and smiled wryly. They were already over 100 years old. Although they were Golden Celestials, they did not meet the requirements. Of course, they knew that if there was no age limit, they would not be able to obtain the spot. Even among the Chiliarchs of the Black Dragon Army, the 2 of them could only be considered below average. Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu. They seemed to be under 100 years old. At the same time, Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu subconsciously looked to Zhao Dongxing and Qin Yu beside them. They discovered that Zhao Dongxing's eyes were displaying bursts of excitement. As for Qin Yu, his expression was calm. Could it be that Qin Yu is not interested in obtaining the spot at all? That should be the case. Hu Ji and Kai Wenyu looked at each other and communicated through voice transmission. They both thought that Qin Yu had given up on obtaining the spot. This Duan Ling Tian, at the same time, both of them glanced at Duan Ling Tian. A hint of jealousy could be seen in the depths of their eyes. After all, there were only 2 spots, and Duan Ling Tian had already decided on one of them. Of course, they knew that Duan Ling Tian had already decided on the spot. With Duan Ling Tian's strength, even if it was not predetermined, he would still be able to easily obtain one of the slots. Captain Duan Ling Tian, do you have anything else to do in the Black Dragon Army?
If you have something to do, I'll wait here for you before returning to the city governor's mansion with you.
Lu Fenggu smiled as he spoke to Duan Ling Tian in a very polite manner. Although Chen Xianba and the others were mentally prepared, they could not help but feel their hearts tremble when they saw this. Usually, unless the county governor's estate sent an envoy to Bloody Spectre City, no one in Bloody Spectre City would be treated so courteously by the city governor. Duan Ling Tian was the first person who was treated so courteously by the city governor, even though he was not a special envoy from the county governor's mansion. I'll go and greet my subordinates, Duan Ling Tian said to Lu Fenggu before he left the valley to look for his subordinates. Lord Captain, you're leaving? Lord Captain, did the commander of the Silver Worm Army, Miao Lai Long, go back on his word and make things difficult for you? When Duan Ling Tian's subordinates learned that Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, their expressions changed drastically. Then they began to ask questions. Lord Captain, I'm the instigator of the incident a month ago. I'll go and look for the commander now. Tong Zhang, a centurion under Duan Ling Tian's command, said as he prepared to look for the commander of the Black Dragon Army. Me too. Me too. The 9 soldiers from the Black Dragon Army who went to Lai Feng restaurant with Tong Zhang stood up as well. They wanted to follow Tong Zhang to look for the commander of the Black Dragon Army. However, they were quickly stopped by Duan Ling Tian. The incident a month ago has come to an end. I'm leaving because the city governor wants me to go to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Duan Lingtian replied. Go to the county city of 9 Spectres County? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tong Zhang and the others realized Duan Lingtian was leaving because something good had happened. After all, not everyone could go to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Although Tong Zhang and the others were reluctant to let Duan Lingtian leave, they did not say anything else. All of them obediently bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. If I have time in the future, I'll come back to visit all of you. After saying this, Duan Lingtian left and met up with Lu Fenggu. They left the Black Dragon Army's camp and went to Bloody Spectre City. After entering the city governor's estate, Duan Lingtian was allowed to enter Lu Fenggu's cultivation room. Lu Fenggu also gave Duan Lingtian a spatial ring. Captain Duan Lingtian, there are 100 prominent celestial stones and a bottle of primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills, in this spatial ring. Lu Fenggu said. Spirit-nourishing pills? Primitive celestial pills? Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the spatial ring in his hand. Although the spirit-nourishing pill was a common celestial pill, it was not something that anyone could obtain. If a heavenly celestial consumed a spirit-nourishing pill without changing his cultivation environment, he would be able to reduce the time needed to break through to the next stage by 1/10. What did this mean? For example, a crimson moon heavenly celestial would need 100 days to break through to the orange moon heavenly celestial realm. However, after consuming a spirit-nourishing pill, one would only need 90 days to break through to the next stage. Most importantly, consuming celestial pills and absorbing celestial stones to cultivate did not conflict with each other. They could be used at the same time. Thank you, City Governor. Duan Lingtian weighed the medicinal pill bottle in his hand and confirmed that it was true. There were at least 10 spirit-nourishing pills in the bottle. While Duan Lingtian was cultivating in seclusion, Bloody Spectre City was not peaceful. Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, said in front of Lord City Governor that he won't pursue the matter at Lai Feng Restaurant. This doesn't seem like Miao Lai Long. In the beginning, Bloody Spectre City was not peaceful because of the matter related to Duan Lingtian. Although the unrest in Bloody Spectre City was related to Duan Lingtian, it was not related to the incident in the Phoenix restaurant a month ago. Duan Lingtian followed Lord City Governor back to the City Governor's estate and was allowed to cultivate in Lord City Governor's private cultivation room? Heavens! I've never heard of anyone being allowed to cultivate in Lord City Governor's private cultivation room. How did Duan Lingtian do this? How did he gain Lord City Governor's favor? The news from the City Lord Mansion shocked everyone in Bloody Spectre City. Most of the people in Bloody Spectre City found it hard to believe. That Duan Lingtian. Could he be the illegitimate son of Lord City Governor? Some people said. In the Silverworm Army's camp. What? Lord Commander won't pursue the matter at Lai Feng Restaurant? Don't tell me Captain Yang was crippled by Duan Lingtian. Why would Lord Commander do this? Just as the Silver Dragon Army soldiers were unable to understand this and were extremely depressed, the Silver Dragon Army suddenly changed their minds. News of Duan Lingtian going to the City Governor's estate to cultivate in the City Governor's exclusive cultivation room had spread to the Silverworm Army's camp. It did not take long before the news spread to the entire camp. What's going on? When Miao Lai Long, the Silverworm Army's commander, heard the news, his expression changed. Chapter 26-21. However, even if Lord City Governor wants to make him shed tears of gratitude and willingly hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities, there's no need for him to let Duan Lingtian cultivate in his quiet room, right? Miao Lai Long's expression darkened as he muttered to himself. Even Chen Xianba and I have never been invited by Lord City Governor to cultivate in his quiet room. As the commander of the Silverworm Army under Chen Fenggu, Miao Lai Long, naturally, knew how good Chen Fenggu's quiet room was. Putting aside the celestial stones and other cultivation resources, just in terms of the environment, the speed of cultivation in the silent chamber of the City Lord of Bloody Spectre City was 2 times faster than that of Zhang Xian. For this reason, Miao Lai Long had been tempted to cultivate in Chen Fenggu's quiet room more than once. In fact,
When Miao Lai Long learned that an ascender had mastered many profound celestial methods and divine abilities, he even thought of taking the ascender's celestial methods and divine abilities for himself without telling Lord City Governor of Bloody Spectre City. Once Miao Lai Long's strength had increased, he would be able to go to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County to replace Lu Fenggu as the new city governor of Bloody Spectre City. At that time, Lu Fenggu's cultivation room would naturally become his. I hope Lord City Governor will be grateful to me for telling him everything after he obtains Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. He'll teach me Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Miao Lai Long thought to himself. However, Miao Lai Long was still unaware that Lord City Governor of Bloody Spectre City was not in Bloody Spectre City. After all, the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City had no intention of taking the Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. In the City Governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City. In the east of the City Governor's estate, there was a spacious mansion with a large front yard and backyard. This was where Lu Fenggu, the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City, lived. His quiet room was located in the backyard of the mansion. Currently, Lu Fenggu was sitting in front of a stone table in the front yard. He was drinking tea while looking at the flowers and plants in the front yard. No one knew what he was thinking. Lord Castellan, don't you regret not trying to force that Duan Ling Tian to hand over the immortal spells and divine abilities he has mastered? Suddenly, a voice sounded out of nowhere. It seemed to come from all directions and spread to the front yard in the blink of an eye. Along with the voice, an old man with a medium build wearing a black robe appeared. The old man looked ordinary. His aura was restrained, and his eyes were cloudy. Ordinary people would only think that he was an ordinary old man. The most eye-catching feature on the old man's black robe was the golden snake embroidered on his chest. If one took a closer look, they would see that there was an inconspicuous crown embroidered on the head of the golden snake. If I force him, I will really regret it. Lu Fenggu seemed to be used to the old man's sudden appearance. I've asked you to investigate him as well. You should be able to tell what kind of person he is. Do you think he's the kind of person who would be forced? The old man fell silent when he thought about the arrogant purple-clad young man. He's a hidden dragon. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed as he continued to say, it's better to befriend him than to offend him. I have a strong feeling that he's the only one who can help me get revenge for Qian. Young Master Qian. The old man's body trembled slightly. A hint of affection flashed in his eyes before they turned gloomy again. Among Lu Fenggu's subordinates, he had been with Lu Fenggu the longest. In fact, he had followed Lu Fenggu out of the county city of Nine Spectres County and the county governor's estate to Bloody Spectre City. He had watched Lu Fenggu's direct disciple grow up. Elder Hong. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed coldly as he said to the old man, if Miao Lai Long finds out that I didn't intend to take Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities and even recommended him to the county governor's estate, he'll definitely be displeased. Perhaps he won't dare to show his displeasure in front of me. However, based on his character, he won't let Duan Ling Tian off easily. In fact, he might even leave Bloody Spectre City and head to the county city of Nine Spectres County to spread the news that Duan Ling Tian possesses many profound celestial methods and divine abilities. I want you to keep an eye on him. If he shows signs of leaving Bloody Spectre City for the county city, you'll kill him and eliminate his sister and brother-in-law, Yang Kong Ping. Lu Fenggu said viciously, if he tries to harm Duan Ling Tian, he'll be stopping me from avenging Qian. At that time, I'll have no choice but to disregard our past relationship. Understood. The old man nodded before he disappeared into thin air in just a blur. Based on Lu Fenggu's words, it was obvious the old man was stronger than Miao Lai Long. That was indeed the case. The old man was the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards under Lu Fenggu. In fact, he was the one who had raised the Golden Serpent Guards. The old man was a Blue Sun Golden Celestial. In terms of cultivation base, he was slightly stronger than Miao Lai Long, who was only a Green Sun Golden Celestial. Moreover, his celestial methods and divine abilities were slightly stronger than Miao Lai Long's. In Bloody Spectre City, the old man's strength was only slightly weaker than Lu Fenggu. I wonder if he'll be able to break through and become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial in 6 months? Lu Fenggu muttered to himself as he turned to look at the backyard after the old man left.
Naturally, he was referring to Duan Ling Tian. However, I don't think it's possible. After all, he has just become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. But then, Lu Fenggu shook his head as he felt that it was impossible. Duan Ling Tian had said he had become an indigo moon heavenly celestial from a blue moon heavenly celestial in just a month. However, in Lu Fenggu's opinion, it must have been Duan Ling Tian's fortuitous encounter in the little world that had helped him become an indigo moon heavenly celestial. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was able to become an indigo moon heavenly celestial in just a month. Therefore, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to become a violet moon heavenly celestial from an indigo moon heavenly celestial in just 6 months. Although it's impossible, I still hope there's a miracle. After all, he's an ascender from the mundane realm, and it took him less than 100 years to achieve what he has today. This means his innate talent is heaven-defying even in the mundane realm. A moment later, Lu Fenggu's dimmed eyes brightened again. He did not know about other places. However, he had never heard of such a person in the Nine Spectres County. He had never heard of an ascender from the mundane realm who was younger than 100 years old in the Nine Spectres County. For this reason, he hoped Duan Ling Tian would be able to create a miracle and surprise him. In the cultivation room in the backyard. At this moment, Lu Fenggu had given the cultivation room to Duan Ling Tian. Although he could have entered the room to cultivate with Duan Ling Tian, he did not do so. Instead, he gave Duan Ling Tian a quiet and undisturbed cultivation environment. Duan Ling Tian had consumed the primitive celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. He held a prominent celestial stone in his hand as he circulated the crystal clearance tactic and immersed himself in his cultivation. 6 months later, he would go to the county city of Nine Spectres County and the county governor's estate. Once he arrived there, he would meet many powerhouses. Among them, there would be many great overarching golden celestials. Before that, he naturally hoped to improve his cultivation base. That way, his strength would increase accordingly, and he would be able to protect himself when he arrived at the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Currently, Duan Ling Tian had familiarized himself with the crystal clearance tactic. The heaven and earth spirit energy continued to flow into his body and turned into a crystal clear liquid that flowed through his heavenly meridian. With the help of the spirit containment pill, the celestial origin energy in his body was constantly changing. It was increasing at a visible rate. Time continued to pass by. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. At this time, news that the governor of Bloody Spectre City would select a golden celestial who was younger than 100 years old from the Black Dragon Army, Silver Worm Army, and Golden Serpent Guards would be sent to the county city of Nine Spectres County in 5 months. To the county governor's estate? That's great news. If he goes to the county governor's estate, not only will he receive better cultivation resources, but the cultivation environment will also be much better. I heard that the county governor's estate is looking for people from the 9 counties. Each county will be given 2 spots. 2 spots? Didn't they say there's only 1 spot, and the competition will be held in 4 months? You're ignorant, aren't you? Lord City Governor has already given one of the spots to Duan Ling Tian, the Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army. No wonder I heard that Duan Ling Tian left the Black Dragon Army and is no longer a Chili Arch. I thought the governor wanted him to stay by his side. I didn't expect him to go to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Whether it was Bloody Spectre City, the Black Dragon Army's camp, or the Silverworm Army's camp, the news spread like wildfire. Didn't the Silverworm Army say Duan Ling Tian is just an ascender who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven? Since Lord City Governor has given him a spot, it means he's not even 100 years old, right? How can you believe the Silverworm Army's words? When they said Duan Ling Tian is just a heavenly celestial who has just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven, I knew they can't be trusted. How can a heavenly celestial who has just ascended be capable of crippling a Chili Arch of the Silverworm Army? They must be kidding. That's right. For the Silver Dragon Army to spread that kind of news, they are obviously playing us like monkeys. Chapter 26-22. What? Duan Ling Tian isn't even 100 years old? If he really ascended to the spirit overarching heaven not long ago,
Doesn't that mean he was born in the mundane realm less than 100 years ago? He ascended after cultivating for less than 100 years?
Isn't it rare to see someone like that?
Of course it's rare.
Even among 10,000 ascenders.
No, even among 100,000 ascenders, there might not even be one such person.
Bloody Spectre City is such a small place. How could such a person ascend? Why does it sound so unrealistic?
In the Silverworm Army's camp, the Silverworm Army's soldiers were shocked when they heard the news. Apart from the centurions and decurions of the Silverworm Army who had seen Duan Ling Tian with their own eyes, many people began to doubt Duan Ling Tian's identity. They doubted Duan Ling Tian was someone who had ascended to the Celestial Ascension Pool under the Silverworm Army's jurisdiction.
Duan Ling Tian. He's not even 100 years old?
Lord Commander actually reserved a spot for him to go to the county governor's estate?
Miao Lai Long, the commander of the Silverworm Army, was horrified when he heard the news.
He had heard about the city governor of Bloody Spectre City sending 2 people to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. However, he was unaware that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City had reserved one of the spots for Duan Ling Tian. Is the city governor doing this to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian so he'll willingly hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities?
Miao Lai Long began to waver at this moment.
Even if the city governor wanted to curry favor with Duan Ling Tian, there was no need to give him a spot, right? If Duan Ling Tian did not hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities before going to the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, it would be extremely difficult for the city governor to obtain his celestial methods and divine abilities after he went to the county governor's estate.
This won't do. I have to ask the city governor about this.
As soon as this thought appeared in Miao Lai Long's mind, he left the Silverworm Army's camp and went to the city governor's estate to look for Lu Fenggu. When Miao Lai Long expressed his doubts about Lu Fenggu's actions, Lai Long in the main hall, Lu Fenggu, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at Miao Lai Long indifferently and said, "I'll be honest with you. I have no intention of asking Duan Ling Tian to hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities. You've been my subordinate for many years, so I hope you won't have such thoughts.
Duan Ling Tian has an unruly and stubborn character.
Even if you kill him, it is very unlikely that he will hand over the immortal techniques and divine abilities he has mastered.
Among 100,000 ascenders, it's hard to find someone like him who's not even 100 years old. His future is limitless. Rather than destroy such a person, it's better to befriend him."
What do you think?
When Lu Fenggu finished speaking, he looked at Miao Lai Long meaningfully. A hint of threat could be seen in his eyes. Miao Lai Long's heart sank. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to show it.
"You're right, Lord City Governor.
If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave."
Miao Lai Long bade farewell and left the main hall. He left the city governor's estate in Bloody Spectre City, and returned to the Silverworm Army's camp.
Miao Lai Long had come to Bloody Spectre City alone. When he returned, he brought his sister, Miao Lai Feng, who was in Lai Feng restaurant with him. After returning to the Silverworm Army's camp, Miao Lai Long summoned his brother-in-law, Captain Yang Kong Ping, to see him. Yang Kong Ping, who had lost an arm, could only rely on one leg to stand. His face was slightly pale, and he no longer had his previous high spirits.
However, in the depths of his eyes, there seemed to be a bone-deep hatred hidden at all times.
"Brother, why did you call me back?" Miao Lai Feng asked curiously as she looked at her brother. "Things have changed. Lord City Governor has no intention of taking Duan Ling Tian's celestial spells and divine abilities. I've made the wrong move." Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice.
"What?"
As soon as Miao Lai Long finished speaking, Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kong Ping's expressions changed. After all, they were counting on the City Lord of Bloody Spectre City to obtain Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities to avenge them. According to Miao Lai Long, the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City was a cautious person. Once he obtained the Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities, he would definitely eliminate the Duan Ling Tian from this world. But now, Miao Lai Long was telling them, the City Governor of Bloody Spectre City had no intention of taking Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities?
Rumor has it that Lord City Governor has already given one of the two places to go to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County to Duan Ling Tian. Initially, I thought he was just trying to placate Duan Ling Tian so that Duan Ling Tian would hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities. However, brother, you're saying Lord City Governor has no intention of taking Duan Ling Tian's celestial methods and divine abilities. Does he really intend to send Duan Ling Tian to the county governor's estate? Yang Kongping asked in a deep voice as he looked at Miao Lai Long. When there were outsiders around, he would address Miao Lai Long as Lord Commander. However, in private, he would address Miao Lai Long as brother, just like his wife. Yes, he intends to send Duan Ling Tian to the county governor's estate. Based on his words, it seems like he's trying to befriend Duan Ling Tian. Miao Lai Long nodded. Befriend Duan Ling Tian? Yang Kongping's expression darkened. Is it possible that Duan Ling Tian is really a transcender who's not even 100 years old yet? Although I don't want to believe it, it's the truth. Miao Lai Long nodded again. Based on Miao Lai Long's words, it seems like he has a thorough understanding of Duan Ling Tian. He knows Duan Ling Tian is someone who would rather die than hand over the celestial methods and divine abilities. For this reason, he chose to befriend Duan Ling Tian while Duan Ling Tian is still weak. Brother, are we just going to let this matter rest? Can we only watch as Duan Ling Tian rises from Bloody Spectre City and heads to the county city of Nine Spectres County? It'll be even more difficult for us to deal with him after he heads to the county city of Nine Spectres County. Miao Lai Feng's expression was filled with reluctance. Naturally, we can't just let this matter rest. Miao Lai Long said in a deep voice. However, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop Duan Ling Tian from heading to the county city of Nine Spectres County. The only thing we can do now is to stay in Bloody Spectre City and the Silverworm Army's camp. I've worked for Lord City Governor for many years, and I know his character very well. Since he has decided to befriend Duan Ling Tian, he definitely won't let us harm Duan Ling Tian. Miao Lai Long paused for a moment before he said, From now on, all of you must stay calm. Once Duan Ling Tian heads to the county city of Nine Spectres County, we'll think of a way to spread the news that Duan Ling Tian has mastered a heaven-grade celestial method and divine ability to the county city of Nine Spectres County. At that time, even Duan Ling Tian won't be able to live peacefully in the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County. Isn't he stubborn and unruly? He'd rather die than hand over his celestial methods and divine abilities, right? We can use someone else to force him to his death. Miao Lai Long's eyes flashed coldly when he finished speaking. It was as though he had transformed into a poisonous snake as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Brother, you're wise. Miao Lai Feng and Yang Kongping's eyes lit up when they heard Miao Lai Feng's words. Their eyes were as bright as the stars in the night sky. 4 months passed in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, the people in Bloody Spectre City and the soldiers from the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army had shifted their attention to the city governor's estate. Today was the day the city governor's estate would be holding an arena for the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. The person who became the arena champion would be able to leave Bloody Spectre City and head to the county city of Nine Spectres County in a month's time. Unfortunately, only Centurions of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army can enter the city governor's estate to watch the battle. We won't be able to see the Golden Celestials below the age of 100 from the Black Dragon Army, the Silverworm Army, and the Golden Serpent Guards. Many people in Bloody Spectre City sighed in disappointment. Don't worry. It's said that Lord City Governor will use a floating image pearl to record the entire battle. At that time, the recording will be played in the central square of Bloody Spectre City for a month. Floating image pearl? Is that the low-grade celestial artifact that has the same effect as a floating image celestial talisman but can only be used once? That's right. After learning that the city governor of Bloody Spectre City would use a low-grade celestial artifact, the floating image pearl, to record the battle in the central square of Bloody Spectre City, many people began to look forward to it. At the same time, a large group of people had also gathered in the city governor's estate. Naturally, most of them were Centurions of the Black Dragon Army and the Silverworm Army who were here to watch the battle. There are 3 people from the Black Dragon Army participating in the battle today. Captain Zhao Dongxing, Captain Qin Yu,
and Centurion Xuelang. Tong Zhang, a centurion of the Black Dragon Army who was Duan Lingtian's subordinate, had also arrived.
He looked at the people standing in the arena and said to another centurion of the Black Dragon Army next to him, "Look at the Silverworm Army."
There are only 2 people from the Silverworm Army. There were only 2 people from the Silverworm Army participating in the battle today.
This was because there were only 2 golden celestials below the age of 100 in the Silverworm Army.
5 people from the Golden Serpent Guards are here. Although there were more natives of Devata realms who were below the age of 100 who were golden celestials compared to ascendants, the number of natives who were golden celestials was much higher. However, in a small place like Bloody Spectre City, there were only a limited number of such people. Let's begin. Soon after, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, arrived. After everyone bowed respectfully to him, he announced in a loud voice. The 10 people in the arena began to compete with each other. It was a free-for-all. The last person standing on the stage would be the champion of today's competition.
He would be able to accompany the envoy of the county governor's estate to the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate in the county governor's estate.
Half an hour later, the results were out. He's the last one standing? How's it possible? Chapter 26-23. On the vast arena, a tall and handsome young man stood there. He was clad in black armor, which accentuated his extraordinary valiance. He was awe-inspiring, like a god of war. Judging from his attire, he was a member of the Black Dragon Army.
Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Chen Xianba, the commander of the Black Dragon Army, shook his head as he looked at the silver-armored young man in the arena.
He would be the last one to remain in the arena. I thought it would be Captain Zhao Dongxing if there was anyone left in the Black Dragon Army. I didn't expect it to be Captain Qin Yu.
The members of the Black Dragon Army looked at the young man in silver armor with shock and disbelief in their eyes.
Half a year ago, Qin Yu was only a centurion. He had only been promoted to a new Chili Arch after successfully challenging a Chili Arch. In the eyes of the Black Dragon Army today, if the Black Dragon Army were to stand at the end, it would definitely be Captain Zhao Dongxing. No one would have thought that the one standing at the end would be this 1,000-man commander Qin Yu. Furthermore, through the chaotic battle earlier, they were able to clearly see what was going on. The reason why Qin Yu was able to stand at the end was definitely not due to luck. It was completely because of his powerful strength that he was able to smoothly eliminate the others. Commander Chen, your Black Dragon Army has truly hidden itself well. First there was a Duan Lingtian, and now there's a Qin Yu. The commander of the Silverworm Army, Miao Lai Long, stared coldly at Chen Xianba and sneered. Thank you for the compliment, Commander Miao. Chen Xianba glanced at Miao Lai Long and replied with a smile. He appeared very magnanimous, which was a stark contrast to Miao Lai Long's cold smile. Qin Yu, in the following month, prepare well and hand over the things in your hands.
In a month, come to the City Master's mansion and follow the special envoy from the 9 Spectres County's county governor's mansion to leave Bloody Spectre City for the county city.
The City Master of the Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu, also looked at Qin Yu in surprise. Today, the one standing at the end will be Qin Yu, who has just become a Chili Arch of the Black Dragon Army half a year ago. He had also witnessed the strength that Qin Yu had just displayed. Compared to the other 9 people, Qin Yu was indeed a notch stronger. Qin Yu stood at the end of the line and won a spot to go to the 9 Spectres County in a month.
I can't believe he's the one who's going to 9 Spectres County with me in a month. In a corner that no one noticed, the purple-clothed Duan Lingtian was standing there.
He was looking at Qin Yu, who was standing on the arena.
His eyes could not help slightly narrowing as he muttered in a somewhat surprised manner.
Qin Yu only became a Chili Arch after he joined the Black Dragon Army. Qin Yu did not even need to make a move. His target, Jian Qiuping, had already admitted defeat. And the reason why Jian Qiuping admitted defeat was also related to him. Jian Qiuping wanted to preserve his strength and challenge him. Because everyone's attention is focused on Qin Yu, no one has noticed Duan Lingtian, who has been standing in a corner for a long time. Actually, Duan Lingtian had already appeared when the competition on the combat ring began, and he had watched the entire process with his eyes. Now that the outcome of the battle had been decided, Duan Ling Tian did not linger. He turned around and left. He came without a sound, and left without a sound as well. However, after he left, he did not return to cultivate.
Instead, he walked out of the city governor's estate.
I didn't expect I would be able to break through from an indigo moon heavenly celestial to a violet moon heavenly celestial in just a few months.
Apart from the prominent celestial stones, the spirit-nourishing pills, and the cultivation room, it's mostly due to the 99 heavenly veins in my body.
When Duan Ling Tian left the city governor's estate, he thought about how he had become a violet moon heavenly celestial a few days ago. He could not help but feel excited. After coming to the Devata realm, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the benefits of having 99 saint veins in his body. He did not feel this way when he was in the mundane realms. No wonder Hua Lao said my 99 heavenly veins would shine in the Devata realm. As expected, Hua Lao didn't lie to me. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. A few days ago, after Duan Ling Tian had broken through and become a violet moon heavenly celestial, he stopped cultivating and came out of closed-door cultivation. There were two reasons he did not continue to cultivate.
First, he knew it would be impossible for him to break through and become a golden celestial before he went to the county city of 9 Spectres County.
Second, he wanted to learn more about the Devata realms before he went to the county city of 9 Spectres County. Currently, his knowledge of the Devata realms was limited to what he had learned from the waiter in the restaurant. Since the waiter did not know everything about the Devata realms, there was no way he would tell him everything. After leaving the city governor's estate, Duan Ling Tian found a few bookstores that were similar to bookstores and used a few primitive celestial stones to purchase a dozen memory celestial talismans that he needed. The memory celestial talisman could record and store a certain amount of information. As long as one extended one's divine consciousness into the memory celestial talisman, one would be able to read the recorded and stored information and make it a part of one's memory. However, the memory celestial talisman was a one-time use item. Once the divine consciousness read the information stored in it, it would shatter. Something worth mentioning was, most of the celestial talismans in the Devata realms were inscribed on jade slips. After purchasing the memory celestial talisman, Duan Ling Tian returned to Lu Fenggu's residence in the city governor's mansion. However, he did not go to the cultivation room. Instead, he stayed in the guest room that Lu Fenggu had prepared for him. Although it was called a guest room, it was actually a courtyard that resembled a small mansion. There were 3 rooms and a spacious courtyard.
Lord Duan Ling Tian.
Lord Duan Ling Tian. There were 2 guards standing at the entrance of the courtyard. When they saw Duan Ling Tian, they hastily bowed and greeted him respectfully. Do you know me? Duan Ling Tian looked at the 2 guards in surprise.
He remembered that when he had just arrived at the city governor's estate a few months ago, these 2 guards were not the ones guarding the entrance.
Lord Duan Ling Tian, after you arrived, Lord City Governor had spread your portrait throughout the city governor's estate. Lord City Governor also said that we should treat you with the same respect as we would treat him. If anyone dares to disrespect you, they can forget about staying in the city governor's estate.
One of the guards replied respectfully when faced with Duan Ling Tian's question.
The city governor is very considerate. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled before he walked into the courtyard.
Then, he was welcomed by a few maidservants in the courtyard into a large room that was surrounded by 2 smaller rooms. After returning to his room, Duan Ling Tian took out a memory celestial talisman and extended his divine consciousness into it.
Crack! As soon as the memory celestial talisman shattered, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel that the memory celestial talisman contained a vast amount of information.
Inside the memory immortal talisman, a tremendous amount of information flowed into his mind through his divine sense, as if it had become a part of his memory.
The celestial pills in the Devata realms are divided into primitive celestial pills, mediocre celestial pills, prominent celestial pills, and supreme celestial pills. Any primitive celestial alchemist can refine primitive celestial pills. Some primitive celestial alchemists with high alchemy skills might even be able to refine 1 or 2 mediocre celestial pills if they're lucky. However, the success rate for primitive celestial alchemists to refine mediocre celestial pills is extremely low. There are mediocre celestial alchemists, prominent celestial alchemists, and supreme celestial alchemists. Similar to how primitive celestial alchemists refine mediocre celestial pills, It's difficult for mediocre celestial alchemists and prominent celestial alchemists to refine prominent celestial pills and supreme celestial pills. This is especially true for supreme celestial pills. In the spirit overarching heaven, no prominent celestial alchemist is capable of refining supreme celestial pills no matter how smooth the process is. However, there are cases of prominent celestial alchemists being able to refine supreme celestial pills in other Devata realms. The memory celestial talisman in Duan Lingtian's hand contained the grade of celestial pills and the grade of the celestial alchemists who refined the celestial pills. Naturally, the grade of the celestial alchemist was also recorded in the memory celestial talisman. Celestial alchemist. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he brought out another memory celestial talisman and sent his divine consciousness into it. As soon as the memory celestial talisman shattered, another wave of information entered Duan Lingtian's mind through his divine consciousness and became part of Duan Lingtian's memories. The celestial weapons in the Devata realms are divided into primitive celestial weapons, mediocre celestial weapons, prominent celestial weapons, and supreme celestial weapons. The memory celestial talisman contained information about celestial weapons and celestial weapons craftsmen. It was similar to the information about celestial pills and celestial alchemists that Duan Lingtian had learned. Similar to celestial alchemists, celestial weapons craftsmen were divided into primitive celestial weapons craftsmen, mediocre celestial weapons craftsmen, prominent celestial weapons craftsmen, and supreme celestial weapons craftsmen. This memory celestial talisman records how to become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapons craftsman. Soon after, Duan Lingtian took out another memory celestial talisman and inserted his divine consciousness into it. If one wants to become a celestial alchemist or a celestial weapon craftsman, apart from studying pill refinement and weapon crafting, one must also obtain a celestial fire? Duan Lingtian learned from the information recorded in the memory immortal talisman. The biggest difference between celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms and celestial weapons craftsmen in the mundane realms was that the celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms were much stronger than the celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the mundane realms. The latter could directly use his own strength to condense pill fire or weapon fire. The former, on the other hand, could only refine pills and refine weapons after obtaining the celestial fire. Celestial fires are considered natural treasures in the Devata realms. The higher the grade, the rarer they are. Moreover, there are many types of celestial fires. They can be divided into two types: gentle and violent. Chapter 26-24. Alchemy and weapons crafting in the Devata realms are really amazing. If one doesn't obtain a celestial fire, no matter how deep one's knowledge of alchemy and weapons crafting is, it's impossible for one to become a celestial alchemist or weapons craftsman. Besides that immortal flame is actually a treasure of the heavens and earth, like immortal herbs, immortal fruits, and so on and so forth. It might be born from underground magma, or it might be born from piercingly cold wind valleys, or it might even be born from deep-sea rivers. Truly miraculous. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he read the information that seemed to have become a part of his memory. However, since celestial fires are treasures, how can they be treasures? After a person obtains it, can it be snatched away by others? Out of curiosity, Duan Lingtian continued to read the additional information in his memory. Once a celestial fire has acknowledged someone as its master, it's impossible for others to take it away unless that person is willing to surrender the celestial fire. Once a celestial alchemist or celestial weapon craftsman dies, the celestial fire in their body will dissipate as well. In fact, they can detonate their celestial fire to severely injure their enemy or even perish together with their enemy. Naturally, the power of a celestial fire depends on the grade of the celestial fire. For example, once a supreme celestial fire of a supreme celestial alchemist or a supreme celestial weapon craftsman explodes, even an ordinary celestial king would die if they were within 1,000 meters of the explosion point. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that celestial fires were divided into different grades as well. There were primitive celestial fires, mediocre celestial fires, prominent celestial fires, and supreme celestial fires. Naturally, there were many types of celestial fires. In fact, some celestial fires had yet to be discovered. Supreme Celestial Alchemists and Supreme Celestial Weapons Craftsmen. Even if their cultivation bases are not high, Celestial Kings still have to be respectful to them. After all, if they detonate their celestial fires, even a Celestial King would die. Even if they're only primitive Celestial Alchemists and Celestial Weapons Craftsmen, once they detonate their celestial fires, all great overarching golden celestials within 1,000 meters will either die or be severely injured.
Duan Ling Tian could not help but gasp when he reached this part of the information. Only then did he realize, what kind of existence was the spirit containment pill that he had consumed? Even if that person's cultivation base was not at the level of a great overarching golden celestial, once he chose to ignite the primitive celestial fire in his body, all great overarching golden celestials within 1,000 meters of him would either die or be crippled.
Immortal fire. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to encounter one in the future.
Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he realized the fearsomeness of the immortal fire. His eyes were filled with anticipation. This memory immortal talisman seems to be recording information related to refining pills and weapons. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian took out another memory celestial talisman. The memory immortal talisman contained information on how a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman should refine pills and herbs. It also contained theories on how to refine pills and herbs and how to refine weapons and pills. However, even with this basic theory, Duan Ling Tian could not help but be stunned. This theory. I don't think it's as brilliant as the theories of alchemy and equipment forging that I came across in the mundane realms and the mortal continent. As Duan Ling Tian continued reading, he discovered a problem. In the Devata realms, the standards of refining pills and forging weapons were not much higher than those in the mundane realms. In fact, based on the memories he obtained from the reincarnation Emperor Wu, he could easily refine primitive celestial pills, primitive celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, mediocre-grade celestial pills, mediocre-grade celestial weapons, and even prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons in the Devata realms. In other words, as long as I can obtain a suitable celestial fire and the appropriate materials, I'll be able to refine all celestial weapons apart from supreme-grade celestial weapons. As long as I can obtain a suitable celestial fire and the appropriate pill formulas and materials, I'll be able to refine all celestial pills apart from supreme-grade celestial pills. Naturally, with the knowledge I obtained from the reincarnation Emperor Wu's memories, it won't be difficult for me to master the method to refine supreme-grade celestial pills and celestial weapons. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel excited when he thought about this. He felt as though he had taken a shortcut. However, even if my pill refinement and weapons crafting skills from the mundane realms are considered good in the Devata realms, it's useless if I don't have a celestial fire. Duan Ling Tian felt as though a bucket of cold water had been splashed on his head when he thought about this. A celestial fire is much rarer than ordinary treasures. It's hard to come by. Duan Ling Tian sighed. He no longer paid attention to the information about pill refinement and medicine refinement. Instead, he took out a memory celestial talisman that contained information about celestial methods and stored it in his memory. Duan Ling Tian had already learned about the grades of celestial methods. He wanted to know more about the types of celestial methods. Apart from offensive celestial methods, defensive celestial methods, and movement celestial methods, there's also assistive celestial methods. However, assistive celestial methods are different from assistive divine abilities. The latter is usually used to increase the strength of one's celestial origin energy, while the former is used to harass or restrain one's opponent. For example, some assistive celestial methods can condense celestial origin energy into a long rope to bind one's opponent or form a cage to bind one's opponent. It can also be used with one's soul energy to create an environment that can trap one's opponent. After reading for a while, Duan Ling Tian gained a general understanding of assistive celestial methods. As for divine abilities, there was no need for him to learn about them for the time being. There's also the celestial talisman. Duan Ling Tian took out a memory celestial talisman and began to learn about the celestial talismans that were similar to the Tao talismans in the mundane realms. Celestial talismans were similar to Tao talismans. However, they were usually inscribed on jade tokens, so they were more effective. There are many types of celestial talismans. There are offensive celestial talismans, defensive celestial talismans,
movement celestial methods, and assistive celestial methods. The assistive celestial talismans I've come across are the memory celestial talismans and the floating image celestial talismans. The floating image celestial talisman was similar to the mirror image talisman in the mundane realms. It was capable of recording mirror images. Unlike the mirror image talisman, the floating image celestial talisman could not only record and display images, but it could also record and display sounds from the images. This was something the mirror image talisman in the mundane realms could not do. The mirror image talisman could only record mirror images, not voice. As expected, there are minor-major floating image celestial talismans that are similar to the minor-major mirror image talismans in the mundane realms. However, the value of these minor-major floating image celestial talismans is much higher than ordinary floating image celestial talismans. No wonder Yang Kong Ping, the chilly arch of the Silverworm army, didn't recognize me when I first met him. I thought the scene of his centurions dying in the celestial ascension pool would have been transmitted to him through a celestial talisman similar to the minor-major mirror image talisman. However, it seems like a mere centurion of the Silverworm army doesn't have a minor-major floating image celestial talisman. In fact, even the captains of the Black Dragon army and the Silverworm army don't have a minor-major floating image celestial talisman. After all, Commander Chen didn't give me a minor-major floating image celestial talisman after I became a captain of the Black Dragon army. It's no wonder Commander Chen doesn't know how Huang Jiabing, a captain of the Black Dragon army, died. As it turns out, Huang Jiabing doesn't have a minor-major floating image celestial talisman. As soon as Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, a loud and energetic voice rang in his ears. "Brother Ling Tian, I heard you've come out of closed-door cultivation? And you even went out?" Duan Ling Tian could tell the voice belonged to Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City. Moreover, Lu Fenggu had changed the way he addressed Duan Ling Tian from Captain Duan to Brother Ling Tian. This had unknowingly shortened the distance between them. Based on the voice, Duan Ling Tian could tell Lu Fenggu was currently in the courtyard. City governor. Duan Ling Tian did not continue reading the information he had retrieved from the memory celestial talisman. He opened the door and walked out of his room before he sat down at a stone table with Lu Fenggu. "Did you gain anything from your closed-door cultivation?" Lu Fenggu asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze. Duan Ling Tian, naturally, noticed the anticipation in Lu Fenggu's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, "It's all thanks to the city governor's cultivation room that I managed to break through and become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial in just a few months." Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. Lu Fenggu was stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He did not regain his senses for a long time. When he heard that Duan Ling Tian had come out of closed-door cultivation, he had given up on the thought of Duan Ling Tian becoming a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. He only hoped that Duan Ling Tian was close to becoming a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. After all, he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial even if he spent half a year cultivating. However, Duan Ling Tian had come out of closed-door cultivation in just 5 months. Lu Fenggu was certain Duan Ling Tian would not be able to break through again. However, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would say he had broken through and become a Violet Moon Heavenly Celestial. "It seems like I've placed my bet on the right person this time." After a long while, Lu Fenggu finally regained his senses. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes as he sighed inwardly. The higher Duan Ling Tian's innate talent was, the faster his cultivation base would improve, and the sooner he would be able to exact his revenge. City governor. When Duan Ling Tian recalled he had learned about the child-mother floating image celestial talisman, he looked at Lu Fenggu and asked, "Do you have the child-mother floating image celestial talisman with the commanders of the Black Dragon army and the Silverworm army?" Chapter 26-25. Yes. Although Lu Fenggu did not know why Duan Ling Tian would ask such a question, he still nodded in response. His subordinates, the Black Dragon army and the Silverworm army, each had a minor floating image celestial talisman that he had given to them. This was so he would know immediately if they were killed. Moreover, he would be able to see the scene and hear the voices through the major floating image celestial talisman. After I became a captain of the Black Dragon army, Commander Chen didn't give me a minor floating image celestial talisman. Did he forget to give it to me? Or did the other captains of the Black Dragon Army not have one? Duan Lingtian asked. Brother Lingtian, do you think the minor floating image celestial talismans are as common as cabbages? Lu Fenggu smiled wryly. I know there are Dao talismans similar to the minor floating image celestial talismans in the mundane realms. However, those Dao talismans are only useful in the mundane realms. They're useless in the Devata realms. Moreover, those who meet the requirements to ascend to the Devata realms won't be able to bring their belongings from the mundane realms to the Devata realms. The minor floating image celestial talismans are different from ordinary floating image celestial talismans. Ordinary floating image celestial talismans are cheap, but the minor floating image celestial talismans are difficult to inscribe and require special materials. I only have a few minor floating image celestial talismans that were given to me by the county governor. Lu Fenggu continued to say, as the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, I've only given the minor floating image celestial talisman to 3 people. They're Chen Xianba, the Black Dragon Army's commander, Miao Lai Long, the Silverworm Army's commander, and Elder Hong, the Golden Serpent Guard's leader. Elder Hong, the leader of the Golden Serpent Guards? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. Elder Hong isn't one of the 18 Golden Serpent Guards under my command. In fact, he's the one who raised the 18 Golden Serpent Guards. They're all his disciples. As for Old Hong, he was the one who followed me from the county governor's estate to Bloody Spectre City. He's also the strongest person under me. He's even stronger than Chen Xianba and Miao Lai Long. The fact that Lu Fenggu even told Duan Lingtian all this showed how much Lu Fenggu valued Duan Lingtian. I see. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. However, although the mother-child floating image celestial talisman is precious, it's useless in front of a great overarching golden celestial. Even if the victim has a floating image immortal talisman, as long as they are willing, the floating image immortal talisman won't work at all. Lu Fenggu continued to say, for this reason, once you've become a great overarching golden celestial, you'll be able to block the transmission of the floating image celestial talisman to the major floating image celestial talisman. The strength of a zenith heaven golden immortal is extremely terrifying. Lu Fenggu's expression turned grim as he spoke. Great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. This was not the first time he had heard of great overarching golden celestials. In fact, when he was still in the mundane realm, he had heard of great overarching golden celestials more than once. He knew great overarching golden celestials could travel between Devata realms and mundane realms. Naturally, even if great overarching golden celestials could travel between Devata realms and mundane realms, very few great overarching golden celestials would do so. This was because once a great overarching golden celestial went to a mundane realm, they would be tainted by the mundane karma, which would affect their cultivation. Those who were lucky would only have their cultivation speed slow down, but those who were unlucky might not be able to progress any further. Moreover, although you were able to overcome the gap between a heavenly celestial and a golden celestial with your profound celestial methods and divine abilities, that's only because the gap between a violet moon heavenly celestial and a scarlet sun golden celestial is not that big. On the other hand, the gap between a peak golden celestial and a violet sun golden celestial is like a chasm. It can be said that the gap between a violet sun golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial is huge. For example, if you're a violet moon heavenly celestial, you can easily defeat a scarlet sun golden celestial who has only mastered yellow-grade celestial methods and divine abilities. However, if you're a great overarching golden celestial, you can easily defeat a violet sun golden celestial who has mastered a profound grade celestial method and divine abilities with just the yellow grade celestial methods and divine abilities that you've mastered. Many violet sun golden celestials can't break through and become great overarching golden celestials in their entire lives. Once they break through and become a great overarching golden celestial, it means they've truly become a powerhouse in the Devata realms. Although there's still a huge gap between them and those who are stronger than them, they're strong enough to look down on heavenly celestials and golden celestials. Lu Fenggu's words made Duan Lingtian realize the difference between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial. That was a gap as wide as a chasm. In the Devata realms, Only great overarching golden celestials were considered true powerhouses. City Governor, are there any great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County? Duan Ling Tian asked with a solemn expression. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. There are 2 great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County. One of them is our county governor. As for the other person, Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed with hatred when he mentioned the other person. It was as though he was about to devour Duan Ling Tian. The other person is the first revered elder who killed your direct disciple and forced you to leave the county governor's mansion in Nine Spectres County to come to Bloody Spectre City. Isn't that the first revered elder? Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly. Based on Lu Fenggu's reaction, he could guess who the other great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectres County was. Yes, it's him. Lu Fenggu took a deep breath to suppress the hatred in his heart before he nodded. A great overarching golden celestial. Governor, you're really good at making things difficult for me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said. Although Lu Fenggu had promised Duan Ling Tian that if he felt that Duan Ling Tian should not be killed after he arrived at the county city of Nine Spectres County, it would not be considered a breach of the promise. However, after spending some time with Lu Fenggu, Duan Ling Tian had a better understanding of Lu Fenggu's character. Lu Fenggu was most likely not lying to him. There was a high chance that the other person should be killed. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian knew he would not be able to escape from this agreement. With your celestial methods, divine abilities, and the ability to steal other people's celestial weapons, you might be able to defeat him even if you haven't become a great overarching golden celestial. With your innate talent, it won't take long for you to break through and become a violet sun golden celestial, a peak golden celestial. As long as you become a violet sun golden celestial, you'll be able to overcome the gap between a golden celestial and a great overarching golden celestial. You'll be able to capture him and bring him to me so I can kill him. Lu Fenggu said confidently. The gap between a great overarching golden celestial and an ordinary golden celestial was huge. However, with the various means that the purple-clad young man had mastered, it was possible for him to cross that gap and defeat a great overarching golden celestial with his cultivation base of an ordinary gold celestial. Governor, you really think highly of me. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly again. It's not that I think highly of you, but you have the potential. Lu Fenggu looked at Duan Ling Tian meaningfully before he changed the topic. Brother Ling Tian, what did you do after leaving the city governor's estate today? I went to buy some memory celestial talismans that recorded the basic knowledge of the Devata realms. After all, I've just ascended to the Devata realms, so there are many things I don't know yet. Duan Ling Tian said. That's true. Lu Fenggu nodded. When I first ascended to the Devata realms, I didn't know much about the Devata realms either. It was only after I completed my service in the celestial stone mine in another city that I regained my freedom that I learned about the Devata realms. The city governor is also an ascender. Duan Ling Tian was surprised. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. A hint of reminiscence could be seen in his eyes as he said, It's been more than 1,000 years since I ascended to the spirit overarching heaven. At that time, I wasn't as strong as you. I was captured and sent to the celestial stone mine as soon as I ascended. It's been more than 1,000 years, but you still haven't become a great overarching golden celestial? Duan Ling Tian did not expect Lu Fenggu had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for such a long time. Do you think everyone is like you? Lu Fenggu said with a hint of annoyance when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Even I'm considered one of the most talented ascenders. After ascending for more than 1,000 years, I've already become an indigo sun golden celestial. Back then, it took me a few decades to become an indigo moon heavenly celestial and become a violet moon heavenly celestial. However, it only took you a few months. Although the cultivation environment and resources I enjoyed back then were not as good as yours, your innate talent is heaven-defying compared to those who have ascended from the mundane realms. Lu Fenggu continued to praise Duan Ling Tian for his heaven-defying innate talent. Even though I've ascended to the spirit overarching heaven for more than 1,000 years, I've never heard of anyone who managed to break through from an indigo moon heavenly celestial to a violet moon heavenly celestial in just a few months. Apart from that, I've never heard of anyone with monstrous innate talent in the Devata realms who managed to break through 2 cultivation bases in such a short time. Lu Fenggu continued to say. Lu Fenggu was shocked by Duan Lingtian's innate talent. Upon hearing Lu Fenggu's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He was not surprised by Lu Fenggu's words. After all, he had 99 heavenly veins. He was not an ordinary celestial city governor. Chapter 26-26. Celestial Fire? Lu Fenggu's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he was very sensitive to the word celestial fire. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He could not figure out why Lu Fenggu would have such a reaction. After a while, Lu Fenggu regained his senses and nodded. A celestial fire is the foundation of a celestial alchemist and a celestial weapon craftsman. Are you interested in a celestial fire, Brother Lingtian?
Yes.
Duan Lingtian nodded. When I was in the mundane realm, I used to be an alchemist and a weapon craftsman. Through the memory celestial talisman, I learned about alchemy and weapon crafting in the Devata realms. I discovered that the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the mundane realms are similar to the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the Devata realms. In fact, I can use the alchemy and weapon crafting techniques in the mundane realms to refine pills and weapons in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, it's possible. Lu Fenggu nodded. There are many outstanding celestial alchemists and celestial weapons craftsmen in the Devata realms. They're only able to stand out because of their foundation in alchemy and weapons crafting in the mundane realms. In the Devata realms, although there are differences in pill refinement and weapon forging techniques, the most important thing is still the celestial fire. Without a celestial fire, it's impossible for you to become a celestial alchemist and celestial weapon craftsman no matter how skilled you are. Lu Fenggu said. Brother Lingtian, let's put aside the fact that a celestial fire is hard to come by. What's the highest grade of celestial pills and celestial weapons you can refine in the Devata realms with your alchemy and weapon crafting techniques? Lu Fenggu asked. Many people who had ascended to the Devata realms had high attainments in pill refinement and weapon crafting. Once they obtained a high-grade celestial fire, they would be able to refine mediocre celestial pills, mediocre celestial weapons, and even prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons. Naturally, there were very few people who were able to refine prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons in the mundane realms. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. I don't have a problem refining prominent celestial pills and celestial weapons. As for the method to refine supreme celestial pills and celestial weapons, I'll have to continue studying it. I don't think I need to refine it, I need to refine it. Duan Lingtian said he did not feel there was a need to conceal it. After all, without a celestial fire, he would still Lingtian would celestial had Fenggu's Lu Feng's knowledge was a alalal alchemist. It was the speaker had no intention of speaking, but the listener had the heart. He Fenggu heard done. S heard do as he Lu Li heard do as soon as he said S. He was he was he. He Duan was as was there Duan Lingtian? For this reason, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. It should be noted that those who had just ascended to the Devata realms who were capable of refining prominent celestial pills and prominent celestial weapons were extremely rare even if they did not possess a celestial fire. Duan Lingtian's cultivation innate talent could be said to be heaven-defying, and it had already shocked him greatly. He was shocked by Duan Lingtian's alchemy and weapon crafting techniques. Unfortunately, without a celestial fire, it's impossible for me to study the method to refine supreme celestial pills and celestial weapons. Duan Lingtian sighed. Brother Lingtian. Lu Fenggu narrowed his eyes as his expression turned solemn. It was as though he had made up his mind. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu in confusion. He had also noticed Lu Fenggu's strange expression. After you've avenged me, I'll give you a clue about the celestial fire. I'll tell you where it is, and you can go and collect it. Moreover, the celestial fire might not be as simple as a primitive celestial fire. It might be a mediocre celestial fire. Lu Fenggu said solemnly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. You have a clue about the celestial fire? Moreover, it might be a mediocre celestial fire? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Lu Fenggu's words. He did not expect Lu Fenggu would have a clue about the celestial fire. Moreover, the The celestial fire might be a mediocre celestial fire. After recovering from his surprise, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up like two dazzling stars in the night sky. Yes. Lu Fenggu nodded. I obtained this clue by accident before I left the county city of Nine Spectres County. I've been to the place where the celestial fire is hidden, but I didn't have the ability to obtain it. I think one would have to be a great overarching golden celestial to obtain the celestial fire. Although I didn't manage to obtain the celestial fire, I set up a few concealment formations at the place where the celestial fire is hidden. Unless one's a great overarching golden celestial or stronger uses their divine consciousness to search the area, it's impossible to find it. Lu Fenggu continued to say, at that time, when I discovered I didn't have the ability to obtain the celestial fire, I thought of telling Lord County Governor about it. However, my direct disciple was killed by Zhou Tong, the revered elder of the county governor's estate. Lu Fenggu's eyes flashed with rage when he reached the end of his sentence. I went to look for Lord County Governor and asked him for help. I had already planned to tell Lord County Governor about the celestial fire if he was willing to stand up for my direct disciple. However, for the sake of the bigger picture, Lord County Governor only said a few words to Zhou Tong. Naturally, I knew I had no choice but to do so even if I were Lord County Governor. After all, Zhou Tong was the strongest revered elder in the county governor's estate. He was second only to Lord County Governor in Nine Spectres County. After that, I was forced to leave by Zhou Tong. Although I don't resent Lord County Governor, I didn't intend to tell him about the celestial fire. I kept it in my heart and thought I'd obtain the celestial fire if I had the chance to break through and become a great overarching golden celestial. Lu Fenggu paused for a moment before he continued to speak. For this reason, after I came to Bloody Spectre City, I searched for a lot of memory celestial talismans that were related to pill refinement and weapon forging. However, before I obtained the celestial fire, I didn't know how to refine pills or forge weapons. I could only understand some theories. Lu Fenggu could not help but smile bitterly as he continued to say, at that time, I regretted not studying alchemy and equipment crafting when I was still in the mundane realm. Since you want the celestial fire, why are you telling me about the celestial fire now? Moreover, you promised that you'll tell me the location of the celestial fire if I help you take revenge? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The reason I told you about the celestial fire is because... Lu Fenggu replied bluntly to Duan Lingtian's question. First, it's because I don't know if I'll be able to become a great overarching golden celestial in the future. If I don't, I can only keep the secret to myself or let someone else take advantage of it. Second, it's because your pill refinement and weapon forging skills are not low. Moreover, your innate talent is heaven-defying. Your future is limitless. Giving you the celestial fire is a form of good karma between us. Perhaps, I'll be able to benefit more from this than if I were to obtain the celestial fire. Lu Fenggu's words were frank and straightforward, without any intention of hiding anything. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, a gleam of wisdom flashed in his eyes at the right time. City Governor, after hearing your words, I wish I could grow a pair of wings and fly to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County to capture revered elder Zhou Tong and bring him to you for you to deal with. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. The celestial fire was too tempting for him. With your current cultivation base, even if you're stronger than most golden celestials, you're still not strong enough to deal with Zhou Tong. For this reason, even if you go to the county governor's estate in Nine Spectres County, you won't be able to avenge me in a short time. Lu Fenggu shook his head. I know. However, the celestial fire is too tempting for me. Moreover, you said the celestial fire is likely to be a mediocre celestial fire. Duan Lingtian said with a sigh. If a person possessed a primitive celestial fire, it meant that he possessed the ability to deter almost all great overarching golden celestials. He would be able to make great overarching golden celestials hesitate to act against him. If a person possessed a mediocre celestial fire, they would be able to deter overarching heavenly supreme celestials who were stronger than great overarching golden celestials. If a mediocre celestial alchemist or celestial weapons craftsman decided to die together with an overarching heavenly supreme celestial, they would only have to detonate their mediocre celestial fire when they were within 1,000 meters of the overarching heavenly supreme celestial.
An ordinary overarching heavenly supreme celestial would not be able to resist the power of a mediocre celestial fire. On the other hand, a powerful overarching heavenly supreme celestial might be able to resist the power of a mediocre celestial alchemist, but they would still have to pay a heavy price. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the celestial fire was not a mediocre celestial alchemist. Not only could the celestial fire be used to refine celestial pills and celestial weapons, but it could also be used to intimidate great overarching golden celestials and overarching heavenly supreme celestials. Indeed, it's very likely to be a mediocre celestial fire. However, I'm not 100% certain. I just feel like it's very different from the primitive celestial fires I've heard about. It's not as simple as a primitive celestial fire, Lu Fenggu said. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's very different from a primitive celestial fire? Then, is it different from a prominent celestial fire or a supreme celestial fire? Duan Lingtian asked anxiously. Brother Lingtian, Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile. Lu Fenggu said with a wry smile on his face. I've only heard of primitive celestial fires. I haven't even heard of mediocre celestial fires, let alone prominent celestial fires and supreme celestial fires. If that's the case, does this mean the celestial fire might be a prominent celestial fire or a supreme celestial fire? Chapter 26-27. I don't think so. Lu Fenggu was shocked when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. With his strength at that time, he could not even get close to the celestial fire hidden in that place, let alone take it for himself. However, he did not expect the celestial fire to be so powerful. The celestial fire must be a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire. As far as Duan Lingtian knew, only great overarching golden celestials and above could get close to some of the rarer primitive celestial fires and take them for themselves. Naturally, primitive celestial fires were rare. Ordinary golden immortals would be able to obtain an inferior-grade immortal fire with their bare hands after discovering it. The entire process was very simple. However, he did not know much about mediocre-grade celestial fires. However, in Duan Lingtian's opinion, since it was a mediocre celestial fire, it was much more difficult to obtain than a primitive celestial fire. It was not surprising that only great overarching golden celestials were capable of obtaining it. For this reason, he told Duan Lingtian, the celestial fire is a rare celestial fire. The celestial fire he discovered was most likely a mediocre-grade celestial fire. Of course, it was only a possibility. He was not 100% sure. After all, only great overarching golden celestials or stronger could take away primitive celestial fires. City Lord, now that I've said this, do you regret telling me about the immortal fire? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile on his face. There's nothing to regret. Lu Fenggu shook his head. It's unlikely that the celestial fire is a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire. Even if it is, I might not be able to take it. After all, I might not even be able to become a great overarching golden celestial in the future. On this point, I am well aware of my own limitations. If it's a prominent celestial fire or even a supreme-grade celestial fire, even a great overarching golden celestial might not be able to take it, let alone me. Lu Fenggu could not help but laugh at himself when he reached the end of his sentence. It doesn't matter if the celestial fire is a primitive, mediocre, prominent, or supreme celestial fire. I'm very interested in it. Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed as a look of anticipation flashed through his eyes. He didn't hide his desire to obtain the immortal flame's core. With Brother Lingtian's current strength, it's impossible for you to obtain the celestial fire even if you go to that place. Perhaps, you'll be able to obtain the celestial fire when you're strong enough to defeat Zhou Tong. Lu Fenggu said with a smile. In the end, the city lord is still anxious to take revenge. Duan Lingtian looked at Lu Fenggu deeply before he asked, Governor, if I go to the county governor's estate and discover that Zhou Tong isn't someone who should be killed as you said, and our deal is voided, will you not tell me the location of the celestial fire? Don't worry. Lu Fenggu smiled confidently. The deal between us won't be voided. In his opinion, if Zhou Tong was not someone who deserved to be killed, then there were probably not many people in the world who deserved to be killed.
After a short while, Lu Fenggu bade farewell and left.
Duan Lingtian returned to his room and continued to read the memory celestial talismans he had bought in Bloody Spectre City.
Inscribing an immortal talisman is not as troublesome as refining pills and refining artifacts. One must first obtain a heavenly treasure like an immortal fire that can only be found by chance.
As long as golden immortals and above are willing to spend some time studying it, they can inscribe immortal talismans on their own.
For example, memory celestial talismans and ordinary floating image celestial talismans.
As long as an ordinary golden immortal knows the runes of the corresponding celestial talismans, they can easily inscribe them.
As for the mother-child floating image celestial talismans, although ordinary golden immortals can inscribe them, the materials required to inscribe them are too rare and precious. Soon after, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the celestial talismans in the Devata realms. Whether it's the memory celestial talismans or the floating image celestial talismans, they're only assist-type celestial talismans. As for the offensive, defensive, and movement celestial talismans, they can only be inscribed by great overarching golden immortals. The higher the grade of the celestial talismans, the more powerful they are. Moreover, some high-grade celestial talismans can be used to save one's life at a critical moment. Naturally, some powerful offensive celestial talismans can also be used to kill. For example, many young celestials with powerful backgrounds have powerful celestial talismans inscribed by their seniors to save their lives at a critical moment. After learning about the celestial talismans, Duan Lingtian shifted his attention to the information recorded in the other memory celestial talismans. In the Devata realms, there's no distinction between Dao cultivators and martial cultivators. This is because some of the powerful celestial methods and divine abilities in the Devata realms can draw upon the heaven and earth energy to attack, unlike in the mundane realms. There's also the heavenly veins. Those who possess 81 or more heavenly veins are all extremely talented. Their cultivation speed is not something ordinary celestials can compare to. In the mundane realms, those who possess 81 or more heavenly veins are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. However, that's not the case in the Devata realms. In fact, some natives have 81 or more saint veins due to their good genes. Duan Lingtian was shocked.
As expected of the Devata realms, to think that 81 heavenly veins is so common in the Devata realms.
Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. The number of heavenly veins affects one's cultivation speed and the speed at which one can mobilize one's celestial origin energy. Those with more heavenly veins have an advantage in both aspects. However, in the Devata realms, having more heavenly veins doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to surpass those who don't have as many heavenly veins. There are all kinds of fortuitous encounters in the Devata realms, and anything is possible. In fact, some heavenly emperors who rule over Devata realms don't even have 81 heavenly veins. Having more heavenly veins only means one has a higher starting point. Most of the time, one has to rely on oneself and fortuitous encounters in the future. After reading the information, Duan Lingtian put away the feeling of superiority he had since he ascended to the spirit overarching heaven because he possessed 99 heavenly veins. No wonder Senior Feng Qingyang was able to make a name for himself in the Devata realms in just 100,000 years, even though he only has 81 heavenly veins. He even became a heavenly emperor who rules over one of the 81 Devata realms, the solitary destructive heaven. When Duan Lingtian was still in the mundane realm, he had heard that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang possessed 81 saint veins. The saint veins in the mundane realm he came from were the heavenly veins in the Devata realms. If it wasn't for me, I'm sure Senior Feng Qingyang would still be in the solitary destructive heaven, enjoying his position as the heavenly emperor. Now, he's trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. I don't even know if he's dead or alive. Furthermore, that place, even if a heavenly emperor goes in, it's close to certain death. Duan Lingtian closed his eyes as he thought about this. He clenched his fists tightly as his body trembled violently. If anything happens to Senior Feng Qingyang, Yun Qingyan, I'll tear you to pieces and burn your bones to ashes. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his eyes that were filled with extreme hatred. When he opened his mouth to speak, he let out a hysterical roar that was close to gnashing his teeth. A month later, 3 figures shot out of Bloody Spectre City like 3 bolts of lightning and left the city.
The leader of the trio was an old man dressed in a long gray robe. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. However, his movements exuded an otherworldly aura.
The old man led the way. 2 young men followed closely behind him. Of these 2 young men, one wore purple clothes, and the other wore black clothes. Both of them were tall, had distinct facial features, and were handsome.
Moreover, their faces revealed a bit of coldness, and it was as if they kept others 1,000 miles away.
The trio was none other than Duanling Tian, Qin Yu, and the special envoy from the county city of 9 Spectres County.
The special envoy from the county governor's estate was the gray-clad old man who led the way.
He had arrived early in the morning.
After declining the city governor's invitation to stay a night in Bloody Spectre City, he led Duanling Tian and Qin Yu out of Bloody Spectre City in the direction of the county city of 9 Spectres County.
Qin Yu, I've read the memory immortal talisman that City Governor Lu gave me about you. Half a year ago, you were only a centurion of the Black Dragon Army under the command of Bloody Spectre City?
Suddenly, the old man who was leading the way turned around and looked at Qin Yu who was beside Duanling Tian.
Yes. Qin Yu nodded. I've long heard that Bloody Spectre City has close to 10 golden immortals under the age of 100. I didn't expect that one of the 2 spots to go to the county governor's estate would be obtained by someone who was only a centurion of the Black Dragon Army half a year ago.
How rare.
You're not bad. Not bad at all.
The old man praised Qin Yu as he reached the end of his sentence.
Thank you for your praise, Special Envoy. Qin Yu's originally calm face slightly squeezed out a smile. The old man nodded at Qin Yu before he shifted his gaze to Duanling Tian. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian raised his eyebrows slightly.
He thought to himself, since the city governor gave the special envoy a memory immortal talisman about Qin Yu, he must have also given the special envoy a memory immortal talisman about me.
I wonder, how did the city governor introduce me in the memory immortal talisman? Although he did not know how Lu Fenggu had introduced him in the memory immortal talisman, he knew Lu Fenggu would not harm him. After interacting with Lu Fenggu, he was certain Lu Fenggu was not a despicable person. Chapter 26-28. Duanling Tian, City Governor Lu said in the Memory Celestial Talisman that you only joined the Black Dragon Army half a year ago. Moreover, as soon as you joined the Black Dragon Army, you killed a centurion who's a golden celestial with a single blow. Then, in a restaurant in Bloody Spectre City, you severed the arm of Yang Kong Ping, a Chiliarch of the Silverworm Army. Yang Kong Ping is one of the top 3 Chiliarchs in the Silverworm Army. He's an orange sun golden celestial.
The old man leading the way in front, who was also the county governor's estate special envoy, glanced deeply at Duanling Tian as he spoke.
It's precisely because of this that City Governor Lu directly reserved a spot for you. It's clear that City Governor Lu thinks highly of you.
It's all thanks to the city governor's kindness.
Duanling Tian replied humbly. You don't have to be humble.
The old man smiled faintly. The fact that you're able to defeat an orange sun golden celestial, who's one of the top 3 Chiliarchs in the Silverworm Army when you're not even 100 years old shows that you're one of the strongest golden celestials in Bloody Spectre City. City Governor Lu has always been a steady person. You're worthy of being given a spot in the Black Dragon Army. When the old man finished speaking, he looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of approval in his eyes.
In his opinion, Duanling Tian was very confident. Based on Duanling Tian's battle results, he was certain Duanling Tian was the strongest golden celestial in Bloody Spectre City. Even Qin Yu, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, was not a match for Duanling Tian. Since the old man had only stayed in Bloody Spectre City for a short time, he had not heard the rumor that Duanling Tian had only ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago. Of course, even if he had heard the rumor, he would not believe it, just like the majority of the people in Bloody Spectre City. What a joke! A heavenly celestial who had just ascended to the spirit overarching heaven was capable of defeating Yang Kong Ping, who was ranked in the top 3 among the 10 Chiliarchs of the Silverworm Army? Although Duanling Tian's soul was protected by the defective metal piece, and it was difficult for ordinary people to detect his age through his soul. However, in the Devata realms, Powerhouses above the golden celestial realm could determine a person's age based on the aura of their flesh and blood.
Because of this, the moment the old man saw Duan Lingtian for the first time, he was certain that Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person.
Duan Lingtian was indeed less than 100 years old. All of you only know that I'm the special envoy of the county governor's estate, but you don't know my name. My name is Zheng Qiu, and I'm an inner mansion elder of the county governor's estate. The old man's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu as he unhurriedly introduced himself. An inner mansion elder. Duan Lingtian remained calm when he heard the old man's words, but Qin Yu was shocked. He looked at the old man and said, "Elder Zheng Qiu? As far as I know, there are only 13 inner mansion elders in the county governor's estate of the 9 specters county. Each of the inner mansion elders is a violet sun golden celestial." After saying those words, Qin Yu once again looked to the old man with a gaze filled with respect. Although he knew the old man was the envoy of the county governor's estate, he did not know the old man was a violet sun golden celestial, an inner estate elder of the county governor's estate. A violet sun golden celestial was a peak golden celestial who was closest to becoming a great overarching golden celestial. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, remained calm from the beginning until the end. This was because Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had told him about the old man through voice transmission before he left Bloody Spectre City. For this reason, he knew the old man was an inner mansion elder. The old man was an inner elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Moreover, he was a violet sun golden celestial. It's a long journey from the county city of 9 Spectres County to the 9 cities of 9 Spectres County. It's inevitable that we'll encounter some robbers along the way. Among those robbers, there's no lack of violet sun golden celestials. Zheng Qiu, an inner court elder of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County, said, "For this reason, all of the people sent by the county governor's estate to the 9 cities in 9 Spectres County are inner court elders. This is to ensure your safety as much as possible." Qin Yu nodded. Qin Yu nodded. Elder Zheng Qiu. Duan Lingtian looked at Zheng Qiu and asked curiously, "Do you know why the county governor's estate is recruiting 2 golden celestials below the age of 100 like me and Qin Yu from the 9 cities of 9 Spectres County?" "I'm not too sure about the details, but I heard it has something to do with King Qin's mansion," Zheng Qiu replied. Upon hearing Zheng Qiu's words, Duan Lingtian knew he had asked for nothing. After all, Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had already told him about this. Qin Yu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, had a peculiar glint in his eyes when Zheng Qiu mentioned King Qin's mansion. Due to the glint in his eyes, neither Duan Lingtian nor Zheng Qiu noticed it. "We were just talking about robbers. I didn't expect that someone would set their sights on us so quickly." Zheng Qiu suddenly turned his head and his gaze fell on the sky in front of him. He seemed to have discovered something and said in a deep voice. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu's eyes shifted to the sky in front of them. However, he discovered that the clouds in front of him were a little different from the clouds in other parts of the sky. Almost immediately after Zheng Qiu, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu looked at the sky in front of them. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Behind the clouds in the sky in front of them, several figures dashed out and swooped down. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded the 3 of them. "We've been discovered," as expected of a violet sun golden celestial. When Duan Lingtian's group of 3 was surrounded by more than 20 people, 2 old figures descended from the sky unhurriedly and appeared in the path of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Surprisingly, they were 2 old men. One of them was dressed in a black robe while the other was dressed in a white robe. The old man dressed in a black robe was skinny like a bamboo pole while the old man dressed in a white robe was fat like a ball. At this moment, both of them were looking at Zheng Qiu. When Qin Yu heard that Zheng Qiu was truly worthy of being a purple sun golden immortal, his expression changed again. Naturally, he knew what this meant. It meant Zheng Qiu was not afraid of a violet sun golden celestial. Even Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he heard the old man's words. He thought to himself, "Are we that lucky? We encountered a violet sun golden celestial so soon after we left Bloody Spectre City?" Since great overarching golden celestials did not bother to rob celestials in a small place like 9 Spectres County,
Duan Lingtian did not think the two old men were great overarching golden celestials since they were not afraid of Zhang Qiu. However, since they were not afraid of Zhang Qiu, it meant there was a violet sun golden celestial among them. In fact, there might be more than one violet sun golden celestial among them. How dare you show yourself after probing my cultivation base? At the same time, Zhang Qiu looked at the two old men and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, the two of you must be the famous raiders in Nine Spectres County, the black and white heroes."
That's right. You have good eyes.
The white-robed old man narrowed his eyes, which were squeezed by the fat on his face.
A harmless smile appeared on his face. I've long heard that the black and white heroes are violet sun golden celestials. Moreover, they're very cunning and have 3 burrows. Our county governor's estate has sent people out many times with the intention of eliminating both of you, but it's difficult to track you down.
A faint smile appeared on Zhang Qiu's face when he heard the white-clad old man's words.
What a coincidence. It seems like I'm in luck.
Although there was a smile on his face, Zhang Qiu's eyes flashed with a cold, murderous glint. The county governor's estate. As soon as Zhang Qiu finished speaking, the white-clad old man and the black-clad old man's expressions changed drastically. The expressions of the over 20 people surrounding Duan Lingtian's group of 3 changed drastically. Moreover, their bodies began to tremble violently due to the shock they received. The county governor's estate. It was one of the most powerful forces in the Nine Spectres County, and it could even be said to be the most powerful force in the county. Over the years, the county governor's estate had sent people to annihilate them many times. As a result, they did not dare to stay in one place for too long. They had only recently arrived in the vicinity of Bloody Spectre City. They did not expect to meet people from the county governor's estate here. Initially, they thought the violet sun golden celestial was a big fish. They did not expect him to be from the county governor's estate.
Sir, are you really from the county governor's estate?
The black-clad old man took a deep breath before he looked at Zhang Qiu and said, "As long as you can show us your identity token, not only will our organization not make things difficult for you, but we're also willing to give you 1,000 mediocre celestial stones as an apology." If they could confirm Zhang Qiu was from the county governor's estate, they could not afford to offend him. Even if Zhang Qiu was weaker than them, they did not dare to kill him. If Zhang Qiu was killed, they would infuriate the county governor's estate. At that time, the county governor's estate might even send great overarching golden celestials to hunt them down. In the past, the county governor's estate could not find them because they did not send great overarching golden celestials. If a great overarching golden celestial were to make a move, unless they left Nine Spectres County, they would be in danger of being discovered.
There's no need for that, Zhang Qiu said indifferently. Since the black and white heroes have shown up today, don't even think about leaving. The coldness in Zhang Qiu's eyes intensified when he finished speaking. How boastful of you.
The black-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhang Qiu's words. He said in a deep voice, "Sir, there are 3 of you, and you're the only violet sun golden celestial.
If we fight, you might not be a match for us. If you insist on going your own way, don't blame us for ignoring the county governor's estate and killing you." Chapter 26-29. 2 violet sun golden celestials? When Qin Yu heard that the 2 old men before him, the black and white heroes, were both purple sun golden immortals, Qin Yu's expression changed completely. Even Duan Lingtian had a grave expression on his face when he heard Zhang Qiu's words. However, when he saw Zhang Qiu's reaction, he realized Zhang Qiu was not afraid at all. Zhang Qiu did not seem to be afraid of the 2 old men, even though they were both violet sun golden celestials. Based on his words, it was as though he was confident he could kill the 2 old men on his own. Soon after, Duan Lingtian's expression calmed down. It was not because of Zhang Qiu's confidence, but it was because he was confident in his own strength. Violet sun golden celestials would not be able to kill a violet sun golden celestial unless they mastered profound grade celestial methods and divine abilities. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could easily deal with them without using the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Even if the violet sun golden celestials only mastered profound grade celestial methods and divine abilities, he could easily kill them if he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword. Naturally, he would not use the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, unless it was absolutely necessary. The Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword was his trump card.
Unless he had no other choice, he would not reveal it easily.
Is that so? Zhang Qiu smiled faintly in the face of the black-robed old man's threat.
However, the cold light in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. He shouted sternly, "Let's go." He said coldly, "Go ahead and try." Based on his words, he did not take the black-clad old man's threat seriously at all.
"May I know who you are from the county governor's estate?" The white-clad old man's expression changed drastically when he saw Zhang Qiu's domineering attitude. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Zhang Qiu again. There were only two possibilities for Zhang Qiu to be so unyielding even after learning their identities. The first possibility was that Zhang Qiu was deliberately mystifying them. The second possibility was that Zhang Qiu was not afraid of them at all. In fact, he was confident he could defeat both of them and kill them. Based on the current situation, the possibility of the first possibility was very slim. Remember, the person who's going to kill you is Zhang Qiu from the county governor's estate of Nine Spectres County. As Zhang Qiu's voice faded, his body suddenly shook again.
A powerful and violent energy swept out from his body in a timely manner.
Like a tornado, it brought him swiftly towards the black and white duo. Zhang Qiu? The second strongest person below Great Overarching Golden Celestial in Nine Spectres County. As soon as Zhang Qiu finished speaking, the expressions of the black and white duo changed completely. The white-robed old man couldn't help but cry out in alarm. His eyes were filled with fear. Zhang Qiu.
He was the inner mansion of the county governor, mansion of county.
In the entire Nine Spectres County, there was only one person below the great overarching golden celestial realm. The strongest celestial? When Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu heard the white-robed old man's exclamation, they looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Because they did not expect the person who was escorting them to the county city of Nine Spectres County would be so powerful. The worried expression on Qin Yu's face disappeared instantly. With such a powerhouse by his side, what was there to be worried about? Lord Zhang Qiu, if you're willing to spare our lives, we're willing to give you our life savings. When the white-robed old man and the black-robed old man saw Zhang Qiu move, they repeatedly cried out as they retreated. Based on their words, they also wanted to use the lifetime savings of the black and white heroes in exchange for their lives. Humph! Zhang Qiu snorted when he heard the white-clad old man's words. He said disdainfully, "Lord County Governor has already ordered that whoever kills the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man will have to take everything from the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man. If I kill both of you, your life savings will be mine as well." Zhang Qiu did not give the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man any chance of retreating. "Big brother, since he's unwilling to let us live, let's fight it out with him. I'd like to see if he's worthy of being called the second strongest person in Nine Spectres County after a great overarching golden celestial." The black-clad old man's expression turned cold when he saw Zhang Qiu was not giving them any chance of retreating. All right. At this time, the white-robed old man also knew that he had no other choice. The pair of small eyes behind the fat squinted, and a cold and sharp light flashed through them. Whoosh! Following that, he unleashed his celestial origin energy that he had been accumulating for a long time. "All of you, make your move and kill those two brats. Even if we're going to die in Zhang Qiu's hands, we must kill the two brats by his side." The black-clad old man did not forget to order his subordinates as his celestial origin energy surged. Zhang Qiu did not expect the black-clad old man to give such an order. His expression changed immediately. Although he was confident he could kill the black-clad old man and the black-clad old man, it would still take him some time. If the subordinates of the black and white heroes really disregarded their own lives and attacked Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu, whom he was escorting this time, Duan Ling Tian and Qin Yu would definitely die. As far as he knew, among the subordinates of the black and white heroes, the weakest was a crimson sun golden celestial while the strongest was a yellow sun golden celestial. Boom! With a boom, Zhang Qiu suddenly came to a halt as he drew closer and closer to the black and white heroes. His vast power slammed into the air, causing a deafening explosion.
Then, he suddenly turned around and stared coldly at the 20 or so subordinates of the black and white heroes. He was prepared to kill these 20 or so people first before dealing with the black and white heroes. The expressions of the 20 or so people who were targeted by Zhang Qiu all changed greatly. Haha!
Zhang Qiu, it seems that you care a lot about these two brats. When the black-robed old man saw Zhang Qiu's action, he laughed and rushed out with the white-robed old man. They tacitly blocked Zhang Qiu's path. At the same time, they didn't forget to give orders to the group of people under them.
Kill them.
Don't worry about Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu became anxious when he heard the black-robed old man's order. His eyes flashed coldly. My target today is the black and white heroes. As long as you stay where you are and don't act rashly, I'll spare your lives. For the sake of Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu's safety, Zhang Qiu made a compromise with the group of people surrounding the two Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. As soon as Zhang Qiu finished speaking, the eyes of the people surrounding the two Duan Lingtian brightened.
Don't believe his nonsense.
The black-robed old man seemed to have noticed his subordinate's hesitation. He said coldly, all of you, quickly kill those two brats and scatter. Big Brother and I will do our best to stop Zhang Qiu so that all of you have enough time to escape. Zhang Qiu's expression changed drastically when he heard the black-robed old man's words.
Kill them.
The moment the black-robed old man's words left his mouth, the 20 over people surrounding Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian no longer hesitated and instantly made their move. Waves of vast and majestic energy swept toward Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian. They trusted the black-robed old man more than Zhang Qiu.
You're seeking death.
When Zhang Qiu realized it was too late for him to compromise with the black and white heroes, a cold light flashed in his eyes.
With a loud shout, the celestial origin energy in his body surged out like a tornado and swept toward the black and white heroes who were blocking his path.
Zhang Qiu, this is your own choice. Even if they die, it's your fault. The black-robed old man said with a ruthless expression on his face as he charged toward Zhang Qiu. As for the white-robed old man, he joined the black-robed old man in charging toward Zhang Qiu when he realized there was no way out for him. On the other side, they're all golden celestials? Although Duan Lingtian was surprised by their strength, he was not as terrified as Qin Yu when faced with the attacks from more than 20 people.
You're seeking death.
Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like a fountain through his 99 heavenly veins. It turned into tens of thousands of sword rays that emitted the sound of sword whistling in the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dazzling sword lights were like dazzling suns when looked at from afar. They were dazzling to the extreme and dazzling to the extreme. Elementary devouring tactic. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian took out a celestial sword. It was the primitive celestial weapon he had obtained after coming to the spirit overarching heaven. To him, it was already an honor to be able to make him attack the group of people in front of him like this. These people were not worthy of him using the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Without using the Devata artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Lingtian unleashed the sword formation. The 13 golden celestials did not even have time to react before they were killed by Duan Lingtian. Blood splattered from the sky as though it was raining blood. While Duan Lingtian was killing the 13 golden celestial raiders, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Bang! A loud explosion rang in the air as Qin Yu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was severely injured by the remaining 11 golden celestials. The follow-up attacks of the 11 golden immortal raiders rained down on him like a downpour. Am I going to die here today? Qin Yu's expression was one of despair. His eyes were filled with reluctance. He still had too many things he wanted to do. Whoosh! 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 Just when Qin Yu was in despair, at the critical moment, a series of ear-piercing sword whistles entered his ears from afar. Immediately after, he saw a sword flash across the sky before his eyes. Boom! 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 Chapter 26:30. In Qin Yu's eyes, The sword ray that streaked across the sky before his eyes was like a ray of light that lit up the darkness and pulled him out from the abyss of darkness. Duan Ling Tian? When he realized it was Duan Ling Tian who had made the move, he was shocked to see the sword ray. The sword ray that had blocked the attacks of the 11 golden celestials continued to surge forward and shrouded the 11 golden celestials who were charging at him. It was as though a dam had been breached, drowning all of them. No. Unlike the dozen or so bandits who were killed by Duan Ling Tian in such a domineering manner, this group of bandits only regained their senses after a while. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's unstoppable sword formation, they could not help but scream in agony. After that, only a rain of blood could be seen falling from the sky. Whoosh!
Duan Ling Tian waved his hand, and waves of invisible energy swept out and collected the spatial rings of the 20 over people he had just killed that were shrouded in the bloody mist. All of these could be considered as his spoils of war.
How's this possible?
Damn it!
How can this purple-clad young man be so strong? The black and white heroes, who were retreating under Zhang Qiu's attacks, also discovered that their subordinates had all been killed. For a moment, they took the time to glance at the purple figure not far away, and their eyes simultaneously revealed waves of shock. However, after their shock, they hurriedly recovered from their shock and focused on dealing with Zhang Qiu's attacks, not daring to be distracted again. Thank you, Duan Ling Tian. Qin Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian, and besides the shock in his eyes, he said with a serious expression, I, Qin Yu, owe you a life. It's nothing. Don't mention it. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly when he heard Qin Yu's words. If it was someone else, I would have saved them too.
I know.
Qin Yu nodded.
However, his gaze was as firm as before.
However, this does not affect the fact that I, Qin Yu, owe you a life. Facing the stubborn Qin Yu, Duan Ling Tian shrugged his shoulders somewhat helplessly, but did not say anything more. However, even though he appeared to be helpless, in his heart, he rather admired Qin Yu's stubbornness. At the very least, it can be seen that this Qin Yu was a person who knew how to be grateful. Elder Zhang Qiu sighed. Should be coming to a conclusion soon. A moment later, Duan Ling Tian's gaze landed in the distance. Under Zhang Qiu's relentless barrage of attacks, the black and white heroes were forced to retreat again and again, and it seemed that they would not be able to hold on for much longer. About 15 minutes later, bang, bang. Accompanied by two loud sounds, Zhang Qiu had found a flaw in the black and white heroes.
He broke through their defenses in one fell swoop and sent the two of them flying, heavily injuring them.
Pff.
Wah, the black and white heroes, who were heavily injured and sent flying, each spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time.
Their sorry figures shot out like arrows from a bow, and they barely managed to stop after a while. Big brother, let's use soul attacks to kill that purple-clothed brat. Seeing Zhang Qiu chasing after them, the eyes of the black-robed old man, who knew that he would die, suddenly turned cold.
He immediately transmitted his voice to the white-robed old man beside him and said in a determined tone,
Okay. The white-robed old man also had the will to die, so he cooperated with the black-robed old man and looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was not far away. Duan Ling Tian, who was being stared at by the black and white heroes, could not help but be startled for a moment.
When he saw the cruel sneers on the black and white heroes' faces, he felt his hair stand on end for a moment, and an ominous premonition faintly rose in his heart. Not good.
Zhang Qiu, who was chasing after the black and white heroes, saw that the black and white heroes ignored his attacks and looked at Duan Ling Tian in unison. In a moment, he realized what the black and white heroes wanted to do, and his expression changed greatly. Whoosh, whoosh. Almost as soon as Zhang Qiu's expression changed drastically, the black and white heroes' eyes suddenly narrowed.
Then, a dark gray flowing light shot out from between their eyebrows in a very crude and simple direction toward Duan Ling Tian.
It was the soul attack that they had cast. Whoosh. Although Duan Ling Tian had disappeared from his original spot in a flash, the two dark gray flowing lights were still firmly locked onto him.
It was as though they would not stop until they entered his body. Moreover, the speed of the two dark gray flowing lights was so fast that it was even faster than the speed at which Duan Ling Tian had fled.
Duan Ling Tian had flashed a few times, but they were getting closer and closer to Duan Ling Tian. The two dark flowing lights were about to enter Duan Ling Tian's body. Whoosh! Accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart, another dark gray flowing light shot out. This time, Zhang Qiu had cast a soul attack in an attempt to block the soul attack from the black and white heroes. However, like the black and white heroes, he was not good at soul attacks. Therefore, his soul attack could only block one of the soul attacks from the black and white heroes. Whoosh! The remaining soul attack, the dark gray flowing light, directly entered Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian. Zhang Qiu's expression changed drastically. The black and white heroes smiled cruelly. When Qin Yu saw the cruel smiles on the black and white heroes' faces, he seemed to have realized something. His expression changed drastically. Duan Lingtian. Just when they thought Duan Lingtian was about to collapse from the soul attack from the Purple Sun Golden Celestial, the soul attack from a Purple Sun Golden Celestial is indeed fast. Unfortunately, soul attacks of your level are not enough to break through the protection of my soul defense celestial weapon. Not only did Duan Lingtian not fall, but he even glanced at the black and white duo indifferently as he spoke unhurriedly. With the mysterious defective metal piece, he was, naturally, not afraid of the soul attack from the black and white heroes. Earlier, he had moved to dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes because he wanted to see if he could dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes. However, he discovered something else. Unless he used the Devata artifact, the Seven Orifices exquisite sword, to help him escape, he would not be able to dodge the soul attack from the black and white heroes. Soul defense celestial weapon? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the black and white heroes' expressions changed drastically. They were so angry that they threw up another mouthful of blood. Their faces turned even paler. They did not expect this. They did not expect the purple-clad young man next to Zhang Qiu would possess a soul defense celestial weapon. Moreover, the soul defense celestial weapon that could withstand the soul attack from golden celestials was at least a mediocre celestial weapon. Whoosh! 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 Along with the waves of solidified wind blades that were swept up by the tornado, the black and white heroes finally died in Zhang Qiu's hands. Only 2 storage rings were left, and they were pulled into Zhang Qiu's hand by an invisible force that extended out with a raise of his hand. Phew! Qin Yu heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw Duan Lingtian was unharmed. Elder Zhang Qiu. At the same time, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and took out the 20 spatial rings that he had collected earlier. He used an invisible force to pull them toward Zhang Qiu. These are your spoils of war. Keep them for yourself. Zhang Qiu said with a faint smile as he pushed the 20 spatial rings back to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Zhang Qiu's gaze toward Duan Lingtian was completely different. In the past, although he knew Duan Lingtian was not weak, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so strong. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had killed more than 20 subordinates of the black and white heroes. The strongest subordinate of the black and white heroes was a yellow sun golden celestial. Even the weakest subordinate was a scarlet sun golden celestial. Duan Lingtian had killed more than 20 golden celestials in one go. Even if the golden celestials were caught off guard, it was not something an ordinary golden celestial could do. At the very least, one had to be a powerful blue sun golden celestial to be able to do this. A blue sun golden celestial who's not even 100 years old. He's definitely the strongest among the 18 people selected from the 9 cities in 9 Spectres County. Even the 12 golden immortals under the age of 100 that our county governor's mansion picked from 9 Spectres County can't compare to him. Zhang Qiu thought to himself. Thank you, Elder Zhang Qiu. When Duan Lingtian saw Zhang Qiu pushing the spatial rings back to him, he quickly put them away and thanked Zhang Qiu. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to be so strong. I thought both of you were going to die at the hands of the black and white heroes. If that's the case, I won't be able to explain myself to Lord County Governor, even if I return to the County Governor's estate. Zhang Qiu sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. No matter what. This time, I owe you a favor. Zhang Qiu said. You're too kind, Elder Zhang Qiu. Duan Lingtian shook his head and said, I only did what I did to save my own life. I'm afraid I can't accept your favor, Elder Zhang Qiu. If I say you can accept it, then you can accept it. There's no need for you to decline. Zhang Qiu waved his hand, signaling Duan Lingtian to stop declining. Then he shook his head and said, I really don't understand. Everyone wants me to owe them a favor. But when it comes to you, you actually want to tactfully reject my favor. Duan Ling Tian smiled bitterly, but he did not say anything else. What else could he say at this moment? No matter what, Zhang Qiu wanting to owe him a favor was something that would only benefit him. It could be said that he was taking advantage of the situation. With your innate talent and strength, you'll definitely receive the best treatment in our county governor's mansion. When we arrive at the county governor's mansion, I'll personally look for the county governor and recommend you. I'll do my best to provide you with the best cultivation environment and resources. Zhang Qiu said to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Elder Zhang Qiu. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Qiu's words. He thanked Zhang Qiu sincerely. This was what he lacked the most at this moment. Chapter 26:31. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu continued to follow Zhang Qiu as they made their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County, in the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. Young Master. In just a blink of an eye, a travel-worn figure appeared in front of Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan, and bowed respectfully. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the person had a dark expression on his face. The person's expression was unsightly. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the person who bowed respectfully to Yun Qingyan as Yun Yi was the person who had almost killed him in the Yan Huang realm. His strength was comparable to a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. Yun Yi had been ordered by Yun Qingyan to kill Duan Lingtian. However, he had failed due to Xiajia, the third master of the Xia clan, and had fled to the Divine Offering Land from Yan Huang realm. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Yun Qingyan frowned when he saw Yun Ye's expression. He knew Yun Yi would not have reacted in such a manner if nothing had happened. Young master, I heard from the Xia clan that Miss Ning Xue has gone to the realm battlefield without telling the clan leader of the Xia clan. Yun Yi said in a deep voice. What? As soon as Yun Yi finished speaking, Yun Qingyan's expression changed drastically. When he looked at Yun Yi again, his eyes gleamed coldly as he asked, Are you sure the news you heard is true? I've confirmed it with a few members of the Xia clan, and it's true. Yun Yi smiled wryly. However, the clan leader of the Xia clan is in the realm battlefield as well. I'm afraid he doesn't know Miss Ning Xue has entered the realm battlefield. After all, the realm battlefield is huge, and there are many entrances. Even if Miss Ning Xue has entered, he wouldn't know. She hasn't recovered her cultivation base, right? With her current strength, even if the weak cultivators in the realm battlefield gather, she'll still die. Why would she enter the realm battlefield for no reason? Yun Qingyan said with a dark expression. Lady Ning Xue is the first lady of the Xia clan, and her status is precious. With her current strength, I'm afraid she only has one reason for going to the planar battlefield. She wants to recover the strength she had in her previous life as soon as possible, or even increase her strength further. Yun Yi speculated. Yun Qingyan's expression darkened when he heard Yun Ye's words. Naturally, he knew Yun Ye's guess was most likely correct. The reason why Xia Ning Xue went to the planar battlefield and risked her life was most likely because she wanted to increase her strength as quickly as possible. She wanted to have enough strength 1,000 years later to break the engagement between her and him. For the sake of not marrying me, for the sake of that man, you were actually willing to risk your life and enter the planar battlefield. I'm Yun Qingyan. Do you really look down on me? Yun Qingyan gritted his teeth and growled. What the hell? After 1,000 years, the passage between the Divine Offering Land and the Devata realms will open again. At that time, I'll personally go to the Devata realms and find Duan Ling Tian. I'll tear him into pieces and burn his bones into ashes so you can give up. Yun Qingyan roared as his eyes gleamed with a sharp light that was as sharp as a blade. In the surroundings of these fierce lights, it was as if the flames of hatred were burning. It was like a prairie fire that could burn everything. In the Xia clan, third brother, did you send Ning Xue to the realm battlefield? A tall and sturdy middle-aged man with a face full of curly whiskers asked in a deep voice as he hastily approached Xiajia, the third master of the Xia clan, who was dressed sloppily. He looked like a furious lion as he glared at Xiajia and asked in a deep voice. Second brother, What did you say? I don't understand.
In the face of the middle-aged man's questioning, Xueqi merely glanced at him indifferently before he continued to water the flowers. If it weren't for you, no one in the clan would dare to send her to the realm battlefield. With her current strength, it's impossible for her to enter the realm battlefield alone. The middle-aged man was none other than Xueqi, the second master of the Xia clan. His expression darkened as he spoke. Second brother, there are some things you shouldn't say without evidence. Even if Big Brother is here today, I still don't understand what you're saying, Xueqi said indifferently.
Xueqi said indifferently. He didn't seem to like his second brother at all. Xueqi. Xueqi glared at Xueqi as he said coldly, I know you hate me and my elder brother for what happened back then. However, I'm asking you about Ning Xue now. There's no need for you to bring your emotions into this, right? Moreover, I ask myself back then, what Big Brother and I did was for your own good. If that woman didn't die, you would have died. Big Brother and I only did that to protect you. Xueqi's voice darkened as he spoke. Protect me? Xueqi raised his head abruptly, revealing his face underneath his messy hair. He sneered as he said, In my opinion, you're only protecting the Xia clan, right? I've already said that I'm willing to leave the Xia clan for her. I won't implicate the Xia clan. However, what did you do? You purposely sent me away and allowed them to take her away and kill her. You should know why I'm still alive.
If it wasn't for my desire to avenge her, I wouldn't have survived until now.
The mocking expression on Xueqi's face deepened as he spoke. All right, let's not talk about what happened back then. I'm here to tell you that you're too rash. What kind of place is the realm battlefield? With Ning Xue's current strength, she'll definitely die if she goes there. Xueqi said in a deep voice, If anything happens to her, you'll be the one who indirectly caused her death. Don't you love her a lot? Why are you so foolish to send her there? As he spoke, the anger that had dissipated from Xueqi's face resurfaced once again. I'm foolish? Xueqi sneered. Both of us know that Big Brother is the most foolish one. Xueqi has already found a home in this life and even gave birth to a daughter. However, Big Brother still wants her to marry that brat from the Yun clan. Is the clan's interest really more important than his daughter's happiness? Xueqi asked coldly as he looked at Xueqi. That's right. I was the one who sent Xueqi to the realm battlefield. My happiness has been destroyed by you and the Xia clan. I don't want my niece's happiness to be destroyed by you and the Xia clan as well. When Xueqi spoke again, he admitted that he was the one who sent Ning Xue to the realm battlefield. Moreover, I promised Xueqi. If anything happens to her in the planar battlefield, 1,000 years later, I will safely send her daughter and her friends back to the mundane plane. Xueqi continued to speak in a resolute and decisive tone. After he finished speaking, he disappeared from Xueqi's sight in a flash. If you and Big Brother want to stop me from fulfilling Xueqi's final wish at that time, it'll be the time for us brothers to fall out. You can keep them here, but you'll have to kill me and step over my dead body. Although Xueqi had left, he still left a message for Xueqi. Upon hearing this, Xueqi was so angry that his body trembled violently. His bearded face was slightly distorted. It took him a long time to calm down. At the same time, a deep sense of helplessness appeared in his gong-sized eyes. If Big Brother finds out about this, I'm afraid he'll fly into a rage again, right? Xueqi shook his head with a wry smile on his face. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of what had happened between the Yun clan and the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. At this moment, he was following Zhang Qiu with Qin Yu as they made their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County. There's not even a single pill. While Duan Ling Tian was going through the spatial rings of the Golden Celestial Bandits, he discovered that there was not a single pill in the spatial rings. There wasn't even a single pill in the looters' storage rings. It seems like the bottle of primitive spirit accumulating pills that the city governor gave me is really precious. This made the bottle of pills that Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had given to Duan Ling Tian seem even more precious now. However, although there are no pills in their spatial rings, there are many celestial stones. There are over 100 high-grade celestial stones. As for medium-grade celestial stones, there are even more. As for low-grade celestial stones, there are countless of them. There are also some celestial weapons. There were at least 1 or 2 celestial weapons in each of the spatial rings. The original owners of these spatial rings, the bandits, were killed in just a blink of an eye.
They did not even have the time to take out their celestial weapons before they were killed by Duanling Tian.
Duanling Tian, are you really an ascender who ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago like the Silverworm army said? A voice transmission suddenly sounded in Duanling Tian's ears. The person who sent the voice transmission was none other than Qin Yu. Duanling Tian was stunned when he heard Qin Yu's voice transmission.
Then, he turned to look at Qin Yu and asked, "Do you believe me?"
I'm not sure if I should believe the Silverworm army's words. However, I believe you. Qin Yu replied. His words were very clear. As long as Duanling Tian said that he had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago, Qin Yu would believe him. If Duanling Tian denied it, Qin Yu would also believe him. Is this important? When Duanling Tian replied to Qin Yu through voice transmission, he took a deep look at Qin Yu and asked. It was not that he wanted to hide it.
If it was before, he would not feel that there was anything to hide.
However, after coming in contact with the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Qin Yu knew that there was no need to hide it.
If this matter were to spread, it would only bring harm to him.
In Bloody Spectre City, there was almost no one who could threaten him. Chapter 26:32. Is this important? Qin Yu was taken aback when he heard Duanling Tian's question. Then, he looked at Duanling Tian intently as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Following that, Qin Yu smiled faintly before he replied to Duanling Tian through voice transmission. It's not important. Qin Yu's reply ended the conversation. This Qin Yu is not a simple person. As soon as Duanling Tian saw the strange light in Qin Yu's eyes, he knew Qin Yu was right. Qin Yu was certain Duanling Tian had ascended to the spirit overarching heaven half a year ago. At the same time, Duanling Tian must have guessed the reason Qin Yu was so strong. Duanling Tian, and Duanling Tian did not encounter any bandits on their way to the county city of Nine Spectres County after encountering the black and white heroes. Duanling Tian was not surprised by this. With the presence of Zhang Qiu, a violet sun golden celestial, the bandits with weaker cultivation bases did not dare to provoke him when they sensed his cultivation base from afar. Even a bandit organization with a violet sun golden celestial would not dare to take the risk. Only the black and white heroes, who were led by 2 violet sun golden immortals, would act rashly when they discovered that there was only 1 violet sun golden immortal among the passers-by in order to reap the greatest benefits. Unfortunately, the black and white heroes met their match this time and were completely annihilated. 3 months later. The county city of Nine Spectres County is just up ahead. Suddenly, Zhang Qiu's voice resonated in Duanling Tian's ears. Duanling Tian's heart jolted when he heard this. We've arrived at the county city of Nine Spectres County? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and looked in front of him. What entered his eyes was an incomparably vast plain. His field of vision suddenly opened up. On this vast plain, a small black dot was constantly growing larger before his eyes. In the end, it seemed to have turned into a huge beast that was crawling on the vast land. This is the county city of Nine Spectres County? At the same time, the outline of the county city of Nine Spectres County appeared in front of Duanling Tian. This was a huge city that was 10 times the size of Bloody Spectre City. Not only was it visually stunning, but one could also feel the majestic aura of this huge city even when standing in front of it. The gigantic city was grand and majestic, allowing carriages and horses to flow into it like a dragon. It was like 100 rivers flowing into the sea. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duanling Tian and Qin Yu followed behind Zhang Qiu as they flew through the air above the Nine Spectres County. In the blink of an eye, they had entered the Nine Spectres County. At this time, Duanling Tian also realized that the number of people around him had increased. Many people were shuttling back and forth above the county city in a hurry. Only a few of them were talking to the people around them. Very few of them were hovering in the air. 3 months. I didn't expect it to take so long to travel from Bloody Spectre City to Nine Spectres County. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. Of course, he also knew that the reason why he spent 3 months was mostly because Zhang Qiu was taking care of his and Qin Yu's speed. As for him, he also had to take care of Qin Yu's speed. His speed was completely based on Qin Yu's speed. If I travel at full speed, even if I don't use the Devata artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword, I'll only need half a month to travel from Bloody Spectre City to 9 Spectres County's capital. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This must be your first time in the county city, right? Zhang Qiu turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu after they entered the city. Seeing that the two of them nodded, Zhang Qiu began to introduce the county city of 9 Spectres County to Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu. Before they arrived at the county governor's mansion, Zhang Qiu also introduced Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu to the county city of 9 Spectres County. In the county city of 9 Spectres County, the county governor's mansion was the most powerful family. However, there were many clans and forces under the county governor's mansion. These family clans were affiliated with the county governor's office and managed almost all of the properties in the county city of 9 Spectres County. Every month, they had to pay half of their profits to the county governor's office, which was equivalent to paying taxes to the county governor's office. Among these clans and forces, the 5 great clans are the strongest. My Zhang clan is also one of the 5 great clans. A hint of pride appeared on Zhang Qiu's face when he spoke up to this point. Although Zhang Qiu had helped the Zhang clan a lot, the Zhang clan had not been able to make it this far. However, if the Zhang clan did not live up to expectations, they would not have been able to make it this far even with Zhang Qiu's help. For example, in the county governor's mansion, there was an inner mansion elder who was widely acknowledged as the strongest great overarching golden celestial in 9 Spectres County. Even with the help of the inner mansion elder, the clan of the inner mansion elder was still useless. That was because the family members behind that inner mansion elder were all worthless people who couldn't hold up the wall. In the county city of 9 Spectres County, the strength of a clan depended on many factors. It was not as simple as having a strong fist. No matter how strong one's fist was, could it be stronger than the county governor's mansion? We've arrived at the county governor's mansion. Soon after, under Zhang Qiu's lead, Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu arrived at the eastern side of the county city of 9 Spectres County. They arrived at an inner city that resembled a palace. It was magnificent with golden tiles and red bricks. This is the county governor's mansion? Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu could not help but fall into a daze as they looked at the inner city that occupied more than half of the county city's eastern city. The inner city alone was twice the size of Bloody Spectre City. There's a rule in the county governor's mansion. Those below the level of Great Overarching Golden Celestial are not allowed to enter or leave the mansion without permission. Otherwise, they'll be punished severely. Zhang Qiu did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu when they arrived near the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Duan Lingtian looked over when he heard Zhang Qiu's words. Sure enough, he saw many people. Although there were many people entering and exiting the county governor's mansion, they were all obediently moving through the entrance. Not a single person dared to cross the walls of the county governor's mansion. It was as though there was a taboo on the walls that could not be crossed. Elder Zhang Qiu. Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu followed behind Zhang Qiu. When they arrived at the entrance of the county governor's estate, 2 rows of golden-armored soldiers stood on both sides of the entrance and bowed respectfully at Zhang Qiu. Elder Zhang Qiu. It was not only the soldiers guarding the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Even the people entering and exiting the county governor's mansion greeted Zhang Qiu respectfully. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, Zhang Qiu was an inner court elder of the county governor's mansion. Apart from that, Zhang Qiu was the second most powerful person in 9 Spectres County below Great Overarching Golden Celestials. In other words, if the strongest person in 9 Spectres County below Great Overarching Golden Celestials was in the county governor's mansion, then Zhang Qiu would be the 4th most powerful person in the county governor's mansion after the 2 Great Overarching Golden Celestials and a Peak Golden Celestial. How many people in the county governor's mansion would dare to disrespect such a person? Have the other inner court elders returned? Zhang Qiu asked one of the soldiers in golden armor, who was guarding the entrance of the county governor's mansion. Reporting to Elder Zhang Qiu, before you, the other 8 inner mansion elders have already returned. The golden-armored soldier quickly replied.
It seems like Bloody Spectre City is the furthest away from the county city of Nine Spectres County. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out when he heard the golden-armored soldier's words. Naturally, he knew the other inner court elders Zhang Qiu was asking about were the ones who had gone to the other 8 cities in Nine Spectres County.
All right.
Zhang Qiu nodded at the golden-armored soldier and strode into the prefectural governor's residence.
Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu followed behind Zhang Qiu without being stopped.
Are they the people Elder Zhang Qiu went to pick up this time?
Which city did Elder Zhang Qiu go to pick up the people in Nine Spectres County this time? I think I heard someone mention it before. However, I forgot about it. I think Elder Zhang Qiu went to Bloody Spectre City. Bloody Spectre City? Is that the city that Lord Lu Fenggu is in charge of? That's the city. It's also the city furthest away from the county city.
I really don't know why Lord Lu Fenggu left the county governor's mansion and went to such a faraway city to be the city governor. I heard there's more to this matter than meets the eye. When Duan Lingtian crossed the main entrance of the county governor's estate and entered the county governor's estate, he could only hear whispers behind him. Humph! When Zhang Qiu snorted coldly, the people behind him shuddered like birds that were startled by the twang of a bow. Then they stopped talking and did not dare to speak anymore. It seems, the city governor was a famous person in the county governor's mansion in the past.
Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who remember him.
Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Elder Zhang Qiu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, used to stay in the county governor's mansion?
Qin Yu asked in surprise.
Clearly, he did not know about this matter beforehand.
Yes.
Faced with Qin Yu's question, Zhang Qiu nodded. In the past, City Master Lu was an outstanding strategist beside Lord County Governor. However, because of some matters, he left the county governor's mansion and went to the Bloody Spectre City. What matters?
Qin Yu was curious.
He could not understand why the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, Lu Fenggu, was willing to leave the county governor's mansion and go to Bloody Spectre City. One must know that compared to the flourishing county city of Nine Spectres County, Bloody Spectre City was a desolate place.
It's not convenient for me to tell you the details. Zhang Qiu shook his head. Then, he seemed to have recalled something. He suddenly turned around and looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I'm saying if a consecrated by the name of Zhou Tong wants to take you as his disciple, you must not refuse. Chapter 26:33. When Zhang Qiu thought about how Lu Fenggu, the city governor of Bloody Spectre City, had left the county governor's estate, he sighed inwardly. He did not want Duan Lingtian, a young genius from Bloody Spectre City, to repeat the mistake of Lu Fenggu's direct disciple. For this reason, Zhang Qiu reminded Duan Lingtian. Zhou Tong. Before Duan Lingtian could respond to Lu Fenggu's words, Qin Yu, who was standing at the side, could not help but exclaim in a low voice, "What's the matter?" He looked at Zhang Qiu and asked, "Elder Zhang Qiu, is this revered Elder Zhou Tong the other great overarching golden celestial in Nine Spectre City?" As one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in Nine Spectres County, Zhou Tong's reputation was widespread. Almost everyone in Nine Spectres County knew about him. Therefore, Qin Yu knew about him as well. As a great overarching golden celestial, Zhou Tong was rather well known even in the various counties under King Qin's mansion. That's him. Zhang Qiu nodded as he looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Revered Elder Zhou Tong is one of the only 2 great overarching golden celestials in the county governor's estate. His strength is second only to the county governor. Apart from that, he's also the #1 revered elder in the county governor's estate. His status is second only to the county governor." Zhang Qiu spoke as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian did not know who Zhou Tong was. "Elder Zhang Qiu, I already have a master." Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard Zhang Qiu's words. He could not help but recall the story Lu Fenggu had told him previously. After a while, he regained his senses and replied calmly, "I won't accept a master. I won't acknowledge a second master in my life." Duan Lingtian said. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing, and there was no joy or sorrow in his words. He was not trying to find an excuse when he said all that. Instead, it was the truth.
In his heart, he had long recognized a master. It was the sword saint, Feng Qingyang, whom he had never met but had taught him the supreme sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. Although Feng Qingyang was currently trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, nobody knew if he was still alive. However, even if Feng Qingyang really died in the Azura Hell, he, Duanling Tian, would still regard him as his master, and only him as his master.
Shua!
Zhang Qiu's expression changed drastically when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, do you know why City Governor Lu left the county governor's estate and went to Bloody Spectre City? Before Duanling Tian could reply, Zhang Qiu told Duanling Tian everything that had happened to Lu Fenggu in the county governor's estate. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian realized that Lu Fenggu's story was not true. The story that Lu Fenggu had told him was not a fictional story. It had actually happened to Lu Fenggu. It seems like I can't get rid of the deal with the city governor. Duanling Tian thought to himself after he heard Zhang Qiu's words. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, he still felt a little uneasy when he heard Zhang Qiu's words. If I don't agree, will Zhou Tong kill me like how he killed City Governor Lu's direct disciple? Duanling Tian asked through voice transmission as he looked at Zhang Qiu.
Forget it.
I'll ask the city governor to do me a favor and spare your life.
Zhang Qiu seemed to have sensed Duanling Tian's determination. He knew it was useless to try to persuade Duanling Tian. He did not continue to persuade Duanling Tian. Just take this as me returning the favor I owe you. Elder Zhang Qiu.
Duanling Tian frowned and asked through voice transmission. Didn't you say we came to the county governor's estate because of King Qin's mansion? If it's the Duke of Qin's manor that wants us, would revered Elder Zhou Tong dare to kill me for his own selfish desires? In Duanling Tian's opinion, King Qin's mansion was in the county governor's estate. Since the county governor's estate had gathered a group of golden celestials below the age of 100 for King Qin's mansion, King Qin's mansion was bound to be the county governor's estate. This meant King Qin's mansion was in danger. These golden celestials were directly related to King Qin's mansion. Under such circumstances, would Zhou Tong, a mere revered elder of the county governor's estate, dare to kill these golden celestials? If King Qin's mansion finds out about you and values you, revered elder Zhou Tong won't dare to kill you, Zhang Qiu said through voice transmission. However, the problem is, no matter how outstanding you are, King Qin's mansion doesn't care about you. Under such circumstances, even if revered elder Zhou Tong kills you, it'll only be an internal matter of the county governor's estate in 9 Spectres County. Perhaps, Lord County Governor knows you're outstanding. However, if you're killed by revered elder Zhou Tong, he'll only keep it a secret to protect revered elder Zhou Tong. After all, revered elder Zhou Tong will definitely infuriate King Qin's mansion. After saying so much, I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Zhang Qiu asked in return.
Yes.
Duanling Tian nodded. His expression instantly turned solemn. At the same time, he felt a sense of danger. Zhang Qiu's words were nothing more than telling him one thing. Before Duanling Tian entered King Qin's mansion sites, even if Zhou Tong killed him, the county governor of 9 Spectres County would do everything in his power to protect Zhou Tong. After all, few people could replace Zhou Tong's value in the eyes of the county governor of 9 Spectres County. It seems like I'll have to hurry up and raise my strength. That way, I'll be able to defeat Zhou Tong and bring him back to Bloody Spectre City for the city governor to deal with. After the city governor deals with him, he'll tell me where the celestial fire is. With this thought in mind, Duanling Tian became even more eager to become stronger. He wished he had the strength to defeat Zhou Tong as soon as possible.
Elder Zhang Qiu, where will we stay? Qin Yu asked.
I don't know for now. I'll bring you to a place to settle you down for now. After that, I'll report to Lord County Governor about the black and white heroes.
Qin Yu nodded.
Soon after, Zhang Qiu brought Duanling Tian and Qin Yu to his residence. Both of you can stay here for now. If you need anything, just tell the servants. I'll go see Lord County Governor now.
Zhang Qiu said before he left. He left Duanling Tian and Qin Yu in his residence.
The heaven and earth spirit energy here is so dense. Sitting in the large courtyard of Zhang Qiu's residence, Qin Yu narrows his eyes and says in a somewhat intoxicated manner while feeling the rich holy energy. As expected of the second strongest person in Nine Spectres County below a great overarching golden celestial, the cultivation environment here is even better than the city governor's cultivation room. Duan Lingtian exclaimed. Although he could sense that the heaven and earth spirit energy in Zhang Qiu's residence was the densest, the cultivation environment here was much better. However, the heaven and earth spirit energy in Zhang Qiu's residence was much denser than the city governor's cultivation room. In other words, in terms of cultivation environment, Zhang Qiu's residence was much better than the heaven and earth spiritual qi in Bloody Spectre City. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and discovered that Qin Yu was sitting cross-legged. At some point, Qin Yu had already sat down with his legs crossed and was immersed in his practice. One could vaguely see that streams of almost mist-like holy energy of the universe were fusing into Qin Yu's body at an extremely fast speed, as if they would never stop.
That's true. Compared to me, I'm sure Qin Yu is more shocked by the cultivation environment here. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After all, he had cultivated in the city governor's cultivation room in Bloody Spectre City before. As far as Qin Yu was concerned, the best training environment he had ever come into contact with was perhaps the valley where the commander of the Black Dragon Army and the Kiliarch's tent resided. After arriving here, it was also normal for Qin Yu to feel a greater contrast than him. Phew! Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief before he sat cross-legged on the ground. He held a prominent celestial stone in his hand and began to cultivate. He did not consume the low-grade celestial pill, the spirit-nourishing pill. This was because he had not fully digested the spirit-nourishing pill in his body. Therefore, there was no need for him to consume another spirit-nourishing pill for the time being. However, after 9 months, I'm only left with 2 primitive celestial pills, the spirit-nourishing pills. 3 months ago, when he left Bloody Spectre City, he only had 4 spirit-nourishing pills left. During the 3 months on the road, he cultivated as he hurried along, and consumed 2 more spirit-nourishing pills. When I return, I'll have to think of a way to obtain more spirit-nourishing pills. Without the spirit-nourishing pills, my cultivation speed will slow down a lot. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he no longer thought about it and immersed himself in his cultivation. As he cultivated, Duan Lingtian seemed to have lost track of time. After an unknown amount of time, it felt as though he had only cultivated for a few hours. It also felt as though he had cultivated for several days and nights. It was only when Zhang Qiu's voice sounded in his ears that he was awakened. You two are pretty lucky. Zhang Qiu returned and woke Duan Lingtian and Qin Yu up. He said with a smile, some time ago, Lord City Governor personally brought some elders and revered elders of the inner mansion to prepare a place for you two to cultivate. Among all the places you cultivate, it has the best cultivation environment. The heaven and earth spirit energy there is not inferior to the places where Lord County Governor and revered Elder Zhou Tong cultivate. You should know that in the County Governor's mansion and the entire 9 Spectres County, the places where Lord County Governor and revered Elder Zhou Tong cultivate have the best cultivation environment. A hint of envy could be seen in Zhang Qiu's eyes when he finished speaking. Although the cultivation environment here was not bad, it was still not good. However, compared to the cultivation grounds of the County Governor of 9 Spectres County and revered Elder Zhou Tong, it was not worth mentioning at all. Qin Yu's eyes lit up when he heard Zhang Qiu's words. Among all the places we cultivate, the place with the best cultivation environment? Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, heard some clues from Zhang Qiu's words. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.